now for Naxxet to play with.
Finally here.
In correlation,
We've made
damage
it.
there, but GMD is able to take
We've made it.
They survived. Plot armor for the pulse plant position for RETA, but again, TSM converts around. But look at the economy carrying it over to the next. Another.
Oh my god, you guys are goated for preemptively setting the title. Holy cow. Actually fucking goated.
Especially with what they were trying to combine here in terms of information and what they saw in the map control they took on the retake.
Wait, I actually got
there was a slight overheat coming out from a Proto though after he cocooned the first one, but trying to peek out on 2 players that were netted. I mean, they could stay crouched. It stays accurate. They're on pistols on top of that. Guaranteed.
There we go.
Trade.
Okay.
And then TSM,
sorry.
Though, you're moving into this round where
I kind of wanted to look at the stats real quick because I missed that first map completely.
Here, they're going to go to an eco because of those moments where the attacking side, the opposing side, could always fight back.
Man, there's no fighting back when Dells are just.
God damn it! It still says James Coach.
Demolished. Off the start.
Down.
Yeah, that's gotta suck.
I gotta fix that.
Toxins going up.
Dude, I saw SNW at one point in that first map was 17-3.
Something else special here. Sim has been on a roll, especially with the op.
It's kind of crazy.
They do have the high angle position. They like to play pretty free.
Yeah, I saw that
the
too,
A site with them left alone. I mean, it is going to be kind of risky.
Yeah.
Taking this out on their own.
My friend Mark showed me that shit was like 31-32 or something.
Should have been a free kill for Sim.
That's so outrageous.
He manages to stay alive and even peeks out to get the pick onto Snow, and that's going to be it. No lurk opportunities. I mean, there's a plant, yes, but you're on a 5 versus 2.
Good on them, too. For TSM, yeah, going to be an easy retake to accompany, unless, honestly, Southern might have something to say about it. I see potential here.
It's a good ang.
Kind of leading into it with the Dizzy still readily available. They're not going to use it, though.
That's a really good off hang, though.
Big push already input into the moment. And the ultimate not going to be used is going to save that for the next round. So let the defusal happen. You know what? I'll take my weapon with it. And maybe a couple picks from here on out.
Able to potentially save it. Yeah, you already see TSM falling back. They know that their economy is not the best either, so they can't really chase for that kill.
Who am I cursing?
They'll rather go into more rifles versus that single rifle on the other side here of RETA, but thankfully, at least from that plant, that's going to add a little bit more. 300 across the board, moving into this round right here where a pause comes out, a tactical pause, where they still need to figure things out once again here for RETA. Playing those pulse plant positions, playing a little bit offside. This is what we mentioned before, but this is from A to Z. It's things that you're trying to fix after over-analyzing what happened to you against 2G. Yes.
What type of pause is this? Oh, it's attack. Okay.
Gonna be a little bit more aggro. They get picked off by Sim with an op. So now they need to leverage a little bit more of that Gecko, or at least the initiator utility.
Dude, that stream yesterday was so fucking fun. That shit was so fun. Holy. I was laughing so hard. At the end, I was just delusional. I was fucking delusional by the end of that stream. It was so fun.
So he's going to be very dangerous now to deal with, or to deal against.
I think the games are what made it fun, though.
Easy. I mean, it hasn't been.
Like,
definitely so far. TSM, they picked this map for a reason. Vine wasn't necessarily the top pick for.
It was just, I don't know, something about like that level of despair and the fact that like that person had that message in before all of the Fs. Like all of those Fs that happen when the stream goes down were beaten by someone that was just full despair. And that shit just, I don't know, that's so fucking funny to see in a Twitch chat. Like, that's so fucking funny. And I just lost it. I just fucking lost it. Because honestly, like, I can relate.
Teams didn't mind playing Vine at that point. So you think you come in with a strong composition. You're coming in with what is standard pretty much at this point that was coined here in North America, in the Americas rather, in the VCTs, brought to you by 100 Thieves, with the exception of maybe a fade instead of a sky. But the theory around that still stays the same, where you could do
much more play here. Sky, solar shower. Oh, actually no.
Still be quite effective on the aggression.
Oh no. Not a very good satchel.
Off too.
Still sighted.
Tension just leading it to that was insane. does manage to
Come on, stay
get
inside.
themselves out of that situation alive. But now the defense having to play for the retake here, especially now that RETA found themselves the site
Yeah, come on.
very, very effectively.
Really
Though
overstayed
huge
his welcome
tons
there.
and tons of util just being expended. And honestly, for RETA, it's just another day in the office, right? Snow's in.
Honestly, though, that was a triple ult round. So I think TSM might be cool with that one going the side of RETA. I mean, they literally popped Seekers, Thrash, and Orbital Strike.
6-1. Let's just explode with our ults and try to get as much as we can here, but they're going to move into the next round with nothing. A Proto trying to save the op and manages to do so with these 2 kills and is just trying to delay the last 2 players. We'll be able to cross over, so at least thankfully here it should be able to be salvaged into the next round. But as I was trying to mention now, this is a 6-2 scoreline. We're going to have only 4 rounds to go into the half. And they're going to be very far away into the next cycle of ults here for RETA. So they go back into this gun round position, this gun round situation where TSM has continued to take the upper hand of.
Pretty frequent there, too.
Damn, dude, we got musicians up in chat, we got
it's
authors
starting
up
to
in
get tense,
chat.
I feel like, as well, with less smiles, now more thinking here. Coming through
Bridges.
from TSM. Of course, though, that being said, absolutely spectacular performance from everyone coming along here, though. Good from RETA for finally being able to kind of recollect themselves backwards here. Now finally Showstopper readily available. And a pop flash to start things off from TSM, looking for some sort of advancement, but gets shot down almost immediately by Sim. And there's no chance, no opportunity for you to take this back if you're RETA. Instead, you get taken down.
Dude, I really like how poised through that flash. He like stepped away, so that way it had like max blind. That was actually such a nice sky flash to open up the round. Let me see. It's right here.
To kind of recollect themselves backwards.
So see how he's playing like hookah entrance? This is like a lineup, I'm pretty sure.
Now
He might not even micro it.
Showstopper.
No, he's microing it. But you can see like he actually has it so it full blinds like right at the corner. He doesn't block his teammates.
Best advantage that you have is how strong she could be in the lockdowns of sites when you're playing aggressively, and they have such great util to activate Sim on the attacking side. But now they're doing this on the defensive side too. RETA might be looking to a spot where you may have
what grade are you?
final score, although in different spots here of the timeline,
like what
just as they did against 2G yesterday.
I mean, how do you recover from that? Really, like.
Thank you.
You GG go next, you have to, right?
Oh my god, the C's 3.
At this point, yeah, now Wingman can't
It's like I can break these cups.
It's getting difficult.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is absolute chaos coming down on the site.
Shit.
And it just gets worse, right? Angel to just deny every single ounce of that post plant. And they're going to do whatever they can to kind of continue that. Though, a Proto absolutely no use.
Oh my god, he got Sim in the back.
Fight this 1v1, lure it out exactly as they did. Maybe fighting something more, right? They know that majority of these players are low now, stuck to this 1v3 capability there. Yeah, and completely done.
Dude, 7 is continuing to be in good form.
Too good here with again the wingman throwing out the
utilities. What's up,
good for TSM towards the end. But it was so nice that shot that came through to the wall bang, because they just traced the shots coming out from GMD. He damages Muriz and Soother down so low, and one nags at Guardian, saves his 2 teammates. But unfortunately was not enough for the rest of RETA to get ready in the pulse plan to hold it back, because there was still too much utility coming out to answer back here from TSM from the spawn, especially with the pain shells out from Sim. And
kids can be pretty crazy around that age, though. I'll be a little bit scared, low-key.
You have no chance to really set up here for RETA. 2 more rounds to go in the half, and thankfully here for the last 2 rounds, there's a potential stalemate in terms of ultimates.
Okay.
So you go back to the gun rounds that
we saw this sensor yesterday.
A fast pivot out from RETA,
just like info on the entrance. This one is like a little bit off. It's like really close to this little loop.
2-1-2 setup. So they could maybe try to go for late control here towards, excuse me, it's a 3-1-1, as most of the utility is being used on this B side to hopefully pull out a rotate.
I do like that the Sky showed the dog right there with the op holding the line anyway.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good bait. And then they have someone just dry holding showers on Jiggles.
really gathering much there. So
Seven still has Molly, so Seven could stall out Shower.
Thing is, they already rotated one player out, so Sim's alone here with the op on the top. And you see that they're just trying to activate towards this short, so they activate a late lurk from Nags
Good
at 14
util.
hours. And here's him moving forward as we speak.
And Pain Shell doesn't reach far enough in order to be able
Damn.
to cause some sort of havoc here. So
That was like
too
a
much
miracle
pressure
jiggle.
already being applied on it. Instead, they're actually pushing themselves forward faster.
That's
Pressure
an
being
insane
uplifted
swing.
here now with
Really
Nags
good
making
swing.
the impossible happen. And all they need to do is keep this going. 30 health left on
8-3.
Nags, but it doesn't matter. GMD nowhere to be found. Instead, running away from the opposition.
And you mentioned me that dog that was used here on the attack side from Maurice. After he moved it up, they didn't really do anything on the long B side. They cut noise. But again, this is also instilling a little bit of paranoia on the defensive side for TSM. If they're cutting noise, are they trying to re-hit? Have they rotated out? So you're trying to rotate some players around to find some information on your side, so you lose that
Trade
third
off for
player inside that A side to try to
Deadlock
stack
for
back towards
Viper
B, which is surprising
on
enough
attack.
because you still have those sonic sensors, you still have the utility from a proto that's
I think you're very rigid. I think that the attack deadlock is quite good, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think the C's and the wall are actually really, really solid pieces of util on bind. Like, they are really fucking good. And the way Asuna described it is a good way to think about it. Like, when you play bind on defense, I mean, just look at most of the rounds we're gonna see, right? The attackers are gonna get to exec on these sites. You're not going to see like huge fucking skirmishes very often in this zone. You're not going to see huge skirmishes here. You'll see like a play like this, right? There'll be a play randomly, but
To back themselves up.
oftentimes you get to see the exec. So the Viper isn't fully necessary, but the Viper does help having like safety nets and shit like that. The deadlock makes the hit though so fucking powerful. Like, if the deadlock was around with a 3-man push like that, the deadlock could throw C's on the ground, people could flash, swing, and you would absolutely stomp it out, right? Also, if this push happened and it wasn't the deadlock holding, it was someone else just spotting, they could just slam B and, like, wall spawn. Huge nade.
Proto, they wait for the perfect moment to strike just on the U2 alone. And now, a free pick off of Delzik, so they've stopped that push completely, and the Spike is looking for that rotation.
It is just too good. The sonic sensor back towards the hookah too, with Poise pushed up in that position to set up for a stun with a fight, allowing Harry Proto to just fully focus towards his B side to throw the net down and combine it here with the paint shells of Sim. You already see it here. The last few players with no economy left, they're trying to save their weapons. and
Damn,
Poise is
Poison
going on the
neck,
hunt.
bro.
More power to it, but
My neck hurts looking at him.
Okay, but the timing, not good enough. Knowing
10 seconds left.
might be a peak possible here. 8 seconds though, no time left. Nags at just looking for a possible pick before they do end the round off
9-3.
with nothing. And that might just be it. The 9-3, Blacklight Flawless coming through, and half as well. Just ending it off for TSM.
At least for RETA fans, rejoice. They got one more round. They did it yesterday so far with more rounds to play though on the second half, right? But look at how good that combination was. Even the paint shells that were thrown here at that point totally nullified Souther trying to go for a thrash and enter that site. They break that, and what was it? It was the wall that was being shot out that allowed here TSM to use that as recon information to go for that play and really cancel out that hit from RETA. Very, very nicely done. And now they move over to the defensive side here for RETA, where again, this was much more passive what they were playing yesterday against 2G. They have
tweet
to
that
hopefully do something
iStream
like they did towards
live.
Icebox to take more map control as a trio, as a buddy system to fight back here against TSM's defaults. But for TSM, they're very, very quick here on their type of hits, especially on pistols.
Yeah, they're good. We've seen it. I mean, so far, even on the defense, it feels like there really is no getting by this team. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like once we do switch sides and
What's our next game?
you know, do get to see these players in a more comfortable light,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
on a
Galorys
map
versus
favorite of
VCT.
theirs like Bind. So
Ooh, that'll actually.
You know, for
Dude,
RETA, you'd think
one of
they
those
never
teams could
stood a
get
chance. Well,
fucked, huh? Because
you know,
they're both
that just might be
0-1.
the case, right? TSM, this is their home. Like it's you're pretty much stepping in their territory.
Ooh, that's
as
a
they were
big
for you and
game
I
because
spot.
both of those teams are actually probably low-key good. Like they both played the NA teams really well. Huh. I think that's a low-key
RETA
good
to
game.
hopefully also use that time that they were pausing here in that last round to try to reconvene and chat a little bit more.
Yeah, I
Maybe
did,
take
Tegan,
that
yeah.
advantage too with the extra 40 seconds. You know, it's kind of like a lost cause. Played against a 4 versus 2, a 5 versus 2 in that last round. So you're trying to make sure here
Dude,
that
yeah,
the
let's see
IGL
Dante
could maybe
again.
cook something up here for this pistol
Holy
round
shit.
right here to hopefully try to narrow down that
Dante's
gap
the
that TSM,
goat.
narrow down that lead that TSM has done, because a 9-3
Dante
score
is
looks
actually
very
the
strong
goat.
here for TSM, but remember their own matchup yesterday. They
Alright,
actually had to
TSM
win
could
this
just
in
end this
overtime after
quick.
a very strong start. I think it
Oh
was
my
like a
God, they're
6-1
going into the
scoreline
teeth.
that they had against Galorys before
Interesting.
it came into a victory into
Big sky
overtime. So this
flash.
is still very doable now for RETA on their defensive side.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
a nade comes out, snows in, so
damn.
good.
This looks so...
And this pistol round might actually be
Hobble.
the reason why RETA can bring themselves back just a little bit further. Snowsin is not playing around.
Ooh!
Let themselves
Damn!
Beautiful ace.
I did not think he was going to adjust and get that fourth.
Yes, you are allowed to stand up on that one and to hype up yourself in your
Holy
team.
shit.
They played it to perfection right there. We talked about the buddy system that they needed to do.
Dude, did anyone see map 1 when I wasn't streaming? Because I didn't fully watch. I was on a call, but I did have it on in like the background. I looked and that kid was 17-3 at one point. That's all I know is that he was, yeah, dude, on defense, he was 16-3, even though they lost 5 rounds. My brain was confused. I was like,
Where you know
what? How'd that
TSM
even happen?
wants to pop aggressively, especially when the satchels are available for Sim. So that was nicely read by RETA, and they get the beautiful pistol.
Dude, when they needed it the most, that's
The hard
exactly
troll.
when they showed up, and maybe it just might
Good
happen
nade.
again. I mean,
Bro, does he have ult?
finding more
He has
than
ult,
they
I'm pretty
show
sure,
for
huh?
The beauty of it all. And you're just
3 and a
left
death,
thinking, hey, bro,
5
what are you gonna
pistol,
do about
he's got it.
Die. There's nothing.
Oh
We
my
move on
God.
to the next round, and
Wait.
it honestly is just very good calculation.
Oh my God.
Phew, it's so clean so far for the last few rounds, and you see that
Dude,
I was praising
a
Sim in terms of what
defensive
he was doing
raise
with the
having
off-close
ult on
range in his
bonus
shots,
is
but
wild.
You could definitely see it on the other end. Snowzine could definitely do that too. An instant outlaw headshot with a death ball coming out here from TSM out towards Showers, and that really allowed, once again, just
This comeback
having
might
more
have some
players
legs.
activate around the outlaw and really just suffocate TSM, not allowing to cross, not allowing.
Yeah,
them to
this
cross the line
curse
of
is kind of
scrimmage
active right
outside of
now, like
Showers,
low
so at
key.
least get a plant, get some Gecko ult orbs coming through as well, and some economy on top of that for TSM. So you are keeping things very low for TSM moving into the later rounds here of the second half. But I do see a little bit of
What's happening
lips
right now?
moving. So I don't know if this is going to be a tack timeout or a tech
Yeah.
timeout, but
Yeah, what's happening here? What are we in?
it's still a timeout.
Where are we at? What's happening?
It is a timeout of the sorts, of course. A technical pause
Of
for you
course.
guys, which thank you guys for
Dude,
kinda
yeah.
chilling with us
No, I
and
saw
being
that
so,
map
so patient with the
in
process.
CS
but
just now almost went like
I mean,
70
it's well
rounds.
worth it. I feel like the game that we have been seeing
I
so
saw
far.
they had to
it
take, like,
is
a pee
honestly
break
So
mid-game.
nerve-wracking because you would expect TSM to kind of just run away with it. Of course, pistol round, whatever. You know, there still is an opportunity to take it back for TSM. This could be their game.
That's
to
so
move to
funny.
that map 3. But with what we just saw come through from Snowsin, I
Imagine
feel like it's
losing
snow
that
season. I'm
game.
just gonna say.
Bro.
And they're in great positions right here.
Imagine
The
losing
way
that
they're
as
set up
map
here for
1.
RETA is they're trying to
Fuck.
isolate and fight back with a trap play towards long if they find information. And even if they go for a TP
That's
towards
just
the A site,
so
well, the
pain
showstoppers on the other side
to
with
lose
Snowzine,
that as map
a
1.
judge. I will not be against what they have set up here to utilize this ult in their bonus round.
Yeah. We're waiting for it. Okay, work up there. Sim is not looking to play around with whatever's going on there. They know there is going to be some sort of pre-firing going on. Yeah, not wanting to get involved.
Still passively played here towards the RETA, but at least are using utility to make sure that they confirm that there's still players set
Very
up in this
big
area. And look at them cycle that utility. They really want to try to push your TSM back into the Showers. And you already see 7 pinned very close to TP. It comes down to if they TP or if they try to make a play here with Poise dogging in.
30
He's
seconds
gonna look
left.
back here. I think they're gonna use a dog now back towards the A site so they could act. Oh no. This is dangerous.
Showstopper's here. Oh no.
Oh, this is good. They might actually. Oh, never
it's
mind.
on.
I just saw
Yeah,
the judge.
exactly.
Oh no! Take it back! Take it back!
What?
Actually, no, put it forward. It's good. We're
The
good. We're
judge
cleared.
did him
And
so
honestly,
dirty.
I'm surprised the Proto kind of just went into that full force. Though RETA are looking for something
3v3.
a little more. They do manage to bring this back just a bit. The 3v3 gives them some sort of leeway.
His
here.
U player
TSM,
needed to
they're
break
better
that
than this.
dog,
They have
bro.
their chance.
The U player hit
I'm
from the
actually
dog
surprised
and
he
kind
didn't
of fucked
use a
him.
showstopper. Now it gives an opportunity for TSM to play the pulse blind with 3 rifles against Bulldogs and a Spectre. And there's Poise with the first kill.
Oh,
Damn,
Crossfire,
1 on 3.
beautiful. It's gonna be over. This could have been so
Holy.
much cleaner for RETA.
Yeah.
Snow used that.
If his alias Snow, man, I feel like that was the worst case scenario right there. Like literally the worst case scenario just occurred for him.
Allows such a clean rotate, a faster rotate for RETA right after.
Yes, correct.
They lost
Vinny,
that
yeah.
position. TSM was able to flood
They have a
right
few
into the
ex-pros.
site after, take control of U-Haul at the same time.
A lot of
or front side
experience.
default, and then the RETA just lost full control. Everything was so good until then.
RETA. I think they're for TSM too. They're so good. I've noticed whenever it is
What's
that
up,
pressurable moment where it's like, hey, this is a pretty dire situation.
Why am I
What do we
hearing
do about it?
flashes
They do
but
bring it back.
watching
So for them
Gimon?
to be able to be put into that situation, I love this. This is POV. You're watching some game.
So now
This
you can
is-
definitely see now Delzik just looking back at his mini-map and making sure that he confirms what he's currently seeing.
Hold
So
up.
far, nothing. Switching over to weapons.
It's okay, yeah,
back
just
over
now.
to Sim. He's communicating
Swim.
here that he's
Sim
gonna
hasn't
throw
died
some
yet.
nades.
He's still alive, he got a kill.
He's trying
Wow.
to satchel across. You can see him focused.
He got a
Right now, he's
kill
gonna
for
take the
sure.
site.
He's looking up
There's
at
a little bit
radar,
of
still
fight breaks
alive.
until
Okay,
he's
we're looking
clean
good,
up
guys. I
and
think
now
TSM's in the lead here.
stage.
I see
10 to
1,
5.
2, 3
Despite getting
alive,
that
maybe
planet,
4, 5.
this
I
should
couldn't
be
get the other
TSM now
2.
playing the pulse plan.
TSM
I don't
definitely
think I
playing the
heard any
post
kills
here.
coming through, so this should be a 5 versus
100%.
5 retake.
Bomb buddy out.
You're really good at
Oh,
this.
okay, we got
I mean, I tried,
we got
I
one
tried,
dead
you know.
here.
We closed
This
our
guy's
eyes and we
still
tried to
alive.
figure it out, but things are looking pretty good here.
Wait a second.
I think I'm at the limit though, Chad. I don't know what the retakes.
This is outrageous.
Yeah. So of course, Chad, we're going into the round and it's gone live, but we're definitely going to fix that as soon as possible.
When are we
So
going back in?
be patient, and we appreciate the patience as well.
When are we going back in?
The action is still continuing within this round.
Bro, what if
As
Sim
some
just got the
players lean back and they get
craziest
a
ace
spike going out.
ever? What if there was just like the craziest play ever? Just that? No. No.
A tática da equipe da RETA é agora, né? Eles pausaram no da primeira metade, agora estão pedindo essa pausa tática também. Então, difícil.
Why do I feel like this is an attack pause, by the way?
Eu não sei o quanto a RETA consegue sonhar com esse mapa da Bind. Eu acho que essa composição contra a Deadlock no ataque, principalmente com o Gecko e Sky, é chato demais. Porque
Why are all the other streams working,
são-
but
então os jogadores
the English
jogam
ones
só
aren't?
tem o trabalho de fazer a gravinete e correr pro abraço, né? Então, difícil, cara. Difícil. O Nozinho tá jogando bem demais. Tá sendo o jogador mais impactante por parte da equipe da RETA. Mas a Bind ainda é um mapa problemático da equipe da RETA. E assim, as equipes assistindo
No, I
jogar
don't. I
esse
don't
mapa
know.
já é um recado, né? Porque assim, ó, essa Bindzinha pode
I feel like
prejudicar
eventually it'll all
outras
go
equipes
that
também,
way, so.
Principalmente entendendo como que a RETA eventualmente gosta de jogar.
Exato,
Oh, here we go.
né, Spaca. E aquele, falando daquele round anterior, né? Você falou, pô, talvez
Told you guys, Sim got that
quisesse ter
entry.
utilizado ultimate pra guardar pra um outro momento. Cara, não é o momento de pensar nisso. Tá valendo a vaga pro Américas, né? Então você tem que garantir primeiramente a sua passagem pros playoffs. E já tá sabendo também da vivência da equipe adversária que tá trazendo um bom mapa, né? Então, pô, não economiza round, né? Essa é a minha visão.
How is the
Aí,
English
Snowzinho,
stream
ele tá
still
amassando.
not
Eu seria
on?
injusto aqui em cobrar dele e falar, pô, Snowzinho, assim, eu acho que ele podia ter ultado.
What?
Isso não é o fator que vai determinar se a TSM vai vencer esse mapa ou não. Mas pra mim era o fator que determinava se a RETA voltava pro jogo. Esse é o
Exato.
ponto. Eles tinham que voltar pro jogo, sonhar em passar o placar em cima da TSM, mas, enfim.
Pretty much a
ia ser
must-win
11-5.
round for Reta right
Agora é o
now.
round mais quebrado da equipe da RETA, pausa tática. Ó,
Is he ult? Yep.
tá.
Olha só,
Oh.
Eiko ficou bravo. Olha o
Vez,
ult
né?
que ele gastou.
Oh my god, Delzing tried to trade his
Toda vez que
boy.
ele
That was
consegue
getting
ter o
disrespected.
ultimate eliminado antes, né? No momento ali do pulo. E agora vem toda a
Oh,
vantagem do TSM,
no.
já avança em direção ao ponto A. Carretinha do jogador, vem a Diz, sim, garante a eliminação para
Sim is probably gonna on it.
5 contra 2 jogadores, um chegando de cada lado, um pela base ali, o Nugget, e outro do outro lado, o Muris.
Aqui salvou total, né, Babi? Tem nem o
É.
que fazer. O Nagzet vai ter que tentar salvar, ou se não, ele fica a base pra...
I wish I could
pegar o
speak
agora.
Portuguese so I could know if the
Aí é jogo pra
casters
ele,
are
tentar
molding.
pegar essa arma, alguma coisa assim. Mas já tem
Some
um
Brazilian players on RETA.
Nossa, fez drift ali o tubarão, você viu?
E o GMD traz essa eliminação para cima do Nugget, sobra somente o Muris. 2x1.
English Stream still both dead.
Tá
Crazy.
posicionado bem pra trás,
What's
ali
going
no
on?
GMD.
Não tem
Agora sim
round
já
aqui.
vai embora. Mais um ponto que fica pra TSM Map Point pra eles, então, 12-5.
É isso, Babi, sem dificuldade alguma, map point pra TSM agora, vão garantir o 12º ponto e a RETA tentou fazer uma playzinha. O Snowzinho, ele tentou fazer ult, né, na região do banheiro, mas não tinha, sei lá, não tinha ninguém pra dar esse cover, ele pulou sozinho, aí ele foi abatido, aí um outro jogador apareceu depois de um tempo.
I've always
Foi
really
do
enjoyed listening to
jeito,
Portuguese,
né, que a
though.
RETA gostaria.
Portuguese
É,
as a
que
language goes
bravo,
crazy.
ele não ultou naquele round pra ultar agora
So
nesse. Eu
soothing.
fico pensando, cara, né, como as coisas são e fica difícil. Tá bravo sim, hein? Você viu? Tá atirando no corpo ali, tá pá, hein? Tá pá e tá jogando muito, né? Sim, tá fazendo um grande jogo também.
Let's see.
12-5,
on?
Babi. Deve acabar. Será que
Wait,
acaba
still not
agora? Se o
up.
Sim
It
pegar
looks
esse
like it's
ultimate aí, ó,
trying to
ultimate do
load,
GMD
though.
no
Are they trying to
Poised e do
restart this
Sim pra
shit
acabar
right
com o
now?
jogo.
Vamos lá, 12-5 então, a
Maybe
um ponto de fechar o seu
might
mapa
be
de escolha, a
starting
equipe da
soon.
TSM. Sim, já fazendo um avanço, tem predador explosivo, caminha com ele. Ganha bastante espaço aqui da TSM, já captura também essa orbe ali, o 5. Tem seu ultimate pro round, carga de explosivos, tá habilitado esse estraga prazeres.
Since you know Spanish, you never like 6 word, yeah.
Muito próximo, tem
You could probably pick it up
acaba
pretty
garantindo
quick.
o abate ali, o 5.
Like if you really. Ooh.
Bala de retorno do Dels, que ainda
Over
pela
here.
fumaça celeste consegue a punição. 4 contra 4. A Spike tá plantada.
Like when
deu
Fraud
o
was
valor
coaching
novamente
loud,
pra
he
equipe da
picked it up,
TSM.
he said like 6 months.
Deu a pro outro,
Obviously, it was immersed,
adversário,
but-
Snowzinho. Já marca. Nossa,
Damn.
que balaça do Seven. 3 contra 3 agora. Jogadores marcando de forma bem recuada aqui da TSM. Faz abertura, Nugget pune. Ataque orbital ali em cima dessa Spike agora do
Yeah,
GMD. Ganha
I'd
bastante
believe
tempo
that
com
to
isso.
be true. The Portuguese Spanish thing, yeah.
Sobra somente o jogador. Agora o Sutter.
I feel like this map is just like a matter of time right now until we see Haven.
E evitar o GG, Spaca.
Tá aí, um round difícil, tá? A RETA
Let's see
conseguiu
if this shit
voltar
started
ainda.
yet.
Numa situação onde os jogadores foram costas, não foi um
Still
retake
offline.
completamente
Unlucky.
bem organizado, mas funcionou. Funcionou porque os jogadores pegaram esses contatos iniciais. Então, posterga um pouquinho mais o jogo, né? O Sim ainda... Aí que entra talvez um pouco de confiança da TSM, né, Babi? Quando ele pega aqui no Muris, ele não precisava ter spamado base, né? Ele podia ter voltado, ele acabou tomando uma bala ali no meio da smoke. E as trades finais foram melhores para a equipe da RETA. Ainda tem economia, tem grana para jogar a equipe da TSM. Tem
Swedish
ainda
is very
mais
nice
um
too,
round
yeah.
errado, dependendo de como for esse, para fazer. Enquanto a RETA vai ter que sonhar com tudo, vai ter que sonhar com o seu overtime.
Vamos lá, em 2 ultimates então da equipe da RETA. Há 1.7 de conquistar a sua trash também, enquanto o Poise já tem os seus rastreadores. Poise e espalha agora a equipe da TSM. Esse Spike tá lá do outro lado, na passagem em direção ao banheiro.
Looks like a fake over here. No shower pressure. Are they gonna go into a 5 shower take?
Muito cuidado nessa
Double
estratégia
initiator
da
ult?
TSM. Marcando português, Lozinho pegou o primeiro, acaba caindo pro GMD logo na sequência.
Mas ele deu muito dano, né? Tem o
TSM is doing a really good job of punishing shit like that.
Foi um dano interessante.
Just like a random dry swing getting traded out instead of just getting with murder.
Formação coletada, Seven tem que pegar portal, ele tava sozinho naquela região de mapa. E agora o time da TSM já vai jogando um pouco mais pra região do Spike Site da A. Só que essa Dizzy, ela foi completamente fake, né?
I would imagine it is, because whenever I say Portuguese, it's always like
A rotação deles tá
Portuguese.br.
Se vier ultimate do
So I'd
Poison, o
imagine
Nags vai ter que fazer milagre.
they're not one-to-one.
Tá sozinho, né, o Nugget aqui no ponto B. O tempo tá passando, hein?
Of course I
28
remember,
segundos,
girl. Of
restam pra esse
course.
round. Estratégia TSM ali.
Although I've molded a lot more than that in my life.
Ataque orbital já utilizado na saída do Luca. Vem a passagem sendo feita, olha só o Nugget acaba
It was
caindo
actually a
na
good time in the
cabeça do
Brimwall
GMD.
too.
contra o adversário mais uma
Still a
vez.
great take though.
GMD com 3 kills no round. A Spike sendo
Oh, does
plantada
Molly get
agora.
off? Yup. Damn,
E
wasted
sobra o Desk
thrash.
juntamente com o
This looks
Sutter.
like it might be it.
Os dois jogadores pelo laboratório ali ainda. Com calma, Delzik.
Oh shit, we're back. We're back in
O tempo
English.
tá passando, né? O tempo tá passando e Reta precisa realmente ganhar essa área, garantir o abate e desarmar essa
I don't
Spike.
think I've ever heard EU Portuguese.
Dá o pique na Spike inicial, sobra somente o jogador agora, Delzik sozinho.
I'll just listen out to this
Contra
room.
dois
the moment for
adversários, tá
TSM to
difícil
take things
situação pra
back,
eles,
although-
jogar no finalizado.
Reta facing some difficulties here, already leading up to 1v2. It's up to Delzik to take
Oh.
things back into it. Thank you guys so much
We're
for the
good.
patience, but
Almost immediately.
that's a TSM, right? We're
after
up
we get
down
back
to
into
match
it.
realize,
point. This is the
still
moment for
don't know.
TSM to take things back,
Definitely
although
we're able to watch a little bit of
Reta
that
facing some
stream here
difficult-
over in the LATAM area while we're waiting for this to come through. But sorry
Ah,
for that.
voices.
Thank you so much for
Ah,
your patience. But we came
I was
across
trying, it was
back to
everywhere.
TSM in a dominant,
I was panicking.
dominant bind matchup here as we saw them working some very good defaults here on this A side attack or bind
Okay,
side attack.
that's a good
rather.
bounce
And
back.
they're able-
Let's see if SNW can get anything cooking on Haven. He'll probably be back on Jet, yeah? Surely he plays Jet there. Based on that performance that we just saw in Icebox. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get his Jet again. It looked like he was insane on map 1, so I didn't catch it. But like I said, I mean, look at the first half alone. He was 16-3 in this half, where they lost 5 rounds. Like, what? I mean, the first bloods, though, are quite fucking abysmal for TSM. Okay. Jesus. Even Nag's popping off. 8-1. Just got buried. Okay. Should be a pretty good Haven. TSM was just running standard comp yesterday, right, on Haven? Is that right? Yeah. I guess no Killjoy, but Cypher's pretty meta. I feel like this game could be slightly alarming for TSM, but this result here, like 13-5 on their map pick, I would think that could be explained by looking at Galorys map pool, right? So TSM probably saw this, right? The last few times that they even played this map was all the way back in 2023. So like this team was permabanning Haven. So TSM thought they were picking into weakness by picking Haven. And that's why they did this. They were confident in their Haven, but they were also picking blindly into Haven. Like they didn't know what they were picking into. And it's alarming because it is just the meta comp. Like that's why it's alarming. It wouldn't be as scary if it was like Yoru ISO they lost to or some shit, but I think that Poise probably calls a lot better when he has an idea of what the other team likes to do. He's like he's one of the IGLs that trusts his mid-rounding and ability to like call on the fly more so than like the prep, like the hard prep. So it was an interesting choice to pick Haven in that game. This should be an easier game for them because I'd imagine RETA played it more recently, right? Yeah. I mean, like, they're playing it in the playoffs. The question, they should have, I would imagine they're going to keep that calm. But just because it's the meta comp, but they've had time to change it if they wanted to. And their last game was an L on it. This makes me a little bit worried. Like if I'm coaching, like I'm just giving you guys like my thoughts. Like if I were coaching, like I'd be a little bit scared that they would comp change here. So I'd probably focus more on like my own game plan and do like some light prep work into this VOD and this VOD too, because they're 1 day apart. I'll probably first look at this game. This is probably their full playbook because they start 8-4 attack. This second day, they have to slightly adjust things from the day before. And if they don't slightly adjust things from the day before, they're a one-dimensional team. And you'll learn a lot from just watching like these back-to-back days. Like, did they lose this half because they got countered by running the same strats? Or did they try to do plays off of these rounds here? Like, did they try to make these rounds on attack look like these rounds and thus bait a team that did prep work? That would be the sign of like a really fucking good team. Yeah. I love the Fnatic comp. Yeah, that shit's so fun. I'd imagine it's fun to play too. Like, it's fun to watch, fun to play. They can probably cook up a lot of crazy shit. Yeah, I feel like it's a huge win. Like, from coaching team, like a team, I can tell you, like, when teams have fun, like the vibes are great. Honestly, like, you can overcome a lot of disadvantages. Scientific. Okay. What could this possibly be in regards to? God damn it. I just sent a... Alright. All good. I wrote a live tweet during the map, and I just tweeted it after the map was over. But I talked about it like a second. Let's see.
With the same score that RETA got on Icebox, TSM enter back at the map of Vine and pushed us to a map number 3. Welcome back, everybody. And this was a map that was a lot more dominant, a lot more TSM in the way that we expected to see them from the beginning of the series, Psycho.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the TSM we were expecting. These guys have woken up. the Dragon has awakened.
That was amazing, man. You knocked that shot out of the park.
Sin's doing his job. Gimon's clutching up. I mean, these guys are looking like they should. I mean, you talked about 7 on the Gecko. What an iconic performance he usually puts up on Vine. These guys usually use him as a big part of their win condition, and him popping off on the Gecko, giving him a lot of freedom here, and he's running away with it.
Yeah, I also, like, sometimes we see these Sky compositions, right? Their timings are pretty heavily, like, locked into her util. And so we can actually see, like, TSM a few times that kind of pick up on this, and they have a lot of, you know, defensive util, especially the demo stuff that, you know, requires some premeditation. Like, you do still need to...
Yeah, man. All the time. But, like, I cook the girls... I tell them that I'm cooking them egglets for breakfast. What do you mean? How do I say chat? Like, what? Like to... What do you mean? What do you mean? Top 3 ice creams. Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see. I'm going to say a cookie dough. Probably like mint chocolate chip. It depends if we're getting like fucking crazy. Like, are we getting crazy with the flavors, or are we just going like basic bitch shit? Because the third one might be like, I recently went to a gelato place and I had their pistachio. Holy shit. I love pistachio gelato right now, if I can throw that in there.
For them, right? So going into Haven here, much more even footing and an opportunity for RETA to really take it to them. But if TSM are going to keep shooting like this and working together as well as they are, it's going to be a tough task for RETA to go up against.
Bro, like pistachio's grown on me so much in the last like 5 years. Like, I always loved pistachios, but like the flavor of pistachios, I feel like all these like fucking places have nailed it. They finally got it down.
Because you're introducing this composition that we're not so used to.
Banana bread
the deadlock
is
over that you were
so
mentioning
good.
A bunch. And when you're bringing
I love
something
banana
new,
bread. What do you put in it? Do you put like any chocolate chips? What do you put in there?
You need to have
People do banana bread in so many
around
different ways.
And there's a couple of rounds to back up the ideas and the reasoning behind them playing this deadlock.
Dan Dryer? There's no way. Denmark. Please tell me you took a picture of the Dan Dryers.
But look at this player. This is so filthy. There's a very distinct timing on this hit happening sort of mid to late in the round here. So Proto hears everybody from RETA set up in Octagon, and he's there, obviously ready to play off of the Net into the paint shell combo, and he has that annihilation of...
Honestly, I think there's like 4 contenders right now, and I could be even like underselling it, right? Because we're in HLTV right there. What the fuck? I was looking at that game that was going 70 rounds. So like looking at the team list, I think RETA hasn't really shown me that they can win this shit right now. They have the experience to do it, but I don't think they have like the explosiveness within some of these players to like take out what I've seen. I think All Knights might have the best player in the entire fucking event with Dante. Like, I am an instant believer in this kid. Like, instant. I promise you he's goated. So they're like a live dog. I think we'll know where they sit in this next game. Like, the next game is going to be very telling. It's between these two teams. And both of these teams actually lost to both of our teams, like the Americas teams, the day before. And the games were super fucking close. So even though they're sitting at 0-1 in this group, like, they're still contenders in my eyes. Like, everyone can win other than RETA. Because, I mean, 2-game won quite easily against RETA. They went 13 rounds straight on bind. And this is like 13-7, yeah. I don't know. Like, yeah, M82 owed them, but the games were so close. And they very well could have gone the other way. Like, I don't know. It's not like they won both of the pistols in either of these games. It's not like they had some insane edge. No, M80 actually had to come back in both maps. Yeah, I'm actually kind of a believer in this all-night squad. But again, like, they kind of need to win because they're 0-1 and 2 teams don't make it out. Next game is against 2 0-1 teams. And this team is the #1 seed from Brazil. Like, I know they're good. I fucking know these guys are going to be good. So, like, they looked very good also against TSM. This first start was so bad, but once Sato got his feet under him, like, after this start, like, let's see, his attack half. Yeah, bro, his attack half was insane. 20-11, 4-0 First Bloods on this half once he, like, settled into the game. Haven, they blew them out, which was TSM's pick. And then we went to Abyss, and, yeah, that was just coin flip. I do feel like TSM threw this game, though. They had them literally on the ropes right here, and they just threw. But damn, Sim, it took a fucking performance out of Sim to win this game, guys. Like, you can't get that every day. Can't get that every day, but that was like an S tier OT performance.
And how cleanly they took that game.
Will I ever talk to chat again?
They happened to throw in a bunch of variations. And
why is that the first thing I read?
Why? Because RETA are
why?
Methodical, right? They're not the kind of team that usually gets taken aback by this aggression, this push up from their opponents, as we saw.
All my yapping, and that's all I read.
What they're doing is
why?
To
I just yap for like 10 minutes straight. I really go over.
The thing about getting deeper into these group stages, right? And you know, they're not the first ones to play TSM. They don't have to do the homework. Galorys did it for them, right? And they can look at that map and say, hey, look, Galorys did their homework. Here's what they found. Here's what they exploited, right? What do we think TSM will change? And that's going to be the question, you know. The issues that they saw, the anti-stranding that Galorys did that worked out, how quickly can TSM shore up those weaknesses? And how quickly can the other team here pick up on those and punish them for it, right? Is this something where RETA can say, hey, look, like we saw you stumble here, we're going to punish you? Or is this something where Sim is going to say, hey, look, I got shut down with the operator last game? That's not happening today.
Not Flowers 2 days in a row, like suddenly complaining about the 2 million points for the cosplay. Not 2 days in a row. She must have barely got a mil, went to redeem that shit, and realized inflation has hit the channel.
Wrongly, and make RETA work for every inch of map control that they need.
Snowzine over this series has been out of his chair a couple of times for very good reason.
Yeah.
Right?
So hype.
That pistol ace over there on buying defense was astonishing. So his individual level is clicking today. And that's why half the reason why Red have looked so different over the course of the series. But Snowzine has a map where he's 20-16 with 306 ACS, and they only win 6 rounds. It's astonishing. He is positive in first kill, first death at 6-4. He's been involved in a lot of these early engagements. He's been very effective over the course of the map. The problem is that, you know, what else is happening around him? If there's a round where Snowzine loses that early fight against Sim or something like that,
Me and the Mata?
basically there's no chance that they're going to win it. You need to come up in around him, and that's what I said yesterday. I thought that he and Suter were actually stepped up in a big way. Felt like they were built for the stage. They were very comfortable here. Want to see that from the rest of this team.
Gotcha.
Muriz has a lot on his shoulders because he's trying.
I don't believe so right now. Simple no.
And we've seen like TSM's mid rounding be very, very solid as well. Their defense setups are very, very tight. And Muriz is also trying to step up in a lot of these situations. And
you don't have enough to make me cosplay. You're lying. If so, you'd redeem right now on Vice. So you won't.
That's something that might be a point of
you
vulnerability.
Won't. That's right. You don't have it.
And we
you
talked a
like
lot
that.
about what TSM were doing yesterday on that map of Haven, but we actually haven't seen it for RETA in quite some time since the grand finals for Latin America
like he's got
when
2
they were
mil.
playing against All Knights, and that was one of the maps that they lost. But there's a chance here, Psycho, that we can see a compositional change. We can see something new that they're bringing to the table, and I mean that should be the expectation because it's been long enough, and because they know they.
No. Truthfully, I upped it to 2 mil because I got scared because I went on that huge stretch with like all those co-streams. I just knew people were going to have a fuck ton of points. Like This sounds so corrupt. Let me finish. Okay. So, the reason why I upped it is because when I did the Raze cosplay, I enjoyed it. I actually did enjoy it. But the thing is that it's actually kind of expensive. So I was like, all right, I got to somehow figure out a way to do this. That way I'm not doing cosplays every week. I'm going to be I got to tell my kids I can't send them to school because I was doing cosplays.
Yeah, the double controller, not even seeing the Sova anymore. So we're going to see how this map is going to play out with some changes that we expected on the side of TSM, but it ends up, or in the side of RETA, but it ends up being the side of TSM. Let's find out who gets this win of this third map, and let's send it to the casters.
The flashbacks are coming back, and RETA, I mean, are they happy about it? Maybe not, but they do have a possible game plan against it. Fansily, we've seen...
Dad, my teacher said I need a new notebook for math class. Not now, honey. Daddy needs a new deadlock wig. Been saving.
All Knights playing, and that was because of the terms of retakes they were playing on the defensive side. And this is where TSM started things off here. It was when RETA was playing the defensive side.
With actual real hair, of course.
About that in a bit. We're going live right into the pistol round. As Snow is trying to get some information now.
Back on Jet, owning.
1-for-1.
Yeah, ready. Ending everybody's lives as they try to connect themselves onto the site. But
Sim went back to Neon.
Take it back pretty flawlessly.
The comp change.
I mean, here there really isn't any worry going on to what's happening on the attack for RETA. The fights, of course, though, aren't winning out too flawless.
Spike's still down.
Now. The only person left onto site with a spike, but still taking into this 1v2.
Ooh, it hit him.
And is literally playing
6
ring
HP.
around the Rosie. It's going to be quite impossible.
One way, right side side.
By Stride, especially now with the one-way making way.
Wait. That's the left side? That's not a very good one.
Not hitting the shots, though. Snow's low on HP.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that might just be it.
Ooh.
It does damage to it. 1v1. Although, there it goes. Sauber maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. They could play time, but they don't need to.
Yeah, once he took that hang, it was GG.
A big 4K coming out from Suther, and something that we wanted here for RETA to really step up to the plate now on the defensive, or should I say on the pistol round. It's very well converted, but as you saw how aggressive they were, we have a chance now to talk about these compositions. This was actually a combination of so much utility here that came out from this type of composition.
I don't think I've accidentally said it.
If you're looking at
I said it
they also
trolling
changed their composition too,
recently.
to try to fight back against
in like
Jet and
some of my
Breach
late night
that
pugs.
Also TSM kind of like had to shy away from because the 4-1 setups for them weren't really working out. So both of these teams trying something new here and bringing it to the...
I do. So you guys wouldn't know I do this because I would never do it on stream. It wouldn't make any sense. But what I do sometimes do when I'm not streaming is if I'm like around people, like on my computer, like on a call, I'll be like, yo, chat, like stop. Like I'll pretend like I'm streaming when they think I'm not, just to make them like, just to fuck with them.
Really not really having to do too much.
I'll do that.
I mean, especially now with the buys
sometimes. I'll also be like, oh,
Yeah,
that'll be the end of my Periscope
30 seconds
stream. Thank you
coming off
guys
and
so
what
much
the
for
next one's
tuning
gonna
in.
look like.
Like in the,
Literally
like right after someone tells me
just
something that
waiting
like they
here.
expect me to not tell anyone.
You see the idea around the
just to fuck,
being played by
just to
RETA,
fuck with them
and
for like a split second.
What was being cooked up here by this team when they were playing against TSM?
I'll like say some weird shit like that.
Even in the first map, where you bring in Icebox in your first map, even right over here, just because you're trying to nullify Sim on Jet on this op. What does Sim like to do here? What did he try to do as well when they were playing a defensive side against Galorys was he was peeking and over peeking every single time, a second time. Even if he doesn't have a dash anymore, no more tailwind, he'll swing back out and try to get an op kill, try to get an operator up as soon as possible. So these Viper walls, this double controller will nullify a lot of these sight lines and allow here for RETA to explode a little bit more here on the attacking side. And you're already seeing this second round too. Snozine is not buying a Marshall. He's not buying an Outlaw. They're definitely leveraging, the walls to be more aggressive on the dashes on sights.
Oh, what a
Oh,
play.
and that we're so good at too. Dude, all it takes is
Great
just
punish.
a spray coming through the smoke from Sim. They got a free one.
Man, that's such a good line to spam too. The one he was like shooting down.
Themselves onto the C site, but it seems
Very
like they're
safe
a pro
line, tight
checking on
choke.
cam and covering themselves before a bad time.
It's a split towards the C site. Fault line that came through from the A-Link from Poise, no stun, so that punishes. Marisa, there's a flank from behind. That's an opening site.
Shit,
It's an opportunity
dude.
for RETA
That's not
to
good.
convert their bonus
Odin
round.
retaking now?
Welcome to my world.
They have drone, they have wall to get out of
They actually
spawn.
just created closure
Spike planted.
That's not ready.
on one end, or at least one part of the axis to get onto the site.
Oh,
It's not
that's
going to be easy
horrible.
from here on out, especially now for TSM. 7 does have that Odin big investment, so yeah, the
Oh.
back off might just be the best play.
Yeah, and you definitely saw it there. They were trying to really pincer from the C side and
That's a
A side
really good
connection
pit.
from TSM side. The fault line
Gets like
that
all
gets
of this,
activated off
this
util,
like
off
I
what
guess
they see
defender
here towards
perspective,
the
like left
garage.
side sight
But
when you come
there's
out of
not really
spawn.
any
But it
type
even
of
gets
positioning
in
coming out from
the
TSM to
like
capitalize
entrance to
here
the
on
garage.
A flood back
Been a
into the
while.
garage, a fight back into the garage window
don't know what's
that still
happening
allowed RETA to get such a good advantageous position right into the C site, even a split towards a spawn that TSM weren't ready for because they had their two players anchored up towards C. So you're trying to you're trying to do a little bit of a surprise play around a
Gecko
Protoss utility
cosplay.
on C with cages.
Man in
but it
crash.
wasn't enough here, so a great
They
start
would
for
actually
RETA
be
in this
down.
third map.
Yo,
They pretty much had it.
thank you for the 14 months.
Honestly,
they would definitely be
in
down
the
for
back
that.
from the moment that Viper's pit went down, I feel like they definitely forced TSM into a very, very uncomfortable position,
Def,
especially
yo.
now. Like
Thank you for
Viper's
the
pit
tier
down, 7
one
having the Odin. They knew
Gifted.
there was a big
Takira?
investment into this that TSM just could not afford to
loyal like
lose
that, Kira.
too
That's
much.
crazy.
So now, yeah, forcing them into a
Better
save.
Dane,
Pretty good into
My
this
goat.
round, seeing what they can do.
11.
Standing ahead.
It's the second time right now too for RETA from this round into round number 3 that they activated Snoozing into the garage. So they have to keep an eye on that. And Sim so far doesn't need
He's
any
good on the first
type
bloods
of-
right now.
I mean, he could just fight through the wall. That's 2 kills. First bloods that TSM gets through a Viper wall that gets activated in the very beginning. Now they're reading into that. Look, way more pressure going into holding into the garage door.
I like that from a proto. He had the
But a
cage
great lurk
and
out
trip
from
to
Nags that
protect
could
this.
maybe catch
So
some
this is
patience.
like
He's gonna
just
hear
a
Seth
very
rotate
unexpected
across.
off
This is gonna
ang.
give an opportunity
Also
for
a
RETA
good
to
ang
just
for
book
a
it,
Guardian.
tempo up here towards the A side and go for this A plant.
Oh, the slow approach, too. But nobody's there.
They're gonna have to
At this
cautiously
point,
clear out
TSM
all
just
this
waiting to
zone. Like
lure
they don't
out
know if someone's
RETA
in this
positions that they're
these
not even
areas.
expecting people to be at, but they do have the A site cleared. The extremities now slowly making its way there for Nags that not too far.
Okay, they
or else
cleared
things
it
could
out.
go
Now they can
very,
speed
very
up.
bad.
That was so close.
Yeah, just gotta make
he
sure.
would have been
Yeah,
caught
they're good.
into a crossfire, and you see that.
Could be
when we're talking
short,
about
so they're
booking it, they still
walking.
couldn't,
That's
because
why they're
his lurk
walking.
path was in
They
towards
think
south,
probably
towards
one is
sewers.
nested in here, actually.
Nobody was really towards
30
long, so
seconds left.
they
They
wanted
pinged
to make
it.
sure that nobody was there. Now they
Omen's
go for a
reverse
plant.
clearing it.
There's already a 3-player rotation out from TSM here in the pulse plant.
I think they cleared it for the most part.
And when they have it.
Blind ready?
At least a lot to work with here, too, because Yeah, for Delzik to be able to push that smoke down.
Limited
to create
util.
some
This
sort of
aftershock is
distraction,
going to be
those same
big.
working
The hell
in
one?
favor of themselves, but it doesn't work. The util is amazing.
Oh, no.
Nobody knows what's going on. Poise big on the breach util to keep themselves on
Love seeing the
site
aftershock
for
lineup.
TSM. They work through
That
it.
aftershock is so
And they
fucking
deserve
good,
it.
dude. That's like the best aftershock in the game, I feel like.
TSM, they fate of flood into the site. So first the fast lane comes out tied in with the fault line. That baits out the paranoia from Delzik towards
Wait,
the
Nick's gifted
spawn,
up by
from
more?
Hell. So they know there's a position
Nyx.
there and there's a crossfire
My
set for
goat.
sure for RETA pretty much at this point. So
Dude,
the
they should buy
aftershock
for-
comes in, gets that
Yeah,
pick, he
that's
floods back
actually
right after, and everybody could just focus now towards the graffiti right here because you already nullified any type of defensive play or defensive hold that was out there towards Hell. They're very
I would
nicely
say
done
he's
here for
up
TSM to stay.
probably like 1A, 1B with Dante. And I'm literally sitting there off one best of 3. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I am fully sold on this kid. And I've only seen him play one best of 3. Like, I think he's VCT. I'm so certain of it.
It's not as aggressive on the retakes though, as you know they
Like,
have
eye
for
test
the
tells
AK
me
side.
he's a superstar. Yeah,
Yeah, they've
Lan.
learned their lesson though.
This is studio, though,
We'll
right
see.
now. Not like
There's
crowd.
only one round coming
But still
through
in.
TSM so far in the retake.
Right there.
They
Playoffs will be crowd, I believe.
got it in the bag, just kind of waiting for, at least now for that
Oh,
huge
actually,
information
Sato's.
gather going
Sato's
down
pretty
towards short.
fucking
Didn't see
insane,
anybody
too.
just yet though. Sim in a pretty good position, and the ultimate readily available for a potential take back.
I want to see if Dante can have
Yeah.
that form again
TSM
today.
doesn't look like they want to really fall back into the sights. Off camera, off trip.
He's aware
Maybe,
that that was a
double stun
cipher,
here
could
from
be a
the
trip
breach
here.
into Neon, and here it comes.
Smart entry. Very smart
They
entry.
have it already down to the back of sight, but missing, and incredibly unfortunate.
Oh
but
my
nobody
God.
was there alongside. The amount of
no.
util expended,
What is
everybody's
going on?
blind. I can't see, and now finally. Being able to pick themselves back up, that's huge.
A proto got
At least
debated
on the
into
side of
spamming
Reta,
that.
They still do have the site. The spike is planted down.
Here's that
There's
aftershock
not a lot of
lineup I was
util
talking
to
about.
utilize here, other than maybe Poise trying to distract whatever's going on down inside of Hell. Yeah, reposition goes down.
No one to do anything with it, though.
Aftershock too, so they trade off big pieces of utility. So a big advantage now for RETA, especially when the paranoid doesn't hit much.
One enemy remaining.
And they got it. Yeah, everybody already coming down onto site. Poise left alone to it. And it's Moody's and Dalzik that are able to just shut it down. Haven is looking a lot better.
You're definitely, I don't know if it was a proto or sim at this point,
Is Sim
but
tier 1
the
material?
combat review that comes after he dies.
I think there's certain players like Sim that are tier 1 material, but might require like the right structure, right? So yeah, I think Sim is tier 1 material, but I think Sim would be tier 1 material with the right IGL or coach, one of the two, right? That can cook up like a playbook for him.
Fight back, but somehow the trip
He
kill
has the skill
was just a
and like
cosmetic
the
at this point.
confidence. I actually
Now taking the lead
love
by 3. And there,
like the level of
once
confidence he
again,
plays
continuing
with.
to contest towards this A choke. It doesn't matter how many times Sin got
Is he
picked
disciplined
here
enough?
with
That's
the
what I'm saying.
rifle.
Like he would need the
We're
right
trying to do with the op now.
like leadership
And it's spotted
on his
and
team,
heard quite
right?
early by RETA in this round.
Leash it
I know
in
there's been some sort of push
without,
back,
like,
although,
completely
I mean,
neutering his
regardless, knowing the
playstyle.
op is there and finally having your util placed down.
Like you don't want to lose his best
level of
quality,
insurity.
which is
So now they're
his
gonna try to
confidence, his
reach
aggression.
up if
But
you're
you
Reta,
also
and try to
don't
find
want
that
him to in. So you
placement
got to
as to wherever
somehow
he is. TSM
find
now
that
especially
line in
Not
practice.
really able to find much with that Sova drone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a
Oxia.
stalemate. We're back
Good
at the minute
comparison.
mark, so now it comes down to selling these fakes. You see the insert from Maurice already towards Garage. I think he made already a little bit of noise, which is why you're seeing
Yeah,
GMD
I agree,
rotate
Alex.
a little bit, and they're
Dude,
strong siding the C site.
We're seeing eye to eye.
But then again,
Every
out
duelist
towards
needs
A,
a little
there's
bit of
still the op
inting.
available now, still being watched down towards long. 7 looking to
I want
assist
my
here with
duelists
Odin, and also GMD is probably ready to throw
be
a
willing to
smoke here right
take
into the
50-50
default box
duels.
so that we can dance around and play around it.
Like that.
Sim
30
just got
seconds
punished.
left.
Maybe up Giraffe's nose and is literally just trying to put themselves back on, but there's nothing they can do. Everybody on the side of TSM trying to become
looking
wolves,
good,
but instead
guys.
gets taken
This
down
is
by
not
Dalzik.
good.
And Reta, they
Spike
pretty much
planted.
This
just
is
demolished.
so
They get the
similar to the
site
last
being
Haven
completely
TSM
hard
played.
to just fathom how they can retake it on the side of TSM.
That's why a lot of these rounds for TSM, the win con is from the rise or the fall of Sim. Pretty much at this point, when you're looking at when they lost that heavy...
oh, it's definitely way
on
easier to rein it in than to
Galorys.
make someone be aggressive. It is way easier to rein it in. 100%. Yeah. Like, making someone be more aggressive that doesn't have that in their playstyle is so fucking hard, because even the most aggressive player in the game is forced at certain points in the map or around or whatever to play slow, to walk, to clear an angle, to jiggle peek. Like, it is a part of their game. Whereas if you're always passive, the aggression isn't always there. Like, the confidence to take like a wide swing, it's not always there. It's not instinctual. So you have to like force it. I think there could be a lot of hand-holding either way, but it's a lot easier to make someone that's aggressive play more passive. And it's also something that I like in a star player, something that I like in like a duelist, and I've never really talked about this on stream, is a little bit of like naivete. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, they need to be a little bit unconcerned with all of the consequences that are possible, right? Whereas like, I play the game and I've been burned by so many things over my career that I'm too aware of shit, right? You don't want your star duelist to be aware of everything. You want them to be like fucking so locked in on their crosshair, and you want to be able to like tell them what to do and where to be. And then you also want them to have like a playmaking ability where instinctually they will take a 50-50 duel. And at times when we're in like a disadvantageous situation, like a 4-on-5, they'll even take a 30-70, and you trust them that like that 30-70 is like the best thing possible, right? Like, that is the star duelist right there that can do that.
Taken down left and right, but a big clear coming through from Nags at the C site. You know, there's a little bit more leeway there.
I think Zekken plays the middle ground really well.
And it's looking nice. Rotation already coming through, but not too much util from a Proto to really keep watch of the C site, though. Poise might just be the biggest player of them all.
30
when it comes down to it, but it doesn't even matter. 30 seconds left. Poise the only one left alive.
Yeah.
Trying to save the rifle most likely here. Unless he gets spotted now by the alarm bot, this won't be a weapon save.
This is...
Oh, okay, well.
Dude, TSM's defensive half of Haven really needs to be fixed.
There you go. Stopped by Delzik. Even Reddy was on the other side, Snowzine with the outlaw if he needed to go for the tree. But you definitely see it right now is the amount of times that RETA was pressuring towards the A side. A timeout's being called, and then after that, they go towards the C side to really just have full control of that map. TSM in their composition, they're still trying to just body peek at this point instead of really trying to go for any type of information from Seven's util. But it's also understandable because they are on a much lower buy and they were trying to go for a surprise play. So they thought
they would look better with Sim back on Neon, truthfully.
Especially when they heard the dog
5
at
ults
the
here,
beginning
though.
of the round. But RETA stayed
If
patient.
TSM like flop this round with like a triple ult round, they're gonna be in trouble with that. Is he sticking it? He's sticking it. Oh god.
Anything, actually.
Oh wait, a Proto.
This is huge though. Delzik with a TP.
Come on, save his ass.
They know what exactly they're aiming
Bro,
for.
Proto.
They see the TP. TSM. It might just be the time for them to really reel things back in. I mean, already leading this down to a huge player disadvantage, and finally the ultimates come through, and the headshots are in. It's over for RETA. There's nothing they can do.
2 ults. 3.
Well,
I didn't see a Protoss.
Again, another type of garage crunch like they did towards that pistol round in round number 3, except for the TP towards the back of the spawn. Delzik stuck it, went for a paranoia, but instead threw it towards that C link, trying to fake somehow a pressure towards the front B site, and all the players of TSM were able to evade it just by their positioning, not having to move around. So no footsteps were being heard. They hear the footsteps on the other end as RETA is trying to push back towards the spawn for once again a C split, and everybody got punished there. So
Oh, yeah, he definitely had some kind of blessing on it right there for sure. All right, full retake setup. They even have the hell trip for the Odin to spam straight down. So see if 7 gets that kill. Gets the kill for the site potentially, and then also a kill for hell to be hit though.
Potentially try to hit this B site.
Updrafted. Try to see whatever's going on. Over towards the CT side, but nobody's there. Instead, coming down towards the backside. Huge
big trades, 3-on-3.
Possibility for something more, especially now with that ultimate coming through, but it doesn't work out the way that they plan though for RETA. They do have to find some sort of difference here on the C site.
It's a good call by RETA, unknowingly.
Didn't want to save the camera for a retake play. He tried to look for the aggressive information, especially, I mean, the smoke already came out towards the garage.
It's a really good lockdown.
So this could have been an important camera. And with that lockdown, there's just so much space.
Damn, look at the presence across the map they have right now. And he has a blind to wash out a flood spawn. He has a one-way up. This is really powerful. Oh, he missed the one-way, so he panic blinded. Oh god.
Doing too much, but doing just enough, kind of stalling for time to leave Delsic with a better position here, although not checking behind, still manages to find one. Although Sim left with Nags, that is Nags going to be able to do it finally. That first comes through, but again, the defusal's been faked and they know that it's there.
Damn, that's actually really well played by Nags to immediately get that swing when he stopped shooting.
And that's how you take advantage of playing on land. Doesn't even care that he could drop down the window, make some noise, because there's a strong chance that they still don't hear it on the side of TSM. Makes it up, catches him off guard. The potential that they could have stuck there for 7, but he was trying to find that timing to the wall bang with the Odin. And Nags had read that perfectly to win that 1 versus 2 Zippo clutch. And that was much needed here for
what's up,
to continue with this strong.
Sorry, I didn't forget about your message.
On their attack side.
I was so flustered yesterday.
Here comes
I'll message you. It'll probably be like Saturday or Sunday, though.
Again, different composition, but same look overall. 4 players grouped up now towards the A choke. It has been given up in the last few rounds here for RETA, so there's an opportunity to surprise them when the smoke dissipates.
Just waiting for the perfect moment.
Okay, got the read.
This is so good from
Dude,
Poise.
Sim has gotten so many first bloods through the wall.
But they just, like, how do they just continue to find some? Regardless of the position they're in, right there, and then you don't know who's gonna win it out. 2v2, finding the advantage.
They have Omen ult too, so if they even sniff this Cypher around here, they're out.
The end too. When the wall comes down and you think that there's only one, especially with the first kill that you got through the smoke once again, coming out from Sim. This time onto Maurice, but for the rest of TSM, they didn't know where the other players were at. And they got caught off guard here with how many bodies were being set up here towards the A choke.
Dude, TSM are really good dog
so far here by RETA.
30 seconds left.
Well placed. Everything pretty well balanced as well. They do have a molly.
It's a pretty strong
to use for
post, bro.
Soul.
No
if anything,
cage.
they're in the clear, right? And I thought that they are. You would expect them to be able to take away from this round, right? Information already given away. They know that they backed off. Now they stalled for some time.
Turret sees it first. They throw the one way.
So
there's no cage coming out from the Proto.
Wow.
And T almost 10 HP
here for RETA pretty much at this point, with how spread they were in the crossfire setup for the swing, especially with their Proto with the Guardian. Yes, you're good for the one taps, but for swinging across on the other one, it was going to be very difficult. But look at this right here. Not spotting Snow in that.
That's a pretty good shout by chat. Do TSM ever fall after the first kill? Do they ever call a cancel on a push? We will have to wait and find out. We have yet to see that day.
And that was the 140 that kept
Keep it cool.
the dream alive here for RETA to win that 2v1 in the end. Eco round now for TSM.
Poise died, Joe.
By the turret. This might activate a little bit more pressure now for RETA to tempo up, and it's going to be on that C side.
But the util and C.
Good lurks.
Harder than they need to
B hold, garage hold. A lot of pressure onto C.
They have backed off, which is good because the
They
A
pop
side, now they know it's
seekers.
clear. Souther is forcing
Try to
a
draw
slight rotation
rotates.
over, but the spike isn't there yet. Might get
man.
caught out, but it's a beautiful shot down when they literally on the rotation.
Everything was just too good. At this point, you saw the
Smoke
fake
Heaven is
smokes
in.
coming out for the fake on the C side. Then you went the Seekers, but on
No.
top of that, you have
That was the
that
chance
look
back in
up
the
the Seeker
round.
out towards A long.
No
And he
chance
earned
now.
the owl drone. And they know here, if they're the team that Dan Dry was mentioning before that likes to study their opponents and like to see how they play, they do a lot of these 4-1 setups for TSM. So as you hear the drone from 7 out towards the A side, he usually plays it alone in his 4-1 setups if they're strong holding towards C and B. And it's just an easy kill, a backstab, and we're looking to see a Black Light fall is potential.
What happened to their Haven shot?
All of that. Yep. It's no, but it's silly. It's okay. RETA, they've already been on a roll so far, and honestly, all thanks to literally everyone. I don't feel like it's been like a certain individual that has really pushed this team to where they are now. I think they've just been reading into TSM so.
This
so
was
well
when they
in the
picked
attack.
Haven yesterday.
This is definitely a great look that we're currently seeing here from the LATAM team. The #1 seed that comes in
Like
now
they did
towards
comp change,
these
right?
playoffs to hopefully ascend into the Americas.
But dude, this
They were the
defensive
team that
half
we were mentioned before
has
had to
been
reverse sweep against All Knights to make
not
it into this
it.
#1 seed, into this
Even
position.
with the comp
a team
change.
that was very dominant in the LATAM region as well, and fell short in their opener, but looking much cleaner and much better now in their second matchup against TSM, who they have been looking very hot moving into this event, especially after their first win against a #1 seed in Brazil.
I'm
You
so
were thinking
surprised
that
though,
this
because Sim is
streak would
actually
continue.
playing really well against the First
This new
Bloods.
comp that comes out here for both of these teams.
But it's
You
like
have to
their
think on the fly now
second
for both
layers
IGLs.
and like mid rounds that
It's
are letting them
definitely
down.
Galorys
Another
pulling
First
it out
Blood.
right
All
now
right,
for
can they
RETA.
convert it? That's a
Already
that's a
down, so
very
just
early
making it
First
hard
Blood
for
from a
Snow, so
breach,
they are
getting
gonna
that kill through the garage door.
Kind of back off.
Onto the
Too
solo
much in. TSM
initiator
doing
is
a solid
big.
hold though on the defense, not allowing anybody in just yet.
Especially with Maurice dying, that's less utility now
We're
for
making so much noise.
the execution for RETA, but the op, we mentioned it before, it was going to be more rifling coming in from Snow, but this time he pulls out the operator, so
Dude,
they're
they
going to
made so
leverage
much
him
noise.
to try to get a slow pick
He knows he
into
has
the
them
site.
shook right now. As
No
far as
Blade Storm
info.
available unless they want to go for a last-second juggle of the op into a rifle
Alright,
so that he can
here we
dash
go.
in. But
No
definitely
stun
step
on
one,
Sim. No blind on
lurk in and try to
Gimon.
get a pick.
Can they hold this?
That's what they might just do already, though. The op making it harder for them to be able to get onto the site, but as
Nice,
the duel
Sim.
is losing out on that opportunity to push
All right,
yourselves
curse activated,
forward.
chat.
It might not be the best either way. 9-2. Possibility for something bigger. 9-3 actually coming through from TSM now.
Curse
All
activated?
good. All in favor
Yeah?
of RETA. Down in this
Are we
round.
activating this
TSM
shit
have
or
the
what?
Opportunity to take it back. I mean, Sim finally going to be able to use that neon in a better light there on the attacking side.
Definitely. Now you're going to look at it on the second half right now. I mean, it's 3 rounds on a defensive side. It's not too.
So like check it, right? Like they believe their Haven's pretty good because historically TSM's Haven is quite good. I mean, they beat us on Haven, they beat Blinn on Haven, and Blinn's Haven was really good. For those of you that don't know, they lost to Sad Esports, but this is what we're seeing right now. It's the defensive half. Yeah, their defensive half will just randomly just shit the bed, I guess. The fuck. I mean, yeah, like they've been good on it though, like all year. I mean, these are the Haven games this year, so I see why they're letting it in. I see why they picked it here. I see why they changed the comp back to the neon comp. But what the fuck is going on? Like, after they're getting First Bloods and they can't convert these rounds.
You're not playing against a Cypher that has trips or whatnot, right? So you still have a great opportunity to really run in and plant. You're looking at this double controller on the defensive side. You'll have to see how.
Oh, I'm definitely not remembering the
defensive walls, but
details about
usually
those
it's
games
defensive
right
walls
now.
for retakes.
I would have to
So
see
this
around
might
to
be an
remember
opportunity
them.
for them to really be able to get free site control for how TSM would hit these sites.
This is it for them. For TSM
I thought
to bring things.
I always thought that they were like way better at controlling a lobby on defense. And then the way I envisioned TSM on Haven before, just like a mixture of memories in my head, right? Like no data or anything like that. It's just Poise kind of calling something with a lurker somewhere, like a 3-1-1, and kind of mid-rounding around because he has like, you know, CS IGL brain. That's what he does. 3-site map. That's why FNS loves Haven.
Different. I would say I'm not too worried though. Snowzen has showed their capabilities with the op. I think there's a big hold kind of waiting to happen there, and honestly, a big
This is the good Viper wall right here.
Yeah. You see that retake wall being used by RETA is more.
There's not really like a Killjoy turret that it blocks, right? This normally blocks the turret.
And back spawn, so they have to try to take a little bit more control towards this garage, especially when all the KJ utility is being used here towards this B side. 2 nano swarms, 1 turret. I don't see any armor. Oh, yeah, there is armor for Nagzit, so he didn't go for
this
the
wall
alarm
will
bot.
also protect
He's
this
gonna
jet
solo
from
anchor this
any
spot. They
darts.
play the retake towards the A
Like
side.
no dart over here,
And
I
they
think
have
we'll get this
a
jet.
soft hold towards C. 2 players out there now spotted by Delzy.
Oh no, and stuck in the corner too. This is so perfect.
Oh
but of
my
course
God,
it doesn't
that
matter.
was
I
so
about to say
clean,
timing isn't there,
man.
but of course it is. For Snowzen,
Like
so
missed the first
good
couple,
when it comes down to
adjusted
the ghost
so
plays.
well. Fucking hell, it's over, huh?
Especially with the top being checked. If anything, though, it was a great combination that came out. I mean, holding towards that garage. If Soother was jiggling and seeing somebody towards
this
the
feels
garage,
over.
he could delay by putting the wall up. If not, what happens here, you see him drop down. There's 0 pressure coming in towards the garage. So he gambles to drop down, places a beautiful snake bite right towards the front. Look at it. It's vulnerable. 2 players are vulnerable. 2 easy kills for Snowzen, who doesn't even need the vulnerability because he's just headshotting everybody.
Yeah, he's
But
actually just headshotting
overall,
everyone.
It was just, unfortunately, not a check corner by TSM that
Was that the chamber shit
ends
on
up
his
being
arm?
their demise in that pistol round. We talked about a very important pistol that he needed.
What did I
and
just
this is
see?
a very similar storyline now to TSM versus 2G yesterday. Losing both pistols, now forcing to go into a buy in their second round on the attack, especially with no spike plan.
Quick garage control.
That the armor
Smoke
is low,
dart.
the economy is very low. And
They
this is
left the
such
alarm
a
bot
big
up.
gamble.
Kind of a fail.
Oh, and that just completely destroys the purpose of that drone too, and that's gotta suck.
Cool stun line
So, yeah,
up.
Sim goes in by themselves because
Spike
fault line
down
doesn't
B.
necessarily work, but somehow Souther manages to pick one off on their own,
Nice.
closes themselves out as well. Either way, it's a TSM take onto the B site. They're good for now.
Nice kill.
But not
They
for long
really
now.
need that.
At least there's that.
4v4.
At least there's a pop flash to come through and hold the anchored site. I mean, they're playing stingers, so you have to play inside. Too late. Beautiful trade so far.
Oh my
Both
God,
sides
what's
almost
happening?
gonna be
What
able to
the
run away with
fuck,
this one, give
dude?
themselves an
He was on his
opportunity
head.
for maybe not 9 bullets left. And a swing
my
without
God.
the weapon on.
What just
That's gotta
happened?
absolutely hurt.
And of course, you always could count on GMD when you think it's going to be on
Take
one
on.
side. Tag finishing for the opponents. It's just GMD, stepping up to the plate. And I don't think it should be the M that's capitalized there, it's the D. Because he played that so well. on the
Excuse
left-side
me?
connection. With the L picked up by Snow that was trying to dash in. I mean, at first the reason why I said why the hell is 7 running in with his knife?
Fucking Vans, dude.
Trying to get a plant. They have no smokes there on the connection, and thankfully GMD is able to save that
Ooh.
round.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Risky as fuck.
I guess Sim saving this one though. At this point, TSM, they're just getting really, really good with rolling with the punches right there. Of course, smoke is supposed to be
Like
a
this is
problem,
kind of
but
what
it
I
doesn't
expect
now,
out of
slowly moving themselves
TSM.
out.
This
Snows,
style,
they
like
might
this
just be able to
3.
find
I
one.
mean, it's not really a
Possible, but
1-1.
The pain is there. Although Proto walks away.
But they might have had a camera in
completely
mid. I missed it.
unfazed, nags it. Not trying to find one to try to run away with, and that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The teamwork that went into that one.
You will definitely.
4v4,
I
they
think
have
because
side.
of that death, it's too far to protect that weapon. So, not too sure what Poised had, but there's an opportunity to be picked up here by RETA. Plenty still comes down for TSM.
I think he
It
dinked.
still has to be clean here. They have to get all these picks with the lower buy that RETA has,
Right here.
and that's good for a Proto at low HP.
That was risky that Kimon like gave a Proto first contact.
Gonna
That's
lock
such
it
like
in.
true.
No, Sim doesn't want anything to do with whatever's going in onto site. At this point, all they need to
Yes.
do is just
Yes,
spray the location of which they know where the spike is. There's not too much to worry about. Post-play positioning as well, but there it goes. Damage
Didn't
already
even
there.
think about it till you typed.
And the
thought I read
paranoia
that.
as well. This creates a huge problem where you can't do anything unless
What?
Sim has something to
The
say
burst.
about it. And that it might just be, of course, Spike, unable to be defused by RETA.
This is the stun lineup I was talking about, by the way, on that round. For those of you that didn't see like where the second bounce went to. So he throws it off of the back wall. So it hits like this back area, then it bounces back and gets his left. So that way he's just like not clearing left. Because if that guy shoots at him and doesn't immediately kill him, that's like a traded kill that TSM is getting. Like the stun is right here. It's pretty sick stun lineup.
The more it's going to stay low in,
Yeah.
it might finish it right there. I mean, they still have a 5-round lead, so they can play the long game so far here against TSM. TSM, they're not
Big
out
round
of
for
the pit so
TSM.
far, winning this second round 4 spot
They
that they
can
had with
start the
stringing these rounds.
comeback,
This is,
but
what,
this
3
is
in
a
row
big
that they
one.
have so far, or 2 in a row that they have so far. Have to continue to be clean here on how they want to hit these sites if they want to stay alive in this game.
This is a good little
Always continuing with the dog a little
we
bit
called it
later
gib
into the
setups on
rounds
100Ts,
to
but this
see
like
what's
high-low
going on, and
here
that was
with someone
beautiful.
who's
It was
technically
great. They
playing
gathered the
anti-flash.
information.
This
They know
breach,
this might be the
the
possible
breach is
hit.
holding short, right? Their flank, technically playing anti-flash. So if there's like a flash that came through here from the sky, like any kind of shit that would catch them off guard, the breach can swing and be the trade, right? As these two run inward.
They're trying to go for a
So
late hit towards
you can
the
see they have like
A side in
really good
TSM.
layers for any A lobby
Any of
aggression.
that smoke already rotating out to try to split towards the C site, but with 35
Just
seconds
knowing
left in the
that no
round,
one
they're still
pushed
feeling
that lets them
KG
know
is
that
really up. This is perfect so far here for RETA to still get information into the late game.
Really?
Gonna run it
Oh,
back
okay.
to all the way down towards the back of sight though. Nags at keeping it intact. TSM, all they need is this. But of course, player disadvantage there.
Good
GMD
job.
getting better with it too. Not too much to work with though. They
Chill,
can't
give me
really
one.
collect up Phantom or a Vandal. Still stuck up with the Bulldog though. RETA give themselves at least that 11-5.
Dude.
A possible match
All right,
point.
it's
We're
do or
getting
die
closer
here.
and closer,
Do or
and it
die.
gets scarier and scarier each time.
A great anchored play there by Nagzet towards that side. Delzeek, yes, he gave his life away and his body away for that death, but it also allows her, Nagzet, to just continue to focus on that strong side to help the support of the rotate back from the A choke. And with the delay that he had, he understood that he lost a teammate from Delzeek on that side, and he could be pushed any second. So he stays tucked towards the left side of Gong to make
TSM's
sure that
Haven is so
G can't
brawly.
get picked off here by GMD that was waiting the whole time just to try to get that pick. And by the time he got that pick, everybody else just died within that site, and there was already a rotate that came through towards the A choke. So that was a nice display of defensive play, anchored play by Nagzet to make sure that they capitalize on the round. Great selfless plays that calls out the timeout here for TSM.
No, what do you mean, Blaz?
With RETA now at 11-5.
No.
I can see they're sweating, drinking water. The tension is high. Like it really is. They weren't expecting this on the
Wait,
side
which
of TSM.
which game are you talking about?
Put in a really
I'm so
difficult
curious.
position, especially after the banger of a map they had last time. They thought they were going to run off that high, and now it's completely folded. So how well can they pick themselves back up? That's about the result. We've seen the players of TSM do incredibly well at really last-second decisions and being super good at these tense moments and picking themselves back up. But it gets harder and harder as
I take it you mean this
a
map.
lot of these players start to pick it
Holy
back up, especially
shit.
here on the side of Delzik.
13-7 with 39 kills.
It's only a matter of time,
That's
pretty
so
much, at this
insane.
point
That's almost 2
here.
kills a round.
RETA continues this way to chip away at the economy. Look at the economy.
Oh, I kinda wanna watch that.
Now, and even a first blood.
How do you do that in
Outlaw
close?
to Sim, holding it out with the outlaw by a hero. What a connection there on Terry Proto.
Nah.
Oh my gosh. There's no
over.
way.
It's over.
Dude, that's a violation too. And now what can you do? You got a Vandal. Okay, that's great. GMD goes down. And now that's another round win. So yeah, we've hit that match point. This is where TSM really do have to question how are we going to bring this back.
The movement
So
around
turns out when I said that I didn't think RETA were a contender, I meant they are a contender. And I'm now, yeah, I feel like truly any of these 6 teams can win now. Like, they can all beat each other. This is anyone's game out here. This is wild.
VCTs next year. If not with this team, if not with any team ascending, potentially even poached going into next year. I mean, you're looking at Sim, you're looking at Snowzine, you're looking at Sato.
I didn't think the regions would be so
All three
close.
duelists amongst others here currently playing in the Ascension tournament. Now, as we focus back in this round, we're round number 18, and TSM backs against the wall. And even against the walls of the A choke of Ascent, because they just are playing not to
Entry
lose at
through
this
the
point.
smoke.
Thankfully,
What?
they're able to find a timing to get the pick onto Maurice.
Whoa, come on, let's be careful here.
Okay, keeping just the vision there. They actually think somebody's just going to run by, but they don't do that. Snowzen is going to have to back themselves away. They can't get the shots they did before, but they can work forward. Is this it for TSM? It might just be. They only have one Vandal left available. Snowzen is there, finally bringing out the shorty, but they do get taken down a bit.
Kind of fortunate, low-key. 7 in 33 HP.
One player super low, a Proto.
Delayed so well, and there's a flank coming through.
I know exactly where you
are. Beautiful from Dalzik. A flank to solidify.
Man.
Everything they had worked for.
Totally different look today for RETA.
It's gotta feel really good to run away from this. After yesterday, literally getting like demolished, and it's great.
100%, you're definitely seeing it here. I mean, when you're looking at the long run and how things came through here for RETA, you almost know that.
No, TSM not out.
Going to be a map.
We still got a lot of games to play because it's a group stage. So I'll just go here. Fuck it. So right now they're chilling at 1-1. That brings RETA up to 1-1. Their maps are nice. Only 2 teams get eliminated, right? So. Like, they don't have to be perfect, which is why I was saying, like, it's kind of wild because even though these teams are 0-1, they're about to play each other, and they both played the NA teams insanely well. Like, so much so that I think either of these teams are contenders to, like, win the event, right? I think AK could have easily beaten M80 in this series, and I think Galorys could have obviously easily beaten TSM here. I mean, they could have stolen map 1, where they were down 7-1. And then they lost in OT on map 3. So these were some really fucking close games, man.
Listen, It's not over just yet. It was a close game. TSM, they definitely fought their hearts out. But I want to hear what the analyst desk does have to say about this. So take it away, guys.
It is RETA who get the win, and they get the first win on Ascension on this day too.
I know Donald's on the best day. Let's go.
Really good. Honestly, we talked about it towards the beginning of the day. We talked about the inconsistency that sometimes we see from RETA. So whatever we saw yesterday, you need to erase from your brain, go again. And this is exactly what they did. The team looked a lot more coordinated. We got to see different compositions, different ideas, and different answers, Uber, to what the other side of TSM was bringing to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think out of the gates, we were already skeptical about the lack of information gaining capacity that this double controller comp has from RETA. But that Viper wall over towards the A side is constantly implying work.
I think it's
a similar idea to what we saw from teams on Lotus, and it's always keeping 1 or 2 TSM players at that A side.
That's what I was saying about Brazil. I mean, like, they have it so hard. Like, tier 2 Brazil has it so bad because you got to realize their S tier players leave their region for the majority of the year, and they don't get good practice. Whereas, like, at least the Americas teams, they get all of the teams from Americas in LA to scrim against. The LATAM teams can play against the Americas teams, but they'll have very high ping. But at least they can experience it. But the problem is it's very hard to know, like, what works and what doesn't work when you have that kind of ping differential. You have to really be in tune with the game to know, like, why you're winning certain things.
By this RETA team who just dominated them on the offense side, because that A side is so annoying to retake. It's so difficult. So of course TSM are going to try and anchor that site with a couple of players, play off that proto site.
TZ would have taken it home,
but they
man.
had to stay there, and that means that RETA can go anywhere else on the map they want and cause chaos and hit those sites instead.
Yeah, I mean, they were struggling. It was very clear, maybe this is a composition they don't get a lot of reps against. I personally can't think of a lot of teams in NA that are running Viper and Haven,
Argentina.
at least
no
at this
way,
point in time, right?
There's
so
no
this was
shot they get to play.
Very good call from the leadership over at RETA, the coaching staff and the IGL to pull out this comp against TSM. I mean, it was just absolutely a masterclass from these guys. Snowzine.
Like, even when... thanks, Casper. I appreciate you. Even when I was on 100 Thieves, like, in NA, this was pre-VCT, though. So definitely should have asterisked this with that. Some days were just impossible to find scrims. Like, it was so difficult. We would end up playing, like, tier 3 pugs. Like, I would imagine these teams like in Argentina and Brazil, it feels like that a lot. And maybe they end up using those days to talk theory a lot, or maybe that's why, you know, they just have absolutely insane aimers. Like they have to find other edges.
Calm, collected, and it's a pretty big contrast between the two. So now you have those kind of emotions play out, and it is allowing Snowzin to just be set up for success in so many times. And I love to see it. I don't know what's in the water, honestly, because I didn't get that water.
Like there can only be so many teams they can play,
but
right?
Snowzin, Uber, I think it's great, and you need to keep
like
an
there's
eye on
not
for the
many
next couple matches.
great level
That's why
streams
they
for
kind of
them.
picked up this player. When I first started watching the RETA games, I was like, this reminds me a little bit of a QCK. Like, I mean, I guess like physically resembles him in some ways, but also he would like had these games where he'd have big impact, but he was solid. He was serviceable, you know, didn't have these like high flying performances. And I wish I dug a little bit deeper, because now we're starting to see that level of performance from this guy. Quick shout out as well, you know, to Suta on that last map. Take out the lurking role and winning 3 out of 4 of his first kill, first death scenarios.
Johnny,
that
thanks for gifting one.
Really
Appreciate you.
But this is what we were looking for.
Thanks for the go to lineups. I was showing everyone your shit yesterday.
It seems like he's being
Tangy, thanks for the 2 months.
by his team structure. They're more slower style of play.
Yep.
He looks like the odd one out, wanting to
gifted,
go aggressive. And
he initially gifted one to
he's
Johnny. That's
integrated
how.
beautifully today. It looks like he's just a cog of this well-oiled machine.
So much.
Absolutely fantastic showing across all 3 maps.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, a lot of times you see Snowzin going
Don't
off
say
looking
that.
for kills, especially when he's on these movement duelists, right? He'll get a little bit away from the pack, a little bit ahead of himself, ahead of his team. But, you know, this was not Snowzin.
There's some really good duelists in this event, because this guy seems really fucking good on Jet. So they have Sim up in here. Let's see if their stats are actually. Oh, Spike. I forgot about Spike. Spike is fucking nuts, chat. He's 16. Yeah, he doesn't even have a Twitter on his fucking DLR, bro. Actually, that's because he's in Brazil. Someone told me that last time. I'm stupid. I forgot already. It's hard to judge the 2G players because they won so easily in their opening game. The Dante versus Sato matchup right now is about to go fucking wild. Let's go, dude. Actual duelist differences, too. Neon ISO, Jet Rays. Oh my god. Hashtag blessed.
7 years old or something like that. That girl from Bakugan, whatever her name, the blue-haired girl from Bakugan.
Who?
I was really
Megalol?
Probably. That was like the first like cartoon that I like. That's what got me into anime too. So.
Oh my god. I don't know in English the name, but it's O nome da personagem do Phantom. Phantom. Do you know Danny Phantom? Yeah, his girlfriend, I guess. Yeah, Samantha.
Wow, cartoon crush. It's kind of a crazy question. I would have to say like back in the day when I was like 10 years old, I'd be watching Inuyasha, an anime. It'd have to be like Kagome or something, the girl that he was always falling for, Inuyasha.
Oh, that's a weird question, man. That's a weird question. Okay, like crush, like I think Didi from Dexter's Lab, I think it's called in English.
Bro, Didi was so annoying.
Não faço ideia, mano. Carly. iCarly.
That's not a cartoon.
I have no idea.
Bro, it might be like Bulma from fucking DBZ or something.
Give me a second. And then I had a big crush. Maybe, you know Misty from Pokemon? That's a good one,
Misty.
Right? Yeah, that's a good one.
Misty is solid,
That's
actually.
I don't know. I don't think I've had one. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably have to go with. Peter Griffin.
A what?
Cartoon crush. That's a good one. I think there was a cartoon in Brazil that was like I don't know the name in English, but it was like Três Espiões Demais. There's something like that.
I've never seen this show. I don't even know who these ladies are. I have no idea.
Cartoon crush? Maybe like Dr. Doofenshmirtz's like daughter, like from Phineas and Ferb.
No, I was saying I don't know. I'm maybe like Bulma from Dragon Ball Z.
I wasn't prepared for that question.
I don't know.
I don't know. Either Jet or Sage.
What's his? Yeah. I thought Shigo was pretty hot. I didn't know that what that person's name was. I literally typed in female car. This could have gone so wrong, probably. It still can at any moment. So I'm just going to stay right here, actually. I'm going to stay right here on where I am, not move. Honestly, I feel like any of these are acceptable answers from my childhood. I feel like any. Well, Bunny is acceptable. Look. I was a child. I was desperate.
Hi guys, I'm here with Snowsing. He just won his first match against TSM. And I want to ask him, the first question I'm going to ask him is, what was the difference between today and yesterday? What did they talk also after yesterday's game? And how did they prepare for today? Então, Snowsing, me fala qual foi a diferença entre ontem
That's the only one I can think of.
O que vocês falaram para o match de hoje?
O que a gente falou foi que ontem, quando a gente estava fazendo o nosso VOD review, a única coisa que a gente podia perceber é que a equipe que jogou ontem não era a equipe que joga todos os dias, não é a equipe que jogou o ano inteiro, não é a equipe que jogou bem contra todos os times da franquia, contra todos os times nos treinos, era a equipe que se preparou. E hoje a diferença é que a gente impôs nosso jogo e saiu para ser a reta de verdade.
Yesterday we watched our match and it really wasn't us. We were not playing like that. And we just came today with everything that we had. And we just played like we normally play, but we weren't playing like...
That was a fire segment. Whoever created that
The second question
segment is
that I
such a
want
good
to
one.
ask him is that we know that he's a really, really good operator player. And he's one of the best from the world, entire world. And I want to ask him if does he feels like that, like the best operator of the world. Então, Snowsing, você tá entre os melhores operators do mundo. Você tá se sentindo como o melhor operator do mundo?
Litmus test for
Eu
confidence.
sempre vou me sentir o melhor operator
Does he
do
have a
mundo.
rational
Eu trabalho
confidence?
muito e para mim eu sempre vou ser o melhor, mas é óbvio que pelo mundo tem vários operators bons também.
I really feel like I'm the best operator. For me, of course, there are others operators that are really good, but for me, I'm always
Respectable
going to
answer.
be the best. Muito obrigada.
I actually respect that answer more than anything else he could have
now.
said.
We're going back to the live stream. Thank you.
Plank from Ed and Eddie. That's fucking insane.
They say in life, there are no guarantees.
Let's see.
They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that?
Also a sleeper, look.
You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off?
Swiper.
No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine?
Wait, someone has a whole tier list created. Chat, we gotta judge this. We gotta judge this. Holy shit. I don't even know who this one is. Who's this? Don't know this one. Possible know that one. I don't know a lot of these. I would say I can't move them. B tier. I think I would move B tier. Pretty much all of them up to A tier, actually. I'm not gonna lie, B tier. I'm not familiar with half of A tier and the S tier. Oh, wait, I thought Nani can go in A tier. Bro, there's too many. There's too many. Bro. friend tier. Who are some of these people? I'm trying to see, did I forget anyone? Who? Wait, how is Snow White in the Humegalol? Wait, what was her name? Betty from the Flintstones, right? I mean, Betty. How the fuck did they put Betty in who? Fine ass car from Cars. Wait, Mike Wazowski's girlfriend. Oh, Googly Bear, right? Yo. Koala DeVille, though? No, definitely not. Definitely, like... Would you just come back? Look, it's not what it seems like, but it is very much what it seems like, actually. Oh, Googly Bear is Mike. So she must be Schnookums or something, right? Because one is Googly Bear and one is like Schnookum something. There's like, they both have pet names. Schmoopsy Poo. Yep, yep. Babe, you know. I know. Yeah, of course you know. Schmoopsy Poo. Have I watched any anime? I have. I've watched... Dude. Oh my god. I triggered Lena so hard. Because I was like, yeah, I've watched like 3 animes. And I could only think of 2. And she went through literally like 1,000 of them. I've seen Your Name, which I loved. I fucking cried. I cried. It was really good. I've seen... Death Note, I really, really like that as well. I actually really fucking like this show a lot. And there was another one that I watched too. Hey, what did we watch? Only 2. Like, I watched all like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z and stuff. I don't really count that. What the fuck? What else? The problem with, dude, there's been so many times over my like career in esports where I was on the verge of getting into anime. I'm not even joking. This has happened multiple times. The problem with anime is that every single person that you talk to has different favorite animes. And they all think different ones are shit. So when it comes to deciding which one to watch, it's like, I don't even know where to go. Because everyone is just constantly telling me different shit. And then it's so overwhelming. And I'm like, I don't want to pick the worst one. I don't even know. Yeah. I'm just like, fuck it.
VCT Ascension. Now we get the chance to move into the second match of the day, and is going to be Galorys going against All Knights. And honestly, based on how the familiarity between these two teams, it feels like it could be a banger on the line. So we're going to find out if that's going to be the case. I'm your host once again, Dry, joined by Psycho and Uber on the desk. And guys, Psycho, how are you feeling about this match? We got the chance to see the teams for the first time yesterday. I got to say, that M80 All Knights match, I was very impressed by All Knights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm out here in a beautiful islet of Malta. Stayed up
I would have liked to watch that one.
Watch that M80 versus AK match, and boy,
Spy Family
was I impressed with All
Just
Knights.
because that was like Peter's favorite. I mean, and I trust Peter's taste in anime.
The firepower they have. I mean, just Dante Deus, man, on the neon. What a freaking weapon! Like, this guy is just absolutely insane, and he is just such a key part of this roster, and it's something that pushes these guys to the very
Joy
top
distilled down into a TV show.
Opponents,
okay.
and it's hard to say. You know,
honestly, with that kind of
right
description,
now, right?
I'm like
so
almost
think,
forced
you know,
to watch it. That's an amazing
but they lost to the tournament favorites in two very close maps. I mean, this is a team that I think can go toe to toe with anybody right now.
The match today is going to be good between Galorys and All Knights. So let's check out what the teams have to say about today.
You, Peter.
I
think that what we missed was, I think we played well overall, but I feel we missed a bit of aggressiveness. By the second half of the game, and what we can show tomorrow against Galorys is about union, of how we look for fights, how do we approach fuck it. And I think that we are okay. We were good friends because we used to scrim with them before, we played a lot, and they're very good. They have a lot of firepower. And that might come in hand for them. I'm sure it's going to be a 2-1. No, I don't think so. Right now, to go back and play ranked. So it wouldn't affect me. Wasn't depressed. Wasn't a big deal. He's talking about the loss. Just his emotional state. I didn't even... I looked up. Sometimes I'll do this when I'm like dubbing it for chat. And I'll look up just to see like what the player's face looks like. And the bottom will change. And then I won't know that it changed. And like I'm kind of like tailing off. Like I'm remembering what I saw down here. So I'm still reading from memory as I'm just like looking at the... That's what just happened. Happens all the time, actually. I'm so ADD.
If they're able to solve everything today going against Galorys.
Look up better. They lost to M80
God damn it, man.
They were sick. Honestly, you've got a lot of buffer in these group stage games. I honestly thought they were... the better left-hand team coming into this, even though they lost their close best of 5, the RETA, especially after day 1.
Like
I do feel like there's a huge difference what All Knights can do on maps that Dante Deus plays Neon and maps that he doesn't. My actual favorite part of this team,
dude, the cartoon crushes segment was really good.
One of the most consistent
fun.
controller players in Ascension. He has been dominating, honestly, through so many of these matches. That's a great Mirror's face. Yeah, give me more of that.
That's
what I love about Mirror's is he's always like, he's just like flexing his moustache for us all. Sabato, really sick player. On the Omen, really ice cold, and really gets involved in a lot of these trades. He's fantastic. And
predictions for the match. I think I'm leaning towards Galorys right now to take this. But I was actually probably more impressed with All Knights yesterday. It's just I question whether a player like Dante can have that performance 2 days in a row because it was so impactful. It was so good. And even though they lost that series, the level of impact that came from him and the amount of rounds that he literally just gifted his team was insane. Like, I don't know. I think there's a higher likelihood that Galorys has some solutions today and that he's not running amok and just killing everyone. Like, bro, he was really good. And if it wasn't for that stretch... Oh, sunset, fuck. If it wasn't for this stretch where I felt like he was just dying... Let me see, it was around 19, sunset. $14, $16. All right. So we're on 18 here. I feel like we're about to see him int like 4 rounds in a row. Ready? right now in this VOD, we are right here. We're at round 19. This is where the collapse happened. 5 rounds in a row out of M80's timeout. So really good timeout in hindsight by Happy. Let's see. So I set him up on the A line early. Nothing crazy. Actually, this isn't very inty at all. They shock to break a trip. Dante playing up. Falls off the line. Oh, yeah, they re-aggress. He actually gets the guy in the back. I'm pretty sure he catches someone in the back right here. Like the far guy. Yeah. Which isn't so bad. All right. I guess they don't convert this. Oh, dude, this... I cannot believe M80 won this round, dude. That was a very important round. Then he ints down mid and dies, but it was still like a good play. Like there was opportunities, just a really good counter dizzy by BCJ right there. But that's 2 rounds in a row. He's just like full. Here's the next round. The B main push, stunned into a death. Okay, next round. Oh, that was a round where he could have died top mid on that peak, but he didn't. Repositions. I don't even know what happens here. So on a flank. Gosh, good kill by net. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just like three rounds right there where, you know, he just wasn't getting active. Or wasn't getting opportunities.
Porém, no Brasil a gente treinava bastante com eles, não é algo tipo surpreendente pra gente. E quanto eu acho pra essa partida, acredito que seja 2-0 pra gente.
2-0 in our favor. It's gonna be a calm game. That's what I hope. Wow, different views from both teams.
A lot of being calm, now being more relaxed, going into his match cycle. And this is something that you've talked about for other teams, but also even for this team, just going into the first line experience, going into Ascension. What are the emotions like? And for Galorys, at least it seems like, well, the first one, it was a lot to deal with. Now for the second match against All Knights, a team that they know and they scrim against a lot, they should be a lot more relaxed.
Yeah, this is a team that they're scrimming against all the time at home. They're playing against them in the playoffs all the time. This is such a big game. It's familiar. It feels a little bit more comfortable, right? Like you're not going against the unknown while also
falling 0-2
element and being on
when
stage.
2 teams get eliminated from this group.
Being up on that stage for the first time and such a high pressure setting.
I'm not gonna say it's a death sentence, but man, you are knocking on death's door. That's for sure.
Come in their very first time ever on these big LAN events in a big international tournament and just perform just like they do at home, right? They have to get this first experience. They have to dip their toes in the water, so to speak, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, his off yesterday was on fire.
Put up a good showing.
So fast, that ace on Abyss.
But now they can come away with it with, hey, look, like this was the problem. These were the emotions I was feeling. These were the nerves that I was feeling. Let's talk about how to deal with these things going into tomorrow, and they have a full 24 hours to work on these.
That guy off the couch yelling. That shit was insane.
Interesting to see. Are they?
It was the third kill, the whip up to window. I think was the whip up
that we saw from them yesterday.
Man. Like every kill was like a slight
just like we saw from RETA.
Adjustment
First
flip.
match, maybe we didn't really feel like ourselves.
Fast.
Maybe we didn't find ourselves in the match. Second match, okay, now we can bring up what we were preparing. We're much more comfortable. We know what we have to deal with. But honestly, that is a very interesting point. Something that we heard in the interview is knowing the different styles that the regions have, and something that you have to deal with. And we see a little bit of a contrast here for Urango and what he's saying compared to what we saw from Adverso. Very short, very.
I'm not sure if they showed us the video on stream yet, but here it is.
No emotions compared to what we saw from Adverso, just
Sunset,
giving his own thoughts
Haven,
and going
Abyss.
in depth about what that match meant for what is going to be the future Uber. So it's different emotions, and I want to see how the two teams and the two players are able to deal with them today.
Yeah, it's interesting to
sort of hear Luke
say that the game doesn't really matter. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, not really, right?
And then
the
right after that,
game that you definitely can
Galorys
afford
picked
to drop.
Haven, which we saw
I feel like there's
here.
a lot of takeaways from that game, a lot of learnings. In that sense, I think it really does matter. It's very close. This is like a younger team pitted up against TSM.
Is Brazil winning at all?
A hot favorite, and
it's really hard to say that right now.
They won like 6 rounds in a row on that defense side of Abyss, and they look like they're really.
I think you could literally make arguments for any of the regions taking this Ascension, which I wouldn't have said before it started. I think if M80 look dominant in their next game, I'm going to still consider them the favorite. But as of now, after watching M80's opening game against All Knights, I think it's a coin flip. It's an absolute coin flip after watching that first M80 game. I do think though that like the more footage, the more VODs, the better off an experienced team like M80 will be. But I kind of thought that they would be able to like bully their way through with skill, and that's just not going to be the case at all.
Playoffs and still make it to the end, right? In the grand scheme of things, it
is very impressive they close out those games too.
It's still possible for us to get our crap together and get this train back on track and win this whole thing. And I totally understand that, but to say that it doesn't matter, right? You know, this is for seeding, and we've seen how important
also
seeding can be, even going back to last year's Ascension of.
Definitely has to be some kind of weird shit going on behind the scenes we don't know about.
Is there a buy? Are we going to be able to get the buy, right? So, you know, these group stage matches, yeah, you can lose 1 or 2.
Could also be a role issue.
You really want to get as many of them
Depends
as you can
what they
to
were
put
looking
yourself
for,
in
you
a good
know?
situation where you don't have to work as hard later on in playoffs.
And something that we need to talk about is the two promises of South America. If you're wondering who they are, if you're wondering, oh, who's a player that I can expect in the future to be the guy that everybody is talking about, is Dante Deus and is Sato. These two guys you were mentioning.
Sunset
Look at
Pro.
the stats, and they speak for themselves.
What is the first blood success rate from Sato? That's absolutely heinous. Oh my god, 70%. Yeah, and again, we saw that, right, in their game so many of these rounds. This is just yesterday's stats, by the way. So Sato was absolutely popping off. That bind map especially, and that's the worst
Keep
part,
in
like,
mind, guys, this is...
when you are
they don't have the context here. This is 2 maps versus 3 maps.
Sato basically kept that going for much of the time. Ridiculous stuff.
I mean,
yeah.
first blood success rate,
again,
though. These are those, like, NT rounds that we were talking about. And yet he still put up this.
You do that less often. You really are making space
which
for
is
people to
crazy.
follow up on you. So Dante
it just shows like
really
how
the sense of
fucking
the
impactful
full
those
commit.
rounds were.
He is the full send
Or he
master.
didn't.
He will run in, throws up the fast lane, throws up the relay bolt, and just hopes it hits someone on the other side of the
I
board.
am
Then he
the biggest fucking
and
Dante
tries to,
fan.
You know, just kill as many people as he can.
No one will take me off of
such a
the #1
ridiculous
Dante
amount of
fan
trust
throne.
that he has in the rest of his teammates because the rest of all
I'm
have to
locking
go.
it in.
They have to be
This
there
guy is
to
in
sort of have
VCT
his
next
back.
year,
And it's a
100%.
very impressive play style that basically disregards every self-preservation.
I've only seen one
instinct
best of
known
3
to
ever.
man.
That's a
That's why maybe that first blood success rate isn't so big, but it's about the space you create for the rest of your team and how you open up opportunities for these early fights. And they're pressed up against the barrier so hard their face is flat like it's on the windshield of a car trying to fight you at the start of the round. So a very fun team to watch, and it's not that you can put Dante and plug and play into any team with that level of aggression. It just really works within the shell of online. So yeah, it's a thing to behold.
He's swanging. I like that, and it's what he's doing. He's swanging, man. And like, look at just the stats here. I mean, this is just such an impressive stat line. He's only winning 25% of his first blood engagements,
He might not be able to play
and
VCT
yet
next
he is
year.
putting
God
up
damn it.
51 and 41, 171 damage around, 260 ACS, and leading his team to an almost win, right? Like that is an incredible stat line. It just goes to show how much of a key part of the game plan that he is.
What I saw is not
and
a
how
fluke.
selfless he can be, and how that's translating to the rest of his team's success.
We're gonna continue to see a lot more of these two players, not only today, but I feel like in the future, just with the way that they're looking. But for this match between All Knights and Galorys, we do have the map select. Let's find out where we're gonna be headed, because these are two teams that look great, that have shown a lot of potential, not only throughout the year, but only in the first match that we got the chance to see yesterday. So Uber, any expectations, any predictions for what can end up happening today?
Oh, look, someone's got to pick Haven, I think, in this matchup. Both teams have looked really good on that map in general. I do wonder about, like, I think both these teams are floating Abyss at the moment, as they often have been. So I do hope we get a map 3 to see how that plays out. As for the pick, of All Knights? I'm not really sure, right? They had 2 good maps. They could pick Icebox here, I think, or run back to Sunset is another option. That, I think it was their pick yesterday against M80, which was a great game. It's another Neon map, of course, for your boy Dante Dares.
Let's find out. Let's find out if you're right. Let's find out if you're wrong, Uber, as we now get the chance to jump into the maps like Psycho. Also, very quickly, any predictions? You do have the benefit. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, let me see. I think it's gonna be. Oh, I think AK are gonna pick Sunset. Wow. Oh, I really am just Don Stradamus out here, truly. And there it is, Galorys picking the Haven, you know, and it's interesting, you know, them being Team B here and AK picking Sunset, you know, AK is really just saying, hey, look, like, we're not going to pick Haven, you have to pick it. And that's a power move in the veto. So Galorys have to use their pick on Haven, and then we're going to get an Abyss, like you said, Uber, for map 3.
The last map is so interesting to me because Abyss is just one of those maps that no matter what, you don't know what way it's gonna go. We've seen, you know, since the map came out, a lot of different compositions, different ideas, the clashes between different compositions and how they played out. I feel like we've seen pretty much every single duelist on this map as well, and I feel like for this match it's perfect to see how these 2 duelists are gonna play out against each other. But it starts even on the map of Sunset, where you can see a lot more of structure ideas, structure plans. So I feel like we'll get a very good view of what these 2 teams are able to bring to Ascension just in the 3 potential maps that we're going to be seeing, Psycho.
Yeah, and you know, the last time AK played Abyss, which it looks like it's the only time, you know, they played the Jet, right? But I would love to see Deus back on the Neon. I mean, this is a massive map where rotation times are extremely important. If you can have that advantage of quick rotates off the Neon and really put him to work, get him in his comfort zone and maximize his efficiency, I think this is an opportunity to mix it up and actually kill any kind of anti-stranding that Galorys are bringing into this.
I think All Knights actually banned Abyss yesterday against M80. They didn't want to play it. I think the Ascent ban here from All Knights kind of forces them to float. Abyss is definitely a respect ban, you know, up against Galorys. I don't think they want to deal with Sato on that map. I think it's definitely a map that a great Jet can completely take over, especially if they're good at being active early in the round. And we saw Sato's like first blood conversion rate. It's like what's the very, very scary. But Sunset and Hate, we're talking about the Neon because, you know, it's such a unique look for Dante Deus, as in it's completely
look like clouds.
But both of our maps are straight up here. Sunset and Haven both are great Neon maps here. That's definitely where All Knights want to be. Galorys actually banned the map where they sort of moved Dante Deus off of duelists, so they're probably feeling fine about that. I think this is a really balanced map pool, and it's definitely going to allow us to see the best of both teams, right? Which is the perfect battlefield you want. I don't feel like anyone is specifically disadvantaged. I do wonder about the Abyss for All Knights, though, if they've really been working on it. If you're a team that is going to ban Abyss at the moment, that means you really haven't felt like you put enough time in there.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm seeing here, they've only played it once, and it was the 5th map in the best of 5 LATAM finals against RETA, and they lost, right? And I don't want to downplay Dante's Jet either. I mean, Dante put up 335 ACS, went 24-7 on the Jet. His team just couldn't get it across the finish line. So I don't think that getting Dante on the Neon and activating him is necessarily the win condition. Rather, it's the rest of the team stepping up and doing their part to push this thing across the finish line. Dante can't do it on his own. He's just one guy, right? And we see that when this team is at their best is when they're using Dante as a weapon, as a part of a bigger macro strategy for all 5 of their players.
Where is a scenario where Dante is shining with the kills, with how good he is mechanically, but it's also the whole team shining as well, supporting him, but also getting the kills themselves and setting him up for success to be able to close the rounds themselves. There's a lot of things to go on about this match, but there's a couple tech issues that we're gonna see if can get fixed very soon. We're gonna throw it to a break, and when we come back, we hope that everything is ready to go.
The AC on out there.
Wait, how do we have a 7-minute timer? Wait, what happened? What happened? We had the veto. What happened? I thought I was going to come back and the game would be on. Classic. Shocked Pikachu. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, attack. Apple was 13, though. Oh, wait. You know what we could do? I had that link to the game. Hold up. Where is it at? Dude, where the fuck is it? I lost it. That Clove game. This must be it. Here it is. Found it. Alright. Let's see this fucking Clove game. Fring had 39 kills on Lotus as Clove. What the fuck was this player doing? Let's see.
这张地图是 RA 的招牌地图，而且是自选图
CYG
在有一定阵容研究和针对的情况之下，先打进攻。
看下手枪分吧。现在可以通过小地图看到，这边进攻端是已经5人抱团了。ZYG 可能想要打一波快贴一点。
A 点前点位人很
多。这个阵。 好像阵歪了，上来先整。
I'm literally only watching this Clove right now. I mean, they're good for 2 every single round, so.
抓一手，这个对方没有哨位断后的小漏洞。
In the pack, nothing crazy. All right, nothing crazy, just gets the trade.
看下 ZYG 怎么选择，是先接后面吗 ？FFS 倒地了。
Okay.
正面搭配队友的技能出来。
Okay.
3杀，再来。 哇，又敲头打2个，还是比较稳定的。
Freeing's actually nuts, dude. Double dink that player so fast.
他的技能是一会儿打混战，安包成功，又
给一些动静。斯科完了，
是凭借一些
有可能就
守围攻。
Wait, do we get the kills?
局的操作当中，枪法非常的冷静。
包括这第1分看下来，其实我有点不适的感觉是什么？这张图
诺
大的一个3点图，居然一个哨位都没有，那两边很有可能就会发生。时间要打哪？
纯一还是很满的，3把这个
由于slowly 拉上
下了一下 A 步动作，对于 ZYG 来说就是得看看点里有几个人了。
slowly 用自己的假身去勾了一下 A 区，但是没有用啊。C 点现在是3人重防，得打快一点了。正面给到了一个神谕。
Yeah.
黑杖已经补上，滑铲出来想要补，还有一个。
There's no English.
完成了击杀，第2时间近点想要清角，清角掉了 BCO。
Bro.
比斯科都被追打掉。
Let's see the replay.
有一定的波折的，但
Wait, they lose again?
虽然说这2分 ZYG
What more can I do? Type beat.
能够注意到场面上
Show me the replay.
选手一定会给到 Freeing 的身上。
没错，
他在2个回合，在不管是枪械均势还是枪械劣势的情况之下，都创造了一波多杀。而他这个多杀一定程度上也能够表现出自己强硬的兜底个人实力以及海量的赛事经验。
Oh my god.
还是经验比较丰富，打
I mean, that was kind of. It was good, but it's definitely like spacing that was poor from the other team.
买空了2人的经济，这1分的奖励性质就没那么强了。
See solo again.
其实，在前点位的这种技能互换之上
up.
注意小地图，这一波目的的前顶 Freeing， 他是个大杀器，他带掉了 slowly。
然后在旋转门
就有点尴尬，
无人机也没了，后发2，
又接一个
Free
的手是哨位，
他们队内的1突还要多3的。
Do they show
之前
spawn kill?
多个回合以1敌多的这种情况表现。
是的。
而且这名选手他是
Oh, it's just a really bad death by Yoru.
刚刚上1分本身是奖励分的 ZYG， 因为抢起了枪械，这一分
Alright, they're back on the desk.
RA 这一边呢就是全员的长枪，包括 Freeing 有
In solo Clove, C.
不过面对这是3把长枪以及 YOU 快要充能好的惊雷卷地，这1分 ZYG 依旧有胜算。
是。
What's up, Lizzy?
先抢 C 控球，第2时间 B 区做了摸排，同时 A 点守方3人前顶，确定就要打 C 了，但是没有人回防。 C 区这么相信 Freeing 的单兵防守吗？
相信他的个人实力嘛，而且其实做好了 A 点绕。
I wish I could play games with chat on stream, but I did that as a naive streamer a long time ago, and let's just say chat burned me. They were those. Wow.
没有选择化蝶，第二时间 Slowly 会看到在 C 大，哇，这跟他们场馆当毕竟线下嘛，在此刻除了 Freeing 以外，其他队员都被 Freeing 打掉。有多坦是一个单兵的 C 区防守，这一波能力非常好，而且 Slowly
dry peaks。
那今天卷地有了，但现在人数劣势是在 CYG 进攻方这边的，而且 C 区中左侧的藏点很容易堵这个大。
想要硬抓吗？但是哎，禁烟 ，OK， 爆了信息，刚刚应该是无人机看到了。
一度探确实错失了一个很好的机会。
惊雷卷地没有卷到 ，Freeing 在游，哇，第二时间还打了一个，再画一手碟，但画碟之后能走掉吗
？Holy fuck！
被队友勾了一手，
哦。
再来，YU 打了一个之后面对了。
That was actually a pretty good glow vault. One of the better ones.
完成了防守方解读。 他完全把 GYG 的竞点节奏给打乱了。摸人是一个非常有价值的一名选手。他在这一波防守里，中路先杀对面的一个单摸人，然后再点。
So far, it honestly looks like Freeing is a good player, but hard to say like star player. Could have just had like a lot of good opportunities here. Definitely no Dante. I'll tell you that, chat. Dante is one of one. In my eyes.
贴脸暗眼先推拖延时间，爆能器没有持续在拆除，时间有点紧迫了。FFS 打掉了 Udutan， 这边低包在给压力 ，Freeing 1打3的成。
Oh, do I understand it? I honestly haven't tried to listen very much right now, babe.
低包时间以及这个将近180度的枪线真的不太好拆分啊。
是的，已经被穿残了，选择了明哲保身，因为 RA 整体的经济不好，但是没有保住啊 ，Slowly。
Do you say Mayo? Like at some point right there towards the end?
看下来，你会感觉 ZYG 他们阵容和变阵利用的是非常到位的。第一，去快速有效的利用了霓虹在正面的机动性，给到了 C 区一波假打的压力，所以 A 点才会2个人直接从那个单向。
Here we go.
As we talk so much about Sato as the promises for South America, of Brazil and Latin America, and now you get the chance to see them going against each other on the Neon Cycle. I think that's gonna be amazing.
And we got the mirror matchup here. I mean, this is something where, you know, all nights yesterday they had to deal with Koala Noob, his aggression, his opping on the Yoru, the weird Yoru plays, the teleport rotates. I mean, they don't have to worry about this now. They're playing against a Neon.
Wait, we didn't get to see Sato's Neon. Is Sato's Neon good, chat? We only saw his Raze and Jet yesterday. I didn't think we were going to get like a mirror duelist matchup even. Okay, let's see here. So his last 60 days, he's played Neon twice. I mean, fucking hell, dude. I'd say it's pretty fucking good. All right. All right, he's going to be fine. He's fine.
First win of Ascension. Let's find out who's going to get it
He'll
first.
be
Is
fine.
it going to be Galorys or
Yeah.
Casters?
All right, he's
it's
good.
Up to you.
Sample size 2.
Getting into it of All Knights versus Galorys. I'm
This is going to be a
banger.
banger.
By Van Silly. And we're finally able to see that second-hand series, of course, after a banger of a series that we just watched, fans.
For sure, and this is going to be a very fun one, too, for All Knights and Galorys. I mean, for what they mentioned at the desk, both of these teams trying to find their first victory here in Ascension, in these playoffs, in these group stages, rather, before going to playoffs. As All Knights, they had such a close victory, almost a close victory against M80. As Psycho mentioned, I have to agree with him.
Yeah,
they kind of looked better in the macro stages, but it was really on heroic plays coming out from BCJ or Nismo, just anchoring people in terms of individualistic plays.
Scooters.
But in terms of the macro and how they're working together in tandem, this was also a very good AK that I saw here that played against RETA into the loss that they had in the BL5 in the LATAM region. So I'm still very high and keen on the performances of All Knights as they're playing the defensive side first, already looking for a triple contact on middle. This is going to be a fun matchup too. Not many times
I don't think they're going to collapse mid. I think they were just looking for that initial fight. Yeah.
So
okay.
It's going to get chaotic.
I mean, it has
You can see how far away this Omen's playing because the neon. Like normally people would be like jiggling these lines
kind of over
here, like these two boxes.
Energy right
but
now,
you can see like he wants to be in a place where he can hear the neon's first jump.
I pronounce
or
it
like
kind
the
of just
flash from
watching
the breach.
and waiting for this play to happen.
Ooh,
They only
he
have
could
one
get
smoke
caught.
and Paranoia readily available, but nobody else left on A site. They could hold it or they can move, and the move is the play.
I like that
One way
situational
to
awareness
try to delay
though.
Solo play
How
towards the
Sabando
E
played
site.
that.
Very interesting method here for all.
I don't know if I said his
using
alias
Terran
correctly,
on
but
Silva
fun
to
alias
try to
if
fight
so.
down towards middle, and now you're trying to use that leverage rather the utility of that Neon to try to concuss some players, but Dante is the first to fall.
Oh yeah.
Luckily enough for Galorys, definitely able to keep themselves left onto the site. Now the flank coming down, and it is going to be a round win. Nothing really too troubling about that. They definitely kept that hold pretty nice and solid for AK, but it just wasn't enough.
That's a difficult thing too when you're playing a Sheriff here on your Sova in the pistol run. I mean, a lot of these players on Sova maybe won't invest into a drone this early into the pistol round, but maybe they're playing this 1-3-1 setup without really trying to add more aggression into middle and still staying anchored at that spot. You're giving away a lot of space here to allow Galorys to just walk up contact and really catch Sabando off guard, or Chibando off guard, and allowing for you to really play a good pulse plan. So a clean first round for Galorys. Drew trying to pick up more long. A picked off by Dante.
Smokes down.
Which is a great start
It's
again.
not...
With, I think it's going to be the type of play style you're going to see from
Not where you want to have your Omen.
Continuing to use both initiators to just go around and activate Dante, which is what we
Collapsing mid with 5. Good timing. Oh.
It's already troublesome.
Damn, well played by these two.
Yeah, seconds left of just
Hold that shit down.
running away with this. Galorys
5v2, they held it down. Neither
really
died.
Not feeling too much of the pressure, and I mean, this is a team that again, like, did so well against M80. I believe it was this team actually, in particular. It might be brain farting just a bit.
I'm gonna close pred and like.
All good. All good finesse. But you definitely see here that they're looking pretty good this time around here for Galorys to convert a very clean anti-eco. When it comes down to even losing their first blood, a battle towards that A side to pivot really quickly to take control. This is the beauty of having a Neon in your composition as well, to lead the front, lead the charge,
to walk into the
try to
split.
scout as much as you can.
They have the
When it comes
read
down to playing
too.
this pistol, you can kind of give yourself that space because you just jump around and bunny hop and dodge a lot of these bullets. So the gun round now comes in for
Good dart
all
timing.
Knights, a triple anchor setup towards this B site.
Wow, that triple face.
Moving themselves
Oh.
from the situation at hand.
Caught
Everybody else
Dante.
here on all nights.
Tinchoff destroyed
They're
him.
not going down without a fight. They did a great job at holding so far, but it's still luck is readily available.
Uh-oh.
Right there it goes. Already finding a Guardian shot. Tinchoff just slowly making his way around, and again the silence is going to be deafening because now they know Luck repositioning themselves for Zippo clutch.
Dude, the timing could not have been worse on that beat.
And that was going to be a nice little check mark no matter what if he lost that round for Galorys, because that, man, was expensive in terms of utility and also in terms of weaponry that
Gaff.
was purchased here
It's
on the
out of
defensive side
sync,
of All
huh?
Knights.
I noticed that
They had a
too.
good read, though. They had 3 players out there. They tried to throw some or play around the smokes that were played on the attack
Dante's
side
looking
to
kinda
even
quiet
get a
right
kill
now.
through that smoke. But the flood that came through on that left side was just too much there from All Knights to be able to capitalize and take control of.
All right, they're playing a little bit off
now
barrier. They
forces them into
wait
much
just in
lower
case there's an
buy, and
early
it's gonna be
Neon
a
play.
half buy. Stinger grouped up to take control on the extremities. I kind of like this though. It's
Interesting
passive
smoke.
information from the
Normally
Cypher,
you'll see the
breaking
attack
trip
smokes
or
like
breaking
this in
that,
this
that
box.
camera allows
This
for
one
you to
clouds
just
out.
contain here towards the B main and the A side, and you could just pinch back from top middle.
I wonder if they'll have another look
But
with
for
that smoke.
Galorys, they know this low buy very similarly in terms of that patient games to understand the economy of your opponents.
Is Dante
Still
good?
holding back towards that spawn, trying to see
Everything I
if there's
saw
gonna
from
be
him
that
day
double
one
concuss coming out here for the defensive
says
side to set
yes,
up a
he's
trap
fucking
play.
incredible.
Here they can. They know somebody's attentively watching to see what's going to happen, but at this point, they've already
The
made
double
some
face
sort
again.
of execution going over towards A. Now the noise has been heard. They take a pick off here for All Knights. Down inside of mid.
2 people on
Nobody's
this A
going
site,
on A.
only
There-
2
there
people
is
across
some
mid. They got
troublesome
the stack.
feelings when it comes down to it. Of course,
Cypher on the
information
flank.
coming out on its own, but it's not going to be easy now, especially with the Neon trying to make way. 0 to 3 is not the way that All Knights wanted to go, but at this point, Galorys is not letting it
Wow.
go either. And they're looking for a victory. They are strong.
Damn,
was
dude,
very
they were
nice from
so
Galorys, though,
close.
at that point. After they traded blows and utility towards this A side to get that pick, yes, it was still a 1-for-1. But when it came down to throwing smokes, after shocking towards the slant, towards Dice, to really push some opponents out of the position and faking that they were just going to flood into the site, they just held back towards the angle, towards the elbow rather, and waited for the flood out.
The rounds have been pretty close, but they need to get one on the board right now.
Okay, everybody's set up here. They have control now, short and
they can't lose the first all around.
You crunch inside that site. Those players are pinned inside there. Nothing that they could do. And you're looking very strong now on your first half of getting 4 unanswered rounds so far. But again, this was a half buy or a smaller buy that you had here on the defensive side. But despite that, all these buys that are coming through, you won't be able to get that opt-out as soon as possible. So this might be another one of those
first map.
Try to go for fights here with the relay bolts, with the shot, the concusses, and try to get these
defensive half of Haven has really let them down right now. Pretty much the same shit as the first
so early on, especially against such a dominant team like All Knights. But Galorys, they have it. They feel pretty comfortable with it. Honestly, if anything, you can tell there is no.
They even tried to change some shit too. They went from Jet to Neon on Sim.
For sure. They're not afraid to fight back.
They're in trouble though. If they don't fix their Haven quick,
Galorys,
they're in big trouble.
They still have great control in terms of, yes, you had good structure that we're talking about this death ball.
Let me see. What are they perma-banning right now?
And your Neon here on the side of All Knights, but for Galorys, they're still quite good in terms of the trade capabilities that they have on their side too.
No. Okay.
So now it's going to have to be.
They could switch Haven to their ban.
They operate on the defensive side could actually be quite huge to play against a Neon as well. Even if you're on a Neon yourself, you could still try to get that early pick into that B main and then start running away or any type of aggressive angles. We've seen this being utilized over on NRG side over in the VCTs where, you know, Glass Cannon, OT side, Energy, Victor comes out with the operator and then gets a pick here on that B main side. So that is going to have to be something that's going to be discussed here in this timeout that was coming out from All Knights, because everything that they're trying to do in terms of trap plays or just presses and pushes that they're trying to leverage Dante with, has been fully punished every time so far by Galorys.
Technical pause.
Hold up.
Still making waves, so thank you guys so much for the patience. But yeah, for I guess the purpose of Galorys too, of just being
come on
able
now
to pull through with this is definitely going to give them a lot of momentum moving forward. It's very important, especially now. I mean, given that it doesn't even seem like they're struggling.
That's kind of crazy,
to be completely frank with you. There are moments where it's like, oh well, that didn't look too good, but they always pick themselves back up, start right back off where they were, and continue along. But of course, the game.
What's going on this one's fucking neck?
You're definitely hoping
what's happening
All Knights after this technical pause here, after a full pause and a full stop of this game, it will allow for them to actually
recuperate. Oh, that's the mouth.
Want them to here, Gompers.
Bro.
Because at this point, when you listen to the pre-match
I might like this one more.
Reflect back on their loss against M80, they said that they were feeling calm, that they were okay moving in here into this second matchup against Galorys. Oh, trick shot. That was sick. But that said, I mean, it's currently 4-0 right now, and if you continue to lose in these moments where you can't activate this aggression that you're trying to pull through on the defensive side, doubt will start instilling here into the capabilities that you're bringing into this game. Yes, you lost a very close matchup against one of the tournament favorites, if not the tournament favorite to move into Ascensions this year. But against Galorys, the #1 seed right here.
Good mid creep here.
It works out so far for All Knights to push out.
All right, Dante getting active.
Just continues going down, man. All Knights.
My goat.
Is this the time for them to really seek back to that redemption? It might just
I hyped him up too much. It's over.
Really knowing what to do in a situation like this one. Now having down to this 1v1. Yep, and tagged out by Nico Machine. Yeah, looking good.
Like that a little bit more. So with the triple facing that they had at the beginning of these rounds, and then they got smoked out by an Omen, and it just kind of like waited that smoke on the defensive side. Again, talking about how much space they were giving away here for Galorys to really work around that map. They try to activate on a different side. There's only one player holding in on that spot, and it's an Omen, right? With Sabano over towards the A side, so you can't really have great opportunities to delay as much. So if you lose one section, at least fight what you're trying to fight for in the very beginning. A walk down towards middle, great punishes coming out from Nico Machine, and now you have Galorys
they call
trying to work back towards the extremities.
They're gonna call it tech.
I mean, they are still trying to contest towards middle, But the main gist of it is looking to split potentially towards this B side because that's where the spike's currently going as well. And they have
I mentioned it a lot, but Cypher's placing that cam high is very good. Basically makes it so the person has to be close to break it.
Plato finding an entry inward, but I was surprised that it worked so well.
I didn't think that was going to work out for him.
And somehow Sato does manage to make it out alive, though. They don't have a lot to play with.
Holy.
The ultimate's still available.
This is not looking good for All Knights.
All Knights, they know better than to do that. Instead, trying to find a different way of entry. And it's beautiful, beautiful from Dante.
Player standing.
To find another, though. Galorys, they do manage to retrieve that. And just as it was before, maybe another round.
No, but I saw the score.
Starting to see at least why All Knights.
Dude, how long did it last?
Pressure into
like time-wise.
Holding top mid in the very beginning of these rounds because Psycho mentioned it on the desk. There's a lot of these moments where even All Knights themselves playing as a Neon do a lot of these pushes on top middle and split here. Either it's A or B, it doesn't really matter because it depends where the smoke's being thrown by the Omen this time. On the side of shot for you to be able to pinch back towards Boba.
Sato,
there's just the concusses that happen.
So unloud.
On top of that, to support on that line. And it
what
really,
is Sato
really,
doing awful loud?
All Knights unfortunately off guard because the one round where they don't start off on middle, that's the take here that you have here on Galorys to be able to capitalize on the round. So far it's great reads and great calls coming out here from the IGL over on Galorys side.
Dante has ult. They just shocked the trip over here. You can see how ready they are for this push, chat. Holy fuck.
So important, but
good decision and not go through with that.
Something going on.
I think they were waiting for a Sova ult play as well. They were scared of a potential like insta Sova ult down here.
Be flanked or read out just yet.
Combined with also the Neon ult down tile. There's a lot of things that could have killed them here early.
From the B side, and that completely halted Galorys on that walk contact up towards A. They're trying to activate. Look, so who gets the headshot there onto Dante, and there's the hat. And yeah, A site's open. Time to Neon. Your way in.
And they're still going, not going out easily just yet. All Knights now. They have been spotted. Knowing exactly where they are, Galorys is going to try their absolute best to keep them out of harm's way. Looking at Util, though, it's not going to be too hard.
All right, 4v4.
All Knights.
But this is an insane setup.
Might just be able to gain some access to the entry. Rolling Thunder makes its way in. Everybody else can make its way in as well. Already seeming like everybody else trying to apply that pressure.
Shit, dude.
And as it said, maybe just well and done there. All Knights finally taking it back.
Oh,
Might just be it. The defusal there. I mean, Evil definitely looks a little bit frisky here, but
I did not think All Knights was going to win this round.
Even Nico running forward to block the shock dart.
I'm not sure what happened to Sato right there.
A soccer ball away or a football away to make sure it doesn't get into the net. So well done there on that retake coming out here. But that was quite interesting from Galorys because, yes, I knew there was going to be a trade-off in terms of Breach ultimates, but the Breach
Sato 18 and Feb. Okay, yeah, Sato could definitely be VCT next year.
Where you could potentially just
the June birthday.
The whole dumpster side, shop side,
that's too late.
Gate side, which is towards the spawn, all at once to allow that flood back from Galorys from short. But because that missed, you saw AK on the lower buy that they had just weren't affected by the players dropping down towards the dumpster. And at least Galorys is trying to pivot towards B.
Dude, they could not afford for that to happen.
What an answer back.
Oh my god.
No, but they run it down. That's going to be a really, really good push moving out towards B. Again, no
Dante's struggling.
Side of Sato. So feeling really, really comfortable moving forward, but the Neon now left alone down towards the B site, and it's them all by their lonesome shut down in a matter of seconds.
Sato is dipping him hard right now, chat.
Going towards the B main. You saw a couple of rounds ago too. Sabanda was already there behind the billboard, throwing one-ways up towards the A side, and they were trying to go for that camera trap play between both, where they could paranoia, double swing, and fight back. But this time, they're like, okay, well, we're going to just try to walk and try to get contact once again very slowly, because they're afraid of potentially a Cypher Cam on the attack side just watching the cross. And then suddenly you just see Galorys just running it down and catching two players off guard with beautiful concussive relay bolts coming out from Sato.
Was the GOAT Sato all along? The tier 2 GOAT?
Play tucked in once again. Their aggression not in their favor.
Oh, they do run it down.
Nah, Dante's still the GOAT.
Push for a little bit more aggression, and it does work actually in favor of them. This time not letting Galorys find themselves.
Please stop giving this kill.
Refrag potential there. Do back off.
Yeah, I forgot that Dante is a crazy machine. Yeah. He doesn't mind here to just slide in through the chaos. You saw the amount of fault lines that came through to be able to get
triple
that
clear
pick
top mid. I like that.
A great first blood. But
they actually have some really good comms for these like triple faces that they've been doing in the mid round.
Towards middle, allowing the Neon to have fast rotates. Even great positioning from Tinchoff with the information and utility of the Cypher towards this A site. Allows now All Knights to go for a double flank, triple flank even. Gotta set up the paranoia when they break the trip too. You won't really hit the Sova.
Oh, that's a kill he gets yesterday.
Especially with the entry.
I swear he got that kill yesterday.
Not making its way. They did back them off. Plan B, what's that gonna look like? Now the plan does have to go down.
Sova ping.
Looking good in favor of Galorys, but not really so much.
Oh my
now
god.
Nika Machine actually is able to possibly catch out one, but it doesn't matter. Galorys still do have the plan, is able to play down to this 2v4, and there is potential there, though maybe not. Already one down. And luck, not feeling so lucky right now. Might just be it for them, though.
Good movement. Honestly, single out these ones.
Really is of the essence. Can they isolate these fights? No, they can't. Sebando is the one to shut it down.
And that's the game sense and the sixth sense even coming out from Verso. Yes, maybe not as loud playing on a map here as Sunset yesterday on this breach, but overall, what he
we're
has
due.
in terms of
We're due for the tech.
Another one of those players that came in from the professional scene over at VCTs that's trying to grind it back to tier 2, having an opportunity to flash here with Leviathan in the past until they went through a couple of roster changes. But for him to combine with the Aftershock, yes, even if they got the plan, at least he's able to take one player down, immediately spams in the smoke as well to take Root down. And just allowing here All Knights to have a clean retake towards the end. The double up setup on the elbow to take down Luxo. And it's just off the back of the utility.
He's working the drive-through and casting the game.
Breath for All Knights.
Oh, this is the second look with the smoke, chat. Remember when I said I hope to give the other look? He TP'd in the smoke.
Resurfacing here
Neon
in
runs
this matchup.
up.
Chibano now being challenged towards the elbow. They trade off util.
Shadows traveling.
They're able to put up the shadows, though. They do blockade, so for now, this is good, right? Nothing that can make Galorys feel comfortable moving forward, and that's the only thing. Finding that discomfort, trying to play off of it, but at this point, the smoke settled down in mid to maybe bait out a rotation, but it's not happening just yet.
Like, these A players look very uncomfortable. Considering, like, what's happening over here, this deep trip, like, I don't know, I just...
With no Cypher util coming out here towards the A side, and the cooldowns that you have on the darts and the owl drone, it gives an opportunity here for Galorys.
They really know this is an A hit
right now. A little bit more here towards the elbow. And they're just going to wait for the next cycle of util to try to hopefully get information on time, but Galorys is already ready with all of this util to pop inside the site.
Not going to have a chill day, though. Okay, Sato backs off.
Chill.
Don't want to fight that either, though. 30 seconds left. This is the site they're going to hit. They know this at this point. The util, it has to diminish just a little bit for All Knights. What do they have to play with? 2 flashes. Maybe Dante can
do the EDG stairs
fight.
fight.
But if anything, it's the same thing on the other side. Pretty much in the same sort of position as both of these teams are. The question is, how well are they going to use
Neon
the
wall
utility?
diagonal across the site right now. Blocked all.
At least one of each. Now both flashes. Gregor goes down. Now there's absolutely nothing more to play with. You have to realize at this point the isolation is the main advantage, but All Knights, they just continue to tear, leaving Luck all by themselves.
Wow. That was
really
insane
good
too.
retake.
Both of the teams just counting down. Okay, there's one breach flash that was used. Okay, another breach flash that was used. And then I gotta say, Luxo did a great job just pulling up cages every single time they were trying to go for util that fled back here for All Knights and used both cages and nullified the fast.
I was also surprised they ended up getting through. Like, the opening kill for the neural theft was massive.
But as soon as that first pick came through, well, you had the neural theft available there for the retake available for All Knights, which then allowed for them to trade off and take down the A site quite much easily. And now they're, what, 2 rounds away here of tying up
the IGLs are. I think someone said Sabando was the IGL
you're running away here with
yesterday, but I don't know if that's true.
As things started on your end. But the Flood retakes this time around from All Knights are looking pretty good.
Dude, they're doing immaculate.
I would just purely be trusting chat.
You know, it was a rough start for them, but the fact that they're able to pick it up so easily, flawlessly, I mean, not really flawlessly. There were a lot of mistakes moving up to this point, but
see, that's why we don't trust chat. God damn it.
Taking the time to kind of recollect themselves, taking the knowledge of, hey, we're better than this. You know, we're pretty optimistic about what we're going to do moving forward. The team's mental attitude in general, as we've seen from tweets, is looking pretty solid. So they don't learn off of fear.
I actually never noticed that. There's a star next to the IGL's.
That genuinely does carry you forward pretty far.
Is that what that is? I've never noticed that.
Especially when it comes down to that 4-6 scoreline, some rounds that are finally picked up here on this side of All Knights. So that's going to give him a little bit of confidence to fight back here against Galorys. And off this timeout, not really.
You're trolling me.
Galorys could
I'm ending my stream right now.
Try to go for this orb control towards the A side so that Sato could cycle rather his rifle to somebody else. And he got 3 rifles and
I will not be gaslit.
Maybe work as a group. It's just
you fucker. God damn it.
A first slide and a couple of pop shots. Yeah. But All Knights is not reading into that. They're still sticking up towards middle.
I don't know, man. Chat's just lying. They literally lied and then they lied on top of their lie. Which
going to be given too easily
is absolutely
they know
diabolical.
Exactly what All Knights is playing for. Is going to watch this Sivan though. Leaving the smoke here, but it doesn't really do too much. Of course, you know, when you have the neon, there is easy access left onto the site regardless. But still
oh my god, he needs that kill.
Hoping they can catch some sort of sight line.
Flank is in.
They do, but it doesn't work well.
Yeah, Savannah was trying to play the top of the news, trying to play the 10 spot, and instead he got a 10s at home. Couple of whip shots, but still an opportunity here for All Knights to fight back with that slide. Dante with the opening, and they're pitching back into the B site.
Holy fuck, it's Sova.
It's definitely now at least.
Nico Machinist had some go to util.
Keep themselves intact, Galorys.
What?
Okay, well, let me speak for a second because oh my gosh, like what? There is no words that I can really say at that point.
No, me neither. That was instant coming out here from Galorys on the post plant. And as I said, I thought they were going to try to go for orb control here to give them some sort of fighting chance around an overdrive and 3 rifles.
That's such a good spawn push.
But instead it's just Sheris.
Like when they realized that the flank is in from like 2 to 3 players, because they saw 2. They saw Sova Neon, then they also saw the Paranoia come through the wall. They immediately decided to push Boba. That was such a good call.
For Galorys to answer back. Speeding across here on the top of middle to watch things once again. The last round of the half, thankfully, All Knights, despite losing to Alorabai, still has econ to work with and still has man advantage as well.
Looks silly, but they're holding off.
Ready for a big stun, and this might work out well. No, that's good. Galorys, knowing the positioning they were in was pretty hectic, but at the same time, the A site, they slowly did move up, tried to gain some space, some ground, but information given away, and the A isn't looking so good now for AK.
Who's controlling the camera? Me. You
guys don't like my observing? So they definitely want him to plant, so they could have the Rolling Thunder towards the end.
Give me server access.
Leverage as well to Sova. Double hold on ultimates if they could get inside that site, but there's still a pesky trip right there being set up by Tincha. So they want to give up the site too. This is not going to be looking good here for All Knights. Being very good on flood retakes, yes. But against 2 ults, we'll see what's going to happen.
Dude, he fault lined the lane for the Sova ult. Holy. They were cooking.
If anything, honestly,
they were cooking right there.
As well as
last round, they're like,
Thunder push
do something sick.
Everybody looking for exit on the extremities, but this is huge. They've backed off majority of All Knights for the
1 kill on Adverso would be massive.
They have to work themselves in. There's nothing to do. Honestly, at this point, Paranoia has been used as well. Savan, they're not making themselves go inside in just enough time. But it might not even work. It might not even happen. Lux still holding down towards the backside. All Knights, this might be the potential for them to finally bring themselves back up down to that 7-5.
Nah.
And this is it.
Dude, what is going on?
There?
There's so many bullets.
All Knights they were given a pass, a free pass to take their round back in their flood retake. They tried to play, I mean, I understand what they were trying to do here for Galorys. Because they pushed down for contact, they fault line, they pushed the players back, they pushed their opponents back, and you would just blindfold thinking that they would be condensed and funneled into the shop lane and also towards the back spawn lane, but it only got pings on 80s. And then you preemptively went for Rolling Thunder just to try to delay, but there's still so much time right after.
7-5 is a pretty fucking good half right there for All Knights. Like, given how things started, what were we at? Were we at like 5-1? I think they grinded that shit back so well. Yeah, it was 5-1. Like, they were getting reset left and right, but they were grinding through the second half. Holy.
Minimize that gap and close the half off at a 2-round deficit, and now they have the opportunity to press down on that gas with Dante at the spear. Tip of the spear, rather.
They were able to collect that pretty...
Wait, Frank, are you talking about the gecko thing from yesterday? That was amazing. The observer that was in the gecko's head yesterday was just...
importance. Let's get ourselves back up into
all
the game.
of Russia was just cooking. They were on fire by the end of the day.
From there. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do, right? We've seen the strength and the power of,
the
fight isolations, being able to win out the pistol rounds, and etc. So definitely looking like, at least for the side of All Knights, and the fact that they were able to face this pressure, that they're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and this is nothing new as well for Galorys here playing this composition. This is the comp that they use a lot in their region, in Brazil, to be able to qualify as this first scene, and also finding a lot of success with this composition regionally. So they definitely know how to play this against All Knights. Yes, we're giving a lot of credit and praising the neon capabilities of Dante, but at the same time, the men
thinks he's Aspas.
Sato could definitely get things done.
Aspas would never smile
so
and
far.
wave.
Staying very calm and also very, very jovial before the camera. He seems to be a well-rounded player that you really want here in your organization, and he's putting up the numbers for sure to prove that he has what it takes as well to be a star duelist.
I think they definitely have what it takes. Everybody here has been showing different sides to themselves too. Some players, their first land, some players not. And I mean, just goes to show how much practice has gone into this moment. I mean, it is big, right? VCT, Americas, like everybody aiming for to be on the big stage. Every single team relying on each.
Pause at halftime. What happened? All they had to do was just sit still and like the next half starts, yeah? No, this is actually like the first. Is it the first one, chat? Or the second? Or the third?
For
much less than yesterday.
6 teams currently playing the group stages in Monterrey. And at the same time, you're thinking of these 6 teams in Mexico, but also you're thinking of all the other teams that tried to fight for this position, for the opportunity to play right here. So it's a total of, what, 16 per region, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit less, maybe 8 to 10. But at the same time, there's been so much competition coming through, and you really can't let this affect you in terms of how much pressure it's going to give you at the moment of the stage, especially for a lot of these players. It's the first time playing at an international stage against international teams. So there is a lot of factors coming in that you have to really try to like push away and box them up so that you don't feel that pressure and you're still able to perform.
That being said, tech pause still underway. Thank you guys so much for your patience.
Chat.
But yeah, I mean, I can't even understand what it might be like to be in this position. It's like both exhilarating and also scary. Like
first
so
one
many
I get,
emotions
I'm
mixed in
typing
the air of the excitement, of the fear, of just not knowing. And I feel like that is what makes this absolutely beautiful. But back into the game, the timer is going down. We finally do get to see who is running away with this first map.
Second, you're cooking.
Well, it's a lot of ghosts here on the side of Galorys, and with their position, they're just trying to play a little bit of a slightly further range, but also being Sato the first one trying.
Eliza, you have to be like the
most aggressive one.
What?
That's a start.
Have it right in the back too. Okay, All Knights, so they still try to make some sort of aggression moving forward, but
I was gonna say the GOAT. I mean, like, your pick'ems are always goated.
Left, so much time left on the clock, and All Knights, they're just running it down on the pistol
There's
round.
this.
They try to retrieve that first hand.
Eliza,
Winning down
master of
inside this game.
games.
Sabando making it so much easier as well.
Felt like I was watching Call of Duty with the amount of slides that are coming through here with both of these Neons and the tracing that came through from both Dante and Sato. And for Dante to win that, for All Knights to be able to get 8
Dante's turn, motherfuckers.
is a great
Let's
start
go.
to the pistol round. You mentioned it.
Let's go.
When you said this is something that they plan to do, of course they're trying to win this pistol round here, golfers, but I
We're
didn't
the
think they're gonna win
attackers
this
now.
that cleanly.
I don't think so either. If anything, it's... I mean, I'm not even sure. Like, again, it's a lot of pressure in the pistol round, too, to put yourself... to knowing that you need this round in order to bring yourself back up. So I think they were going full pedal to the metal to honestly just solidify the fact that, hey, we're better. We know we're better. We're going to be able to run through with this. But, of course, run through with it. Again, they might, or they will, actually. Pistols coming through for Galorys, and it's not looking any easier as time goes on.
They're not really
let's see how they get them
going
active.
for any type of
I think I remember this from yesterday. Their default involves a top right smoke and a lot of pressure on this top left mid.
Like that they're not
They have
playing
tons
as
of splits
aggressively 'cause
going
they
through
still have
there.
to scout around the map to
They
see
have a
where the
lot of
defensive
splits
stack
where,
could
like,
potentially
the
be.
Omen will come this way,
Especially with the
blind through this
investment they currently
lane,
have for all
as
nines of
Dante
Vandal in the
cuts
hands of
through,
Dante to
as 2 people come this
Bulldogs.
way, and then Dante cut through to meet back
And
up with
you're
them.
leveraging those players right here to try to break potentially some util in front of this B side and just go for that pop. It just depends. Right there, Tinchop getting the first shot, first contact, getting this potentially kill, and we'll be able to do
I think
so.
that's okay.
And that will definitely activate the rest of the team back towards this B side to open it up, and Dante will get the opener onto Urango.
Pretty smart.
Already got everything they need to, dude. Luck is just going in for the kill. Actually waiting for the rest of the team to kind of push itself
The
back over
crackhead
to the extremity, see what they can work with. But of course, the infamous hiding spot here on a map like this on Sunset. So they're very well solidified at this point. 2 shock darts to use.
Not for what currently Galorys is doing here by trying to jump spot and potentially fight long range with only classics and a ghost.
I actually wanted to see
Die to spike if I were them, and it seems to be
what
finally
Kong
be the
Kong's
case.
stats
See them
were.
falling back a little bit more, trying to stay within a blast radius, because if not, going to give a lot of ults in favor here of All Knights. Dante already dropping his weapon away, so he can try to hunt down for these kills on the overdrive. He'll get an orb, but he'll also pay his life for it. But at the end of the day, it's a round for All Knights to tie up the game.
Yeah, dude. His Neon was fucking crazy. It literally might have been his best agent. I think it was. I think his Neon was the most impactful in the entire event, and by far his most impactful agent. And he completely changed the way he played. Like, he was so good on Neon. Which is wild considering what he was last year. Like, coming into the scene as like this offer.
Lose too many of those rifles in that previous round. Mid control is going to be the priority for All Knights.
Oh, that's why they darted like that.
Here it comes.
Oh, that paranoia was nice, though. It did push them back. Rude. Actually, now this is rude. Dante literally just did not care about what was going on down behind. Nobody watching mid as well, so that's going to be a huge detriment, too.
3-on-3, big fight here.
And a bit more clear than it was the last time, though. 3v3, no player advantage.
Very
at
good
most,
spacing
but
for that
it's
trade.
still the refrags that are coming through, and nobody is going unscathed. Everybody looking for the isolation, but somebody else being just behind. But now the drone able to recollect some sort of information down towards the A site.
Damn. I think the very tail end of the drone.
There by Luxo and picked off. Everything looked really good so far for both of these teams. I was going to praise how good and instant those trades came across here from All Knights when they took control of the back of that spawn side of A. As soon as one player fell, somebody came right back out. Bam. refrag, you mentioned it, Gompers. Right here, you're seeing these moments. But when it comes down to that,
I don't know which Neon at Champs would have been better than Concon.
That was a perfect opportunity here for Galorys to move in
I think
and isolate
he was better
these
than
two players
Minibu.
and then just win in terms of numbers in the end. They didn't really swing as a group. They were still kind of like split off one of the last few players. But at least they found the timing here on that forward position over on Galorys' side to regain the lead.
Bro, I was so surprised yesterday when that broadcaster's.
Why still not the best? The rifles
Someone said something about Dante being like a
goated
Neon.
They're trying to pinch back towards middle, but easy here for All Knights to move out for a plan on B.
Yeah, Sato just went for it. And that's going to be good, though. Especially now with an aggressive take outside of mid, you were able to find the majority now.
Damn, he got away.
Definitely getting the refrag in, but Sato is not going down without a fight, especially now with the fact that they are feeling that resolve moving forward within the round. Information more at least given away. Neon able to make it back in time, but Nico Machine is not. And it just gets harder and harder for players now left on the defense. Huge
Not worth, not worth.
But you just can't get away from it. Everybody
That was
else on
so
Galorys
fucking
winning
disjointed. God damn, man. Holy. They did such a good job of like slowly taking the front of the site while all that shit was going on.
Very precise here on how it's being played on his side, but this is also something that Psycho has mentioned with Uber on the desk when they were breaking down the playstyle of this team. Sometimes you have one player like Dante that he doesn't have to play Neon. He can play Jet, but sometimes he's going to be around, be able to get like 1 or 2, but you need the other players behind him to be able to trade off and get that +1 to get the advantage back into your favor. And it hasn't been the case so far on the side of All Knights when also Galorys are staying as a group to try to trade instantly. So this is some very good.
I know, right? I was surprised.
For both of these teams. And All Knights now going back into a scenario where they have a Stinger and Overdrive.
Oh, this is the one I was talking about, chat. This is the play I was talking about. He's gonna cut through.
Type of play, just trying to find that timing.
There's the blind. Oh my god.
Beautifully done.
Oh, he ducked the shot.
Either way, yeah, Dante. It wasn't a lot.
That play is really good. I really like that play.
Perfectly in terms of what they were throwing.
I like how they give the Omen blind as he's coming in.
All Knights are the ones in the lead at this point. Still left up to 3 players to try to get themselves back. Is Sato going to try to utilize that high gear? Or is it just going to be left up to whatever the case might be? Could isolate the fight, maybe see as to where everybody is, but they know exactly where they are. In this case, they can't do anything about it, maybe other than try to get the stun through, but there comes Sato! Not knowing Dante's there watching, and it becomes impossible. Nothing to play against, instead just trying to see what they can do. Comes to lack of information, but they can't do anything.
My God!
Much just set in stone, dude. What 360s?
What are we watching?
It's over.
These guys don't play the same game as me.
He will not, but thankfully,
holy shit, man!
We might be able to pick it up here. We just saw the last player
I'm
trying
getting
to run across
motion
towards
sick.
the pillar to pick it up, but this becomes a
Their movement is just so unreal.
By All Knights once again. The amount of times that they're taking great top mid control, followed by a recon dart that went from spawn all the way towards Boba and Adverso with the stun.
Looks like
nothing there that the Cypher on the defensive side could do, and Tinchoff just got quickly dismantled.
Yeah, Apex, Apex. Dude, it
Lutzo
feels
got
like we're watching
dismantled
Apex.
towards the back of Boba.
Wait.
Which didn't allow All Knights to overtake the site. Sato trying to do the same thing with his own overdrive.
Are you kidding me,
great
bro?
util following around him as well on the defensive side.
Wow, they held that shit so well.
All Knights literally just demolishing at this point. They're feeling more and more confident as time goes on. Especially now with the save coming through it. Well, semi-save, it's
very true.
I know exactly.
Wait, 20 times?
This one, though, evil.
That's how that word works.
Can't do anything. Drone readily available to try to see what information they can gather.
Jalui, yeah, thank you for the timer.
Hard things to do, especially when you have a neural theft that gives away your position. You're trying to go for the one and done and do some damage while Luxo is attempted to save his rifle once again for the next round. But All Knights here, both of these teams finding great success out of aggression. Maybe a little bit more, to, should I say, coming out from Galorys at the beginning of these rounds on how they're playing aggressively, where All Knights were really good on these pulse plants instead.
Dante gonna go after him?
On the defensive side. But both teams still finding great value with this composition, different types of approaches, how they're working the map here of Sunset. And they're keeping this game close. Economy's not the best here for All Knights, so you're not going to go for the hunt here on Luxor, who's just in a fortress with these trips and camera up.
Pull up, let him cook.
This may be the important vehicle in the buy around it from Galorys to keep this game close and potentially regain the lead once again.
Kind of pretty close for both sides, though. Still keeping that resolve.
Oh, wait.
Honestly, explosions left onto side is the way that they've been going so far. Now the tactical pause to see how they can deny that on the side of Galorys, because it feels like it's been way too much for now.
Oof, that was close. Screen went fade to black for me. I thought I had to typecast once again. But no, definitely this timeout's quite important. They found so much value here for All Knights by inserting Dante on a top middle.
Bro, this coach never happy.
Didn't really see too many players play more passively towards shop to try to.
This coach brings the kind of energy I want to bring to chat.
But this may be the opportunity
Just
right there
rule with
for
an
All Knights
iron
to ante the ante at this point. Because if now the timeout for Galorys
Yeah?
is to try to
Is that what you want to
contain
do this
Dante a little
round?
bit
Yeah, you're
more,
fucking cut when we get out of this server.
then you
Listen to
have
what I
an opportunity
fucking
to fight
say.
more towards the extremities here for
Do the polls.
for All Knights. So there's going to be a lot of mind games coming through here from both these coaches. Discussions that
Emote
they'll have
only
with
right
their
now.
teams. Or if not, just like
Freaking
Dante
barking
get his position here
orders.
towards the top
Bro, he
middle,
looks so
and
mad.
You already take your extremity control at the very beginning. So you take down the support utility that's playing all the way back towards the spawn.
owner
Well,
classic.
Dante is going to have nothing left but his own high gear and one relay bolt.
The
Sometimes good
chicken
enough,
breast
though,
and
for
gold
Dante
chops.
to be able to win these rounds, but if anything, there's no util to follow up and help him out to capitalize on these rounds. Starting to see it though. Sato's already moving out towards B main with Evil King. Maybe they're trying to go for a recon.
We got a brawl here.
It's just a passive look on top mid.
Dude, and that's a nice stun too to back off.
Okay.
They leveled it.
He also heard the neon.
Ow, they're not going
So he
for
knows
it.
these two were here.
Instead, they honestly did enough at
They
that point,
might
making
think
all
the
that
Cypher
noise, but
setup
nothing
is
has
here,
really
though.
changed other than the level of placement here.
It's the cage.
They may feel that. Look at how passively they have to
Market,
play
the
now. They're
NRG
playing towards the
cage.
shop, watching back towards top middle. Look at how much space now All Knights can take control of. The camera's watching middle. They realize that it's free. Now they could maybe try to just go for the Rolling Thunder towards the A side, just depending to see what they see on the side with
Did the
utility of
Sova
the
ping
double
that for the
initiator here.
ult?
Owl Drone with the
Did the
Hunter's
Sova say
Fury
it was ulting that?
could maybe start things off
I didn't see where that ping came from.
for how All Knights will pivot into the mid round.
Let's see. Drone coming out. Oh, he missed the
Tag of a
tag.
lifetime, though. Just trying to
That's
see
a
what
really big opener. Now
exactly
they know
they
these
can
two
do
are still over at
directly
B.
towards A. If
The
anything,
Sova was
they've
here
heard the
early,
noise,
got
they've made
pinged.
some sort of contact.
They
or are
probably
taking
realized at
somebody
this
up
point this
towards
isn't
mid,
the
which is
Cypher's
good.
site.
Yep.
Wall cuts over.
It's the execution after all here towards that site. They want to try to leverage Hunter's
That's
Fury
really nice
for
with that dart.
post plant, but they let the spike all the way down towards A. And Sabano couldn't get that lurk into that
Dude.
B site that allows Neurotheft to
Really
come up
good
and then
peek by
Galorys to
Dante.
understand where the players are so they could start rotating right away. Root alone towards the back of the spawn. Double swing.
Wow, great fucking wide swing.
Yeah, double swing does make
Holy fuck, that was
some sort of sense
huge.
here, but they do lose out.
Nico still has
Which
ult.
would have been their only access of entry here.
Wait,
and
Nico's not playing ult.
finding out some of these angles, but maybe the angles don't need to be
Oh,
closed out.
no.
Instead, Galorys don't need any
One-on-one.
help from anyone. They have Evil to give themselves some sort of leeway, though. Stuck into this 1v1, Tinchoff doesn't have a lot of help to play with, and it's a big
Evil
demolisher
has been
finish for
ice
Galorys.
cold
That
in
was
these
such
two
a nice
games we've
push out
seen.
towards the back of the default to get those 2 kills into elbows. That was actually everything for Galorys to
when are
finally
the
be able
EMEA
to win
finals?
that 1 versus 1
When is
just
that?
because the amount of damage that Tinchoff received here towards that bottom middle. Everything worked out quite well for All Knights to start things off. We talked about the Owl Drone, maybe try to go for a ping towards that short side, and then when you're forced to rotate from top middle, Tinchoff got that pick, which
Matayan,
then allowed
maybe?
here for
Someone said that Sato turns 18 in February and Spike turns 18 in June. But again, chat, never tells the truth. So
for the side of All Knights to really force the full pivot into the A site. And again, that allowed here that hat to come out on the defensive side and really put Galorys into a good position to play the retake in the end. Fortunate moves, just unfortunate movements, but that's the nerves that we were talking about before here as your first appearance on the stage. All right, I'll shut up. Sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I was about to say that side I was bombastic. There's no way. I felt like I could feel that through the screen, but it's okay. Yeah, they're serious about
okay,
about
Spike turns 18 in June, Dante in July. So those two are probably not playing VCT next year then. Unless there's some kind of exception, like they would miss out on the whole year. Like that's there might be a world where they get like a Primi type call up. Maybe. But it would have to be like the right team in the right spot to have that happen. But it could happen. I think they have like any of these duelists in this fucking challengers tournament. I could see it happening too. Like Sim, Koala, Sato, Dante.
All Knights. Going back to the tried and true.
Oh,
a TP across allowing Dante to move up.
This play is really good. These top mid plays with the Neon are great.
Fury out on the attack.
Oh, that guy's fucked.
And there it comes. Okay, now. Using the ultimate. So they're able to pinch themselves down through the back. Still up to them.
You are not getting away.
To hold on to. And All Knight's all they want.
Uranga, more like you're fucking deado, bro.
Possible? I mean, great here. Yeah, he will definitely moving themselves out of the way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Had to do it.
At this point, there's no way you want to go for it. A 1 versus 4, your economy's in shambles.
What?
And off the timeout, such an important call coming out here from the coach of All Knights. Getting that Hunter's
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This ult should be 10 orbs is crazy. Is that an octopus riding a bicycle?
So that Dante could just solely focus on the shop side, on
the shit that I literally don't notice.
To get that freebie and then to pinch back.
And that's a shrimp riding up.
They went back towards that tried and true. And Galorys was not ready this time around for that aggression up middle once again from All Knights. I almost sound like a broken record at this point, but if you're not finding an answer to it, or you're not really trying to fight against that, where All Knights have been doing that pretty much the whole half on their defensive side, really comes to show here the preparation that
this is such a close
could be
game.
lacking from Galorys against All Knights so far on this map of Sunset from the defensive side.
Yesterday, Rude had a lot of
for everyone.
Huge rounds when we were watching. Like he wasn't the most impactful player. I think that was Sato. I think Evil Kick also had a lot of great rounds. But Rude played really well yesterday.
Time to be alive right now, but
There was a
Dante is
chance.
just not letting anybody else live. For the moment, Sato goes down. Now really just leaving up
good
your own
awareness.
teammate there. The A site looks so clean and
Remember when Dante was struggling, chat?
But I guess assuming that the
Holy,
rotation
he's
came in
alive.
quick.
Yeah, and also understanding that Rude potentially would have a shorty in that corner, another shotgun, and you only had 10 HP for Dante, so he doesn't try to push up, and forcing now Galorys to make the play, and they're just waiting them, greeting them with open arms. Easy picks every single time, and it might be Evil Kick once again, forcing to save the rifle in the next. He is rotating up towards the spawn, and as Urango just got picked off, that's definitely going to be the call to save.
What a comeback by All Knights.
Back and forth, once again we go in this second half. And these fast pops coming out from All Knights. Sometimes up middle, sometimes towards the extremities. There's no real answer so far from Galorys to take the early control here of these rounds.
This is their first lead, I think. Right? Yeah, this is their first lead.
Yeah,
Holy fuck, dude.
Like
These guys are
running away.
grinders.
Again, Galorys put in an uncomfortable spot, so now it's Evil by their lonesome, waiting for the save off.
Like the resilience to come. What skin is this?
Or since he's playing
I
against
fucking want
Urso
this.
from Leviathan, he's doing
This
the
goes
Leviathan
crazy.
classic of saving. Back in the days of Owner being the head coach on that side, but This time around, All Knights definitely could go around.
Oh yeah, I actually
hunt,
wanted.
and they
I don't think I've seen this
so close to
variant.
the billboard. And that is no weapon. This is very heartbreaking for the Galorys team this time around, where
Not a fan.
one single time where you're hoping to carry the weapon into the next round was going to be an important one. Because now you potentially could go into maybe hash shields in a buy. We're moving towards the tail end of this map.
I don't know about
might come
that.
through. You might want to try to force
I
buy
don't
and try to
think.
win
I don't
it,
think I would
or
want
try to
Tessen
half buy and hoping that
controller.
a trap play could work. We have no timeouts to work with to really try to go for a call. So there's that call. Hash shields for a couple of players, full rifles for the rest. Quick engagement.
Yeah, I know he's played Omen. It's just his Raze jet.
And potentially
Particularly
an open
Raze.
site to plant for All Knights.
Like the drop off is very big. I feel like.
Again, really good at getting themselves
Just 'cause
onto
Ray's so
sites.
good.
How good are they at holding it? It seems like right now,
Huge
valiant
opener.
effort really put into perspective
Oh
here.
my
But
God.
Galorys, they are just
Round
looking
for
that long
round.
run. We've been down to this back and forth.
Holy shit.
And now it's gonna happen
That
once
looked
more.
so
A black
easy.
light flawless to end things off very, very
Holy
quickly.
I thought the double controller with a Viper on Lotus was going to be hard to cast, and thank God I'm not doing a play-by-play there in the two Gobbers, because that is a
Clove?
lot of
Yeah,
gauges.
okay, Clove might be the play,
Slides,
actually.
a rolling
Didn't think
thunder
of
on top
that.
of that on the defense. It's
If
flood
it
at the
happens.
flood on both
It
ends,
shouldn't
and it
happen.
comes down to great utility from Evil Kick even on top of that. That single recon dart, even if it doesn't get picks, it's good enough to get the information that it wasn't a fake, it wasn't a quick, it was a very quick pump coming in from All Knights into this B site, and it just full flooded with the rolling thunder and allowing for them to tie up the game and be close. But now
Oh my God! How did Sato and Justin get Nico? What?
and there's only one player left.
Poor
now towards the
Nico.
side. It's Orango, and he has
He
no
just
choice
got
but
plucked
to
out of the
hold things
pack.
for a bit, and even fall back now that the hat's been thrown out.
What?
Oh, they've gone the silhouettes of these players.
3 on 4.
Looking for the plan to make its way, but of course, not much
All
to
right.
do down in center side.
Should settle down for a bit as these two
for the moment
reverse
to strike,
their
but again,
elbow.
I mean, you're looking at the util usage, not a lot to hold back.
Oh,
Instead, you are gonna
fuck. They
have
still
to
have a
use
breach flash
forces
and
left
dart.
instead. And slowly
There we go.
progressing their way back onto the site. It's working out for the defense. Is this the time where they finally finish off the curse that has been set on them before?
Oh, they
And it
actually
is
get this shit.
able to finally pull through with a match point. And
Unreal.
this might just be the last, or maybe, I mean, maybe we're going down to OT.
The ciphers are coming up big here for both of these teams. That neural theft coming in on point here for Luxo after getting that pick towards the elbow.
This kill,
allowing here
the
that
one right there on
3v3 to be
Dante, was the
fully
round.
set up. That one single pick, it was a player advantage coming out from All Knights, but they were just trying to still position themselves in the post plant. But as soon as the hack comes out, they realize that there's 3 separate positions, and they're not in positions here for All Knights to insta swing and go for a trade.
Talk your
So they
shit.
have player advantage for the buddy system for their trade back towards the elbow, and they play it perfectly for Galorys. And now take
Dude,
the
the
lead
neons
and
are
are at
both
match
top frag. Oh
Thankfully, though,
God,
with the amount of
it's
rounds that
exactly
came
what
out
I wanted.
for AK and the amount of flaws that
They're
they have,
both
they have money to
sending
work
it.
with.
Oh, it's
Talk about a
fucking
potential OT.
goated.
I can feel it for sure, Goppers.
B hit coming
I mean, there's
in.
a huge
Maybe not
chance.
Caster Curse, right?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to reverse Caster Curse, and I'm going to say there is not a huge chance for an OT.
Perfect.
There you go. I got you. Don't worry about it, Vance. Looking out for one another, just like Galorys. Right now, oh my goodness. Yeah, All Knights. This, if anything, again, they know that this is the moment. In terms of being able to load up something, Adverso pretty close to being able to have that Rolling Thunder. So I
know,
think
it's pretty dope.
possibility huge. If Adverso doesn't
I
go
love
down,
how big
is able to
Valorant
lock
is
that
in
up,
fucking
then for
Argentina and
sure,
Chile. Like,
OT.
what the hell?
Which is also why I'm surprised they're not giving the spike here over to Adverso just in
What
case,
caused
unless
it?
they want him to pick up an orb instead.
Was it like a certain
You heard the
influencer
outro
or
coming out,
like
trying to find information on the side here
event?
of Evil Kick?
Crew?
Hasn't
What the
really
fuck is
spotted
it?
anything yet, so they're forced to fall back and play.
It's just
towards
the
this
crew
spot.
hype from
Because, again,
2021,
it's those
like,
mid pinches that are so good here.
way,
for All
way back
Knights.
then?
But this time it's just a
The
walk
Dragonite
towards the
meme?
market. It's opened up. There's still great trips coming out on the defensive side.
Oh, we got it.
What a flash.
Making their way back to it, though. Okay, now
Damn, the shock.
that sort of sense where All Knights they can take it down to
4 on 2.
planted. They still don't have the Rolling Thunder. I mean, I guess it doesn't even matter at this point because
nope.
What all is
Oh,
it?
and Sadok.
Maybe. I mean, listen,
Gotcha.
2v4.
Okay.
And
all of chat checks out.
I do agree. There's still a lot of util available here for Galorys. There's a flash. There's a smoke they could throw. A
One set
concuss
smoke
here to
in.
allow Sato to go for a hero play. He's doing it.
Oh my gosh, and the whiff is what gets it. The whiff is what gets it done. And Rude is now facing the wrong direction. And
all right,
taking it down to
OT.
Time.
Man,
and that's why
these teams have played a lot of OT games.
Control here of the attack side. Yes, despite them having to fight back and push this into overtime, the amount of times that they condition the splits that they have into the rounds where they don't have bolts to work with.
Is Crossfire still big in China?
There for Galorys. It opened up middle. It opened up top middle for left and right. It opened up market. It allowed for them to pinch back towards this B site for a hit. And Galorys has been thrown for a loop.
Don't fucking laugh. No one answers my question, just a laugh. No one even fucking tells it's just a laugh.
Fight back for the flood retakes.
Feels bad, man.
But it hasn't really been their biggest win condition out there. It came down to a lot of like individual plays to really dwindle down the numbers before they could actually go for that flood retake within a site. Now first overtime between these two teams. Again, both of these teams trying to find their first victory here into Ascension.
Let me give it really slow caution.
Losing their games against difficult opponents, and now being difficult opponents to each other. Aiming control now spotted by All Knights by Nico Machine, and he could actually force a heavier hold back towards B, which is why they're closing
the styles are so different, by the way.
Forcing now Galorys to potentially shoot the door.
Galorys rarely was using like these routes,
to understand where the mid pivot
whereas I feel like a lot of the success from All Knights came from those plays. This is looking like it's going to be a B split though.
Under wraps in this moment, Outdoor finally
Wall
able to
cuts
make
through the
its
window,
way,
gets back sight.
Come through. And Galorys, they're just looking to shut this
Good
down
spacing, keeping the omen.
Not even waiting the full minute. At this point, going in,
wow, incredible take.
Where it counts and finding the players that will help it. All Knights
1-on-2
for Dante. Still left up to this 2v1. Although this time the roam is not
breach
readily
hole.
available for Urango. So there it is. Yeah,
Paul hit him.
Able to get Nico Machine, and at this point they've stalled for time enough.
They both got min.
And I like it. The Rolling Thunder preemptive the last time, but this time around just to allow enough time for the fault line to move up so they could go for a stun in the pulse plant. There's that first dart. It pings towards the left and right, but unfortunately there, Nico looked left instead. Isolating Urango because he saw that recon dart come
Man,
through,
if he saw the ping,
if he saw the
ping,
close up the first map.
Could have had it.
Util in these floods on the attacking side this time for Galorys when they went for that fast hit.
God, neon hits are so difficult to stop.
Well, actually, it was very slow until that. Okay, let's find our current timing.
These attack
As
rounds.
a group, and they hit as a group.
It's like you absolutely need to have like counter protocol
so
plays.
Many players were pinged out here on All Knights on the defensive side.
But then if the neons save their slide, save their stuns, it's just like, all right, let's coin flip. That's what it feels like.
To break the darts or the trips rather towards the main. And it's
slide across.
All Knights. A slide
Keep
across.
on the pocket.
Nothing. You'll soon see.
High-low holding right now for like
Galorys
this push right
to play the retake
here.
Once again, because nobody's
Someone that were to come down and like be crossing into.
Got broken earlier.
Ooh.
Keeping calm.
Rude.
Just looking for a very good.
He's gonna get run down, chat. He's gonna get run down.
Here with Jerome.
Oh, beautiful.
Kind of trying to make its way to diminish whatever's the process of trying to move up, but it's Dante now. Dante literally just won't let go. Okay, hey, we're losing, so let me just step it up for a second and get this down in the bag, and it seems like that's working.
Wait, they close the door too and the camera on middle so that the fast Neon can try to pivot across, but the spike's not on his back, so they're still gonna have to try to find space on that side.
Oh, nice shot. 3-on-3. Doable. Full breach util rotating, chat. Full breach util fucking dead.
There that is.
1-on-2.
Now everybody's just going down left and right. Up to Evelyn to make it happen.
We go again.
Evil to make it happen. It just doesn't. Now back into the OT side. And the tension just gets higher.
Definitely, but
oh
I was
the slide
about
kills.
Dante 2 rounds ago.
The crosshair placement for these slide kills is just like
Vandal and missed a couple of shots, a labored kill, and then got instantly traded out. But this time around, I'm like, oh, maybe he should use a Phantom, but maybe not. He just
like for me to have that perfect of crosshair placement, it makes my aim terrible. For him, it's like he just does it. And I consider my crosshair placement pretty decent. His crosshair placement's ridiculous.
As Dante solo on the top and middle, just trying to ADS. I mean, more power to him. He's been so accurate in his duel so far. This allows for All Knights to play extremities, a 2-1-2 setup.
Oh, we're collapsing mid. I don't think we've done. No, they're not.
He's just gonna jump spot.
He was just holding for the walkthrough.
Potentially just owl drone to see how deep.
Galorys really hasn't used top mid very often.
Especially with a smoke up on middle on the attacking side. Should not give any hint here. Oh.
Normally this have been going Luxo's way, so I get why he's going for that. All right, 2 people in mid. Cypher dive B main. You feel the split.
And they're rushing it big.
Oh shit. The stun was so good, even though he died.
Though finally up with the 2K. Who's going to be the first one to take away from this?
Oh my god.
Could as well
Dude.
be All Knights,
What?
The resolve that they've been showing. But Galorys, they can't lose this one out. If anything, All Knights incredibly strong on the attack. So now with the defense slowly resigning itself, this could just be the time for All Knights to run away with it, unless Urango has something to say about it. The first shot comes through, and still so much util to utilize. This is perfect moment for them to keep it. 7 seconds left until the fault line. Not only that, but now a flash. Able to finally recognize where some of these players are. The isolation huge, but of course the time isn't too much of the essence there. They close too early.
There was definitely a world right there for Urango.
The fault line, he peeked and he split across the fault line that came through here on the pulse plant. I was going to mention, Verso had that second flash for the longest time. And you could see him after the conversation to calm them down a little bit. They had a 3 versus 1 in that spot, and you saw that Dante just decided to run out just to try to get information. But how far off was Adverso and Nico Machine? The other one was just finishing his drone. Adverso still back towards Boba. It looked like it could have been a potential moment where Urango could have clutched a 1 versus 3. And they want to make sure here in these moments that
Galorys fans right now. Every time, bro. I just keep hearing Dolores.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
It doesn't look like anything to me. I swear they're saying Dolores.
All Knights has the grasp of this first map because of how good they've been on the attack side. They're going to have to cook something up to try to
I don't know about the mid
potentially bring this into a 3rd overtime.
They very much, I mean, could take, man. That was incredible timing on their part, too. This is intense. And at this point, it probably could be the last. I'm literally capsa cursing it. We're going to keep going. I was just thinking about it. I was like, this probably isn't the best thing to say right now, but it's true though. Like, All Knights, they're really pushing past. I mean, 30-22 coming through from Dante. This guy's literally going bonkers wild.
B hit, empty sight.
Anything as well for All Knights on their camp on the timeout. What they could discuss here is just to take their time a little bit to.
The question here is where are we going in the sight hit? Where are we going in the post? These are deep kill trips too.
Slide across the protocols on that side, but this time there's no pivot towards the A side. Nobody's really inserted on that side, so they're conditioning this.
See, this is like anti-neon setup right here for like the slide.
A re-hit could potentially happen now towards B side for All Knights.
These are super deep kill trips in the open.
Already throwing a smoke.
The Cypher could get kills on either of them.
On the A side, on the B side, he threw the smoke on the A side. So you're going to keep those players anchored up. The camera's watching top mid. They can't watch main. This is a free plant, potentially.
Cut out.
And they have it. Oh my god.
He's the truth. He is literally the truth.
This is like...
I told you, chat. I told you.
You lose 2 players so early on off the rip, and Urango's one of them, and that's gonna suck.
I fucking
losing out
told
on
you
your
guys.
breach.
I knew from one game.
Two
This kid
players
is the
for
truth.
sure, and the Owl Drone's not gonna get too much value. It's gonna say, oh yeah, the site's clear. We're playing Pulse Plant B, of course.
He's jiggling right now for info. He's doing it all.
But Paranoia comes out, and now it's an opportunity to fight back.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful smoke on the billboard, though.
Oh my gosh, they tried their best too to keep everybody kind of intact in the extremities there. But
Shit, bro. What?
Okay.
What?
Sato finally bringing it back, but Tinchoff, no, this is perfect.
Oh, no.
Correct moment and timing is of the essence
Got
here. They
it.
play with the time.
Well played.
And they keep it in the game.
Holy fuck, man. They got it.
Finish.
What a map that was, man.
And they look tired as
That
should
was
be.
such a good map.
Excited. I mean, listen,
Holy shit.
He's real hype.
Oh yeah, they're gonna talk at each other for sure because it comes down to these moments as well when you're looking at.
Yo, on God, what if he literally looked across the stage? I can't believe I have this ready. What if he looked across the stage and this is what he said, except in Portuguese?
Why you gotta be so rude?
Because there's a guy on the other team named Rude. Okay, I'm out.
It almost went down to another overtime if you remember from what you saw here, chat. The one-way smoke that was thrown towards the billboard really allowed for Galorys to flood back towards that B main. And it really only had to come down to one late lurk from Tinchoff right into the corner of that B site to win off time, thanks to the lurks out of the Cypher once again, to allow here All Nights to get the first half of the series.
Dying right now.
First
You guys
half,
are
there's an OT. Let's
cringing in your
go. Well,
chairs.
technically the second series, but it doesn't matter. At the same time, we do have other maps readily available for you guys, and I do want to see what exactly we're cooking up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
No.
VCT.
I fuck around some nights. I open Snapchat and I'll show the girls randomly like these filters that do crazy shit. And I saw a couple nights ago there was one like some fucking AI filter that like rates your Riz. And so I look at Jennifer and I just do it. And it says L Riz. And I'm like making fun of her, like backing on her. So then I reverse the camera and I do it on myself and it says 0 Riz or no Riz. And I was like devastated. I couldn't even believe that there was something lower than L Riz. I was like, what? It's because I just did I guarantee you it's because I just did a straight on boomer selfie where I was smiling. I guarantee you it like sensed it. What is this emote? What do we type? That's pretty cute. Yawning. This Neon looks like me. That's the Neon I'm familiar with.
What a way to start this match. A 15-13 that goes the way of All Knights. It was their map pick of Sunset, and they're able to take it away at the end. Now, after a couple overtimes, though, it was very intense between the two. And honestly, if we go back for the beginning of the rounds, it did not start that way, though. It was a 4-0 going this side of Galorys. And I got worried for a second, Psycho, but it was all part of the plan. They were able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I even said before the game started, I said if Galorys want a chance here, they need to control the pace. They need to take the lead early, and that's exactly what they did, but it did not seem to be enough. You know, AK took a little bit to get started. They started on the weak side of the map, but they got enough rounds in that first half that by the time they got over to attack and started getting Deus activated up mid on that Neon, it was, you know, smooth sailing from there.
I mean, I really liked the defense side, honestly, from All Knights. It was pretty good because they did have to adjust to the fact that obviously they're at a disadvantage. You know, they're getting peeked into, they're getting overrun a lot on the A side. So what they do is they like really focus on mid. They have like 3 players stacked top mid to make it so someone like Sato can't pinch a site. And then when it looks like the Galorys aren't moving,
used to have smaller viewers, I could gift every time someone had
and they basically pull off the A
high
side.
vibe. Now I feel like if I tell people right now, all spam.
That come from 3 different angles.
People.
Short, comes from
I'd be poor.
Comes from Spawn, comes from Link, and then
I'd end my stream like, oh, it wasn't a bad stream. I only lost.
They've got a ton of options. They fight really well inside those post plants. You can see Galorys only 6 out of 11 post plant rounds won. All Knights win 4 crucial retakes in those kind of situations. They do a really good job at identifying what parts of the map that Galorys are opting to give up in order to have these like really hard hits on that A side, especially.
Yeah, both sides of the map. Mid site was the win factor for AK. It's very clear that they put a very high importance on controlling mid and preventing the split up mid from the enemy team Neon, because, you know, as we saw in their attack, that's exactly what they did. You know, more often than not, they're trying to get Dante Deus up mid, splitting into the site from the back while they're hitting it from the front. I mean, that's they know exactly what to watch out for because they're the ones doing it on the other side. So it's an interesting duality from these guys. You know, Galorys on the other hand, you know, towards the end of those rounds, especially that last round, they were playing scared. They're starting to play back off of the site. They realized they couldn't stop, you know, the flood onto the bomb site, so they're just trying to play the retake. And unfortunately, when you gave Dante Deus that much space, just get into the site.
How do I take away one of the 5 gifted subs?
That's a tough situation to be in when you're trying to retake.
Is it possible?
4v5.
You can always be expecting Dante Deus to be pushing somewhere and getting some kills that you don't even know how he got. It's something that he's doing constantly, and he did it in the series. Even when you're playing, which is honestly something that doesn't happen very often. It's very rare when we see the Neon versus Neon head-to-head on Sunset specifically. So when you're playing this, you know you need to take the upper hand no matter what, and that is something that Dante Deus was doing constantly. Yesterday, everybody was talking about him. Really good performance today in that first map alone. Uber, he got 31 kills. Once again being the difference maker, showing as well consistency, which is very important for him. And now we're moving into a map of Haven where he can also be set up for success
we saw
the same way.
It's kind of nice that we foreshadow something as analysts and it plays out. And I think the biggest narrative for us is that Dante does some frankly unreasonable things.
Too dirty.
It's completely harebrained, and on multiple occasions on Sunset, it worked out, right?
That reminds me of my alias that I
kills the first person, slides, kills the second person. This stuff is just another day at the office for Dante. And it's entirely plausible we see the very same thing on the map of Haven. If we start to look ahead a little bit more. One thing before
God damn it, sinking. I can't believe I got through that whole sentence not knowing where it was going to go.
On the defensive sides in overtime. They gave up mid. It got smoked out. They left the
Should I change my alias to Lift?
But then they one-way a smoke over towards the A side, an A long, and they don't hold it. They're actually like double stacking back inside the elbow itself instead of sort of playing for it. They really are giving a lot of map up. They look like they're playing scared. Like they're afraid of the explosiveness that we're seeing from All Knights there. That's going to be a factor on Haven as well, and it's something that's going to put a lot of pressure on you, especially Galorys are going to start on the defense side. The map already stretches your resources defensively very thin, and when you have a player like Dante who can just go 1v2 quite happily, at the drop of a dime in many of these rounds. 9-3, first kill, first death on Sunset. Very solid scoreline. It's exactly what you're asking for from your duelist. Look show, by the way, on your screen just there. 47% headshot percentage, by the way.
Oh wait, we didn't.
Really
47.
Wow. Very sharp over the course of that map. Has a huge impact, 208 ACS. So definitely the star player from Galorys.
It's crazy because Luxa was actually the one that started cold.
This is what we talked about.
Like in that opening bind game.
Distributed across their whole team. You know, Dante
the shooters are shooting.
Dante Diaz is the kind
shooters
of
were definitely shooting.
He's a high economy player, which means like a lot's invested.
Let's see what the attacks look like. That's where the neons were popping off.
Have a lot
Damn.
of if someone can't
Dude,
step up,
that was all Dante on that comeback. Holy.
That's what keeps him in these games. That's
263 damage around.
Sunset as well. So do not
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I do expect Sato to step up a
Get
bit more
on
here.
this man's fucking back.
Duelist map, Haven.
He will take us to the fucking promised
land.
Dante is the truth, Chad.
Just as scary.
I've now seen what 3 maps.
That's what these guys need, right? They need to.
It's like
make a statement here.
Everything I see, just
they need to come out and show that they can.
I had a moment of self-doubt at the start of that first map right there.
You know, that was a close match, but it seemed like even the rounds where AK was losing, they were rounds where AK had the round in control. And just all of a sudden,
getting
outshot by Galorys in the mid to late rounds. So I want to see a lot more round control. I want to see a lot more controlling the pace, controlling the map control, not playing scared back on site, but instead pushing forward, contesting zones, getting information to allow rotations to come in on time to prevent these guys from flooding into the site.
Which is something that was happening yesterday.
Imagine Luxa is 43, dude. Luxa is 43, has like 3 kids.
Close it out. So that's something that both of the teams today are trying to fix, and All Knights, they have the upper hand with the map that they just got. But for the second one, things can be different. Let's jump into the agent select though, because we haven't seen this map of Haven just yet on the side of All Knights. We didn't see it yesterday, so today could be a possibility for something new. And this is where we're gonna be seeing the Neon played out on one side and Sato on the other side with the Jet Uber.
Yeah, okay, so
damn it, it's still 100 teams.
It's actually that All Knights have almost always played Astra.
Forgot to fucking switch it back.
They played it for ages, months and months and months. So that's the change, obviously, going on. Not a huge deal, right? But it is a bit of a comp switch. I'm curious to see,
in the wrong spot.
Or at least to hear what the reasoning is behind that. But they're scary on this
map. Everything's all fucked up.
We're gonna see how this is gonna play out. It could be an All Knights 2,
or
or
it
it can be Galorys pushing us to a third map as we saw in the first series. Let's find out with Vance and Gone first.
I'm not really sure how this is going to go, but we did happen to go down to an OT in the last game. And honestly, both of these teams are fighting for their lives, Vans, to try to survive this grouping stage.
Definitely, and we won't even have time to talk about that change yet now, because there's players from All Knights looking for the contact on the top of C, as Galorys are pushing all the way down here towards this B side, looking for the lurk and the flank. But that trip's going to be everything. An opportunity now for All Knights to have a deep trip.
Like, they'll react to that so early. Okay, this has some.
Not going to get hurt though. This will be an opportunity for a first pick for Luxo.
Whoa.
That pick goes down though.
See what the reaction is. He's taking Garage.
All Knights at
That's
this
very
point,
risky.
They're just applying a lot of that pressure already starting off.
They're all taking once everywhere.
They did manage to get majority. So yeah, that 2v2 equal playing field now. They can finally see if they can keep that post plant positioning well intact, but already not really working out in favor of All Knights. That is going to be Galorys' first round.
Beautifully done towards the end, and that's a great read coming through, knowing that you're playing against a Cypher that potentially, when you're trying to explode on the site, on the attack side.
Wait, what is the pulse at? Who do you guys think is going to win this shit?
In the pistol round.
Yeah, I kind of agree
and
with
not
that,
being able to hear the TP across.
This is their pick, I
really,
believe.
The snowballing effect of Galorys on a retake.
I'm pretty
towards
sure
that site.
Sunset.
If not for beautiful shots
pick.
coming out from Sato too, though, that insta dink and dash away just to keep those opponents close to him, so that the other two players could rotate up towards that top. Very nicely done. And now Galorys trying to bring that momentum back right away here in this second map. A tough overtime loss on the first map. And they're just trying to close it in. But look at All Knights. They're going for a force buy. Stingers all across. Maybe why you don't have an Astra. You want to have that extra flash.
Oh! He came back!
It works.
Oh my god!
They're already making themselves comfortable. Honestly, yeah, over towards the C side. Seems like nobody's coming out alive when you're on the side of Galorys, but they did fight hard for their lives, and there is potential to bring it back. Of course, a buy round coming through from All Knights. They're intending to keep this round in their pockets, and they just want to end it off in a flawless flawless 2-0. So is that going to be the case? Maybe. They can keep this one intact already. Sato's not making it any easier now. Alongside their teammate, but Tinshaw has other expectations coming along. They know all they need to do is make sure that this post-plant scenario is going to work out. They know they've waited long enough to know that this is going to be a fake, and they're backing themselves off the halfway point. Maybe.
What? That is insane tech.
But they don't hit it behind box. He's going to be Sato. Nice play.
Sato with the pros don't fake. Was trying to
if I could throw a cloud burst up in the air,
is able to stick it because he knew that it was a safe plant.
What just happened?
That you had coming out from all night.
Where did the fucking cloud? What? I want to see it again.
As soon as that smoke came through,
what happened?
Really cut down the crossfire setup, catching Nico Machine out in the open. Sabano couldn't even get the trade off because it was a second player flooding through. And that was the end of the demise here for All Knights, which looks
he
so
just flicked down like the last second.
Flawless
towards that C site. Rarely do I see that actually, because usually when you're seeing these B site hits on force buys, because it's easier for you to plant and fall back, the fate would be to tap and go towards the A link and catch the players on the rotates. But that
see this shit in slow-mo. Hold up.
Throwing the fault line from the garage site out.
He fucking does this shit hella quick.
An extra push into the garage as well from your Omen that allows for you to really dwindle down the numbers and suffocate the defenders towards the garage and the C-Link to get such a good
he's about to do
towards
it.
that
I swear to God, chat.
Until unfortunately that final moment,
cookie in his
that
brain,
smoke dissipating, that everything just fell to pieces, and that's exactly what Psycho was mentioning at the desk.
He hit him like
map control
after he was already diffusing. That was sick as fuck. I've never seen a Jet do this.
And the flood retakes to happen here from Galorys' side.
Wow.
You see what happens when you give that opportunity, that space for Galorys to fight hand in hand on the retake. Yeah. They will potentially win it.
I mean,
most of the time.
I knew it was possible, but I've like never thought that someone would do it like in a game, and like I didn't think it'd be
pretty good information.
A trick like that.
Here. I think
like obviously I seen I initially saw like Whitmer, which is
you know, it was
Whitmer was like the best with like the Jet Cloudburst early on in the game.
There was no distraction. It was just sitting inside of garage
and he would do shit like this.
And unfortunately, it just really was not.
That was pretty
the
cool.
best position to be in, especially since this spike is not even directed towards you. I'm not gonna lie, that did catch me by surprise.
That mustache.
You remember seeing that yesterday? A little bit of a
shit looks
Slenderman, whatever.
Like a glizzy from this angle. No?
The best photo angle you could actually have here for
I agree.
For the memes, but thankfully the
POV
last too long.
You're about to kiss
we do have
breach.
I mean, it's okay. They're going for it. They're going to go for a force fight once again for All Knights against an Outlaw, which is a great buy for Sato. But for everybody else, it's just pistols, and that's what they're stacked towards.
I'm actually just, I'm cooked.
This is a free plant now for All Knights.
Yeah. This is going to be good, though. I'm surprised everybody's moving out forward so far. Literally holding no respects over to Galorys. At this point, all they really want is to seek out revenge for the previous rounds. They weren't able to keep inside of their pockets, but this time, AK, this might just be it. Of course, though, so much information just gathered by. Now here comes the push in. Slowly preparing themselves for something big.
That smoke timing was crazy.
Right-hand side, nobody comes out of this
Jesus.
And honestly, that might just be the case very quickly. So, already ending that off 2-1.
Holy fuck.
It's going to be All Knights finding themselves
It's like the
around.
rare instance of the timing of an Omen smoke winning the round.
It was just nice to watch here, as they knew they had an opening window to try to fight towards the A-Link. And that's what, again, Psycho is talking about, being more proactive around the map too, not only on lurks, but flipping maps. So they push out towards the connection, they keep the players at bay. Then they heard this Outlaw being shot from the C-Link, so they heard the one shot, so there's not going to be too much. They have an opportunity to go for a second swing out into
Why
the
have
connection.
you said that?
But then after that,
why you guys
don't give your
Alright, no more talking about Breach. This observer has ruined chat.
But now overdrive out, recon dart pinging one towards the right side, and here comes the finger blaster and takes down Sato in the back of the side.
Own, dude.
Oh, that util is just
oh my god.
So good.
That, like, it's insane. And Dante, seriously, immaculate player. We got to see exactly how good they are in the last map. But the fact is they can't do it alone. It's like you said, like the stuns were insane. The fact that they could just get away with that.
Yeah,
the
people
fact that
watch
everybody's
GC.
working together in cohesion.
I normally
Nico
watch
Machine is
GC.
leading the team.
Well,
to be able to get plays like this,
and then the international.
it really does allow other players to shine. And now, obviously, Galorys can't really do anything about it. They've allowed this round to go into the way
That's true,
of
boss.
All
It's the
Knights,
horizontal movement. It's like the absolutely ridiculous
the flexibility around the initiators
movement
of this
paralleled with
escapability
escapability 3 times with slides when you pop the
this
ult.
breach, but this time he's switching over to a Sova, and the breach is on the Nico machine. It works out on how they're working.
Stop, observer.
Dude. We're gonna get a couple of flashbacks here, or a couple of glances here and there of close-up shots that's gonna catch me off guard. But overall, I lost my train of thought. Let's move into the next round. But I gotta say, the aggression coming out from All Knights and the pressure that they have on force buying every single time, the confidence that they have too, after getting that first map win, is off the charts. And Galorys will have to play the comeback game, and they have to be pristine within this round, especially around the Blade Storm, if they want to have a chance here to keep this close and get as many defensive rounds as they could here on this map of Haven.
Ooh. Right here. Is that a good one? What?
Just be it. Slowly moving themselves back over towards A. This drone, what exactly does it capture, other than the fact that, yeah, it does actually leave Evil moved back, which could work out well.
Here. Camera's good though. Find a timing for the defensive side. It may punish some players. And they hear the camera, so they don't want to overextend, and they want to try to punish inside the window. So a stalemate, couple of pop shots exchanged, but it's still Galorys falling back here to play a little bit more passively towards this A site while inserting
That's crazy, bro.
into Bunny.
That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, the Hunter Fury making its way.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Right now, their Sato is
I can't. I can't even say anything else.
Some pressure by pushing themselves.
That's a fucking crazy shot the observer got. What is this observer cooking?
They're not going to do it just yet. Already moving themselves forward, though they do get caught out by Stefano, just waiting inside of the smoke, and everybody on the side of All Knights, they have it. Every single corner, every single inch justified for, and the flank that was supposed to come along earlier came along a little bit too late.
Yeah, and he couldn't. There was a trip that was set up the whole time. Didn't have an opportunity for Galorys to find Tinchop to pick on off a little bit quicker. And you're hoping at least
I changed my answer earlier from the cartoon crush question.
Enough of a diversion so that Root could come for that lead flank. But how many
Let's
kills
bring
did
it full
did
circle.
they get on that flood retake? Nada. So it shows how All Knights once again in a great spot here on the pulse, finding utility to have your breach towards towards hell on Nico Machine to throw that aftershock to counter back on the paranoia that was being thrown on the flood retake attempt from
Yeah.
It's just nice. So all Knights, they're just really content with continuing to play with this heavy aggression on their attack side.
Standing ahead. I mean, by all means, All Knights,
I do feel like right now the neon
letting
is.
Dante do his thing at this point. I feel like that's just the way things are gonna go from now on. Okay, let me get one behind.
Ooh.
What I can do right here. Okay, Jiggle Peak doesn't necessarily.
I thought that was a
work, but
fucking
take it back.
play,
I'm so
by the
sorry,
way, by
I cursed you.
Dante.
I
I
cursed
love
you.
that jiggle.
There's
I was
some
just
at
about
least
to
in a trip,
compliment
so that
it.
gets information. B site's open.
I thought he was about to
Double smokes
fucking
in,
slide
and
out of
maybe
that shit and
for the A link, 'cause
destroy
they don't have
Evil.
that second smoke on the left side. And there you go. They'll plant on that side. Hunter's Fury coming through. It cancels the plant for a bit, allowing the rotate to happen for Galorys.
Not ready. Deploying drone.
And they did close that down. That's gonna be good for now. You know, with the spike ticking and all, it is gonna fuel. Yeah, lots and lots of pressure. All Knights, they are round win after win coming through.
And that's the first attempt from Galorys to try to fight back against this hyper aggression of Dante down towards the A choke. You saw that they attempted the fault line, a recon dart, and a paranoia. 3 pieces of utility that's being utilized on the defensive side. And what does Dante do? Just runs across all of it, finds the timing. The smoke towards bricks allows for him to turn back
like
around
Raze,
and win that
though,
1v1 and keep 3 players
Their
towards that
movement
A
is
site so that
pretty
they can go for
ridiculous.
that easy hit towards B. This is just too good right now coming out from All Night.
Do we have a neon like this in pro play? In NA? We did? Like, we have content creators. A Jaw, yeah, Jaw. Okay, yeah, okay. Obviously. I guess Vic could potentially do it, but he doesn't really do it like that. Yeah, Chagamo is the one for sure. He's the one for sure. But I feel like they have like a handful of these players that are just absolute fucking freaks with the movement. Like they're so crazy. They get so much value with their movement.
When Dante was pushing up, there was huge rotation, just kind of following along to see where else they could clear as those moments were happening. So it's the gathering, it's the collection of all of this information that does allow All Knights to flourish like this. So 2-4, of course, Galorys, they can bring it back.
I actually think
how's that going to happen?
Like Neon revitalized Kong's career.
Well
like
All Knights on how they.
You know how I was talking about earlier? Like you want your duelist to have like a level of confidence that's almost like irrational. You want them to be very confident. You want them to take a lot of duels. I feel like Kong got burned so much over the latter half of last year that he started to play more passive on Jet.
So this is
and Neon like
with the Neon buffs,
made him. It brought him back.
That right now for All Knights, and they're passing it with flying colors until this time around.
I mean, he's still insane. He was still an incredible player, immensely talented. But his style like was lower risk than last year.
Kill here on Dante, a conversion on the round.
And I feel like if it weren't for Neon, like I think we'd be talking a little bit different. Ooh, it's a trap.
Well, they're looking for an excuse to use this.
I don't know if they can really capitalize though. I think he's gonna die, bro.
And of course, information comes through, but this is beautiful. They do use that.
Oh my God, Dante destroyed that. Oh my God.
After this, I mean, at this point, they need to back off your angle.
It's not so bad.
Two of their
It's
own,
not
just
so bad.
due to that impatience.
Sabano's inserted though. If he gets this pick onto Sato, this would be huge.
30
Not even a lick of damage and catches to rotate. They're inserted everywhere.
Wow. Dude, and they're not stopping. Oh. 4 health. Okay, either way, they do manage to win out that fight, but a 2v1. Oh, no. But if Luck can actually catch this out, no, this is going to be beautiful. This might be the time for them to take it. They know that the rotation's coming in way too late. And it's Tenshov that might just be able to make it in time. Taking in the 1v1, they know it's half. So they know the time
oh, there was a chance. He had that one shot. They're feeling it, man.
That's one of those moments that, yes,
they're feeling it.
Get the clutch into that
keeping the momentum going.
But there's definitely going to be a conversation coming in.
That was a chance to get the momentum.
Anybody else with any type of leadership that would say that was a little bit too preemptive to go for a plant at that point. Yes, you got that pick. There's 19 seconds left, but there's still 19 seconds left. Give a chance here for Tinchop to meet up with you, Adverso. And he was the type of person that was actually calling out for his team before.
Like initially, you want the duelist to be like,
which is quite surprising.
Fucking.
I guess it's running off the high of.
Honestly, I want my duelist to be almost like brain dead and just do exactly what I tell them.
Expensive round though for them to win.
But then like have immense game sense somehow in the late round once they kind of like subconsciously know where everyone is.
Have it locked down. Okay.
Oh, fucking crazy slides.
But instead, it doesn't matter, right? Refrag's always coming down for All Knights, and now it is what is going on. You have the op, you missed the shots, and now they know the op is there. Sato, all he can really do at this point is run away from the situation and then pray for the best coming into the next round. But, you know, with the op in hand, they know that it's there. They're going to take extra precautions.
Cover going out.
And money, so much money right now for All Knights. So they will try to find Sato. Sato did a good move here, moving out towards the gong. Because he shot that shot towards the spawn. You would think here he'd try to stay towards heaven, towards hell, towards a site. He should be okay. Nonetheless, though, this is still All Knights continuing with so much utility and pressure that Galorys cannot fight against.
Second is...
And this is first-hand experience here that Galorys is currently...
It's like a Swiss Army knife.
It's okay. We didn't see anything, Pat. We didn't see anything. First time, actually, that they have an opportunity to fight against this type of composition and this type of aggression coming out from Dante.
Zekin is so fucking
yes,
good
he had a
at
first
like
hand of first taste on
all
that
the
first map
duelist
here of
roles.
Sunset, but this now comes to show that they came into the second map comfortable
because
of how well they played against TSM yesterday.
What happened?
But they're soon realizing here that their
I was caught
composition
reading chat.
set
I
up
thought we
the
were just
map
gonna
that they haven't
save.
played for over a year. coming out with this composition right here, which is not really an overcook. This is still a meta composition that you're currently seeing from Galorys, is being dismantled by All Night so far, with Dante at the point again.
Oh, fell out of Haven.
Okay, they're outie. Now they're back in it, though. They can't really escape from the death that awaits them.
My
of
God.
Course, here, even then,
like, that's just so annoying.
You really can't do anything about the majority. Just getting taken down with Galorys.
The question is, what can he get going on this
now
defensive
they have to
half?
work off of this 3v4. Not even a fault line left in sight. They could wait for the reload
God
there, but they have just previously used it.
Why?
You're hoping at this point that after the amount of util that's going to be used by both initiators, that you will find a line for Sato to get a pick off a tap after all the util, to give yourself a chance here to fight in the pulse plan. Already the dash is activated, the aftershock fear is out. They know now everybody's
I've actually been really working on my posture
late
this
lurk
week.
activated by Tinchop. There's that first pick, but the lurk is too good.
They still have it, Sato. Oh, no.
Gotta save, yeah, there's no time.
And it would have been good, but yeah, you're right. Doesn't matter regardless. They do have the post plan under locks, and yeah, Evil's just like, peace. I know I'm outie. There really is no point in me trying at
I
this
actually
point,
like
but
loosened
yeah,
up like my my chest and shoulders a lot.
We
You
have
know that like door frame stretch? You can like put your like a 90-degree angle with your arm on the door. You can kind of lean as you put like almost like lunge forward through it.
TSM yesterday, especially on the map like Abyss, when he had to play against Sim that was playing off the charts as well
Magnus.
for TSM. He was definitely at the forefront on how many kills he was stringing in here on the side of Galorys to keep them alive in the matchup against TSM. And this time, yes, he's still at the top, but only at 7. But also because
Dante,
the All Knights are doing such a great job avoiding the op in the very beginning. And you can also see the positioning you have from Sato. He can't really go down the line to op down towards long A because there's
Dude, they are literally just getting whatever they want.
Down towards sewers, where there's going to be a concuss and a fault line that stuns him, and he can't really get anything unless he goes for the dash peek and run away. Maybe that has to be the type of win con to try to shut down Dante early.
Planted. Bomb grenade out.
Possible final moments of All Night.
Yeah.
If Galorys has anything to say about it, this is.
He really isn't getting much value.
Potential. Okay, it's a real.
I mean, there's not much he can do. The neon is like bunny hop zooming in. They're smoking off lines like long. What?
But Dante's absolutely insane.
What? I would punch my monitor.
It doesn't matter.
Jesus,
the duelist making the moves. Now everybody else trying to move themselves back in. Galorys, they can't seem to win the fight, but the op slowly makes its way back, and it's beautiful from Tinchop. He closes it for that 8-2.
All Knights.
And even if he was
they're
going
looking
down,
fucking
the amount
insane.
Of clock that was wasted on the side of All Knights, the win condition was going to be Sabanto on the long lurk, taking a promenade around garage all the way towards the spawn. And even at that moment, maybe he had an opportunity to get the timing.
Dude.
If
His team is hella scary.
Out, but he just wanted to make sure that
any team that has a duelist like Dante
beautifully done.
And like a Senti, like think like less and Ospas on Loud, right? Like you have someone that's locking down the opposite side. You have really good support players. They don't even need to be like giga high skill like you are. They just need to support the fuck out of this duelist. And then the other anchor needs to be insane.
And it just got spotted by an Altro.
They got the formula. They actually got it.
For some of the blades.
Holy fuck, this team is goated.
But the connection isn't making it there. It really is always Dante taking the first bloods. It's been absolutely insane this whole entire game. All Nights.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of similar to what they were doing yesterday. Like, Dante was spearheading the hits with, like, double initiators, and he was getting set up with a lot of early util.
On the top of heaven, so it's not going to be the best paranoia, but
set up, but also the goat.
So they'll be able to X-strike the amount of flashes to try to flood retake back on the lower buy.
Dart.
But the timing of that is going to be pretty detrimental. Sato can't do... I mean, too much in this moment. The one-way staff.
The one-way is so frustrating for Sato.
The possibility, but Urengo
Man.
is left alone. And
They're
it's
better.
always going to be that win out coming through from all
9 straight,
they
chat.
have been winning the 1v1.
9 straight. They lost pistol in second. This is wild. Wait, and they 4-spot second. They lost pistol and they 4-spot second. And they lost that round too. I forgot about that. Holy shit. What are we witnessing?
Quite freely at this point for Galorys' attempt on the retake, and it still can land those shots. But when it comes down to, yeah, it doesn't matter with how many players we kept alive. 1-2, we just win round after round, so they're just buying for the whole half. They're good to buy for the whole half, and Galorys finally has an opportunity to salvage economy and also cycle ults.
Yeah.
To hopefully get the last one.
I think they should have bought that third just because I don't know if they recognize.
They have set the nade down.
That AK stinger bot
difficulties are rising. This isn't going to be easy. Already though, Tinshoff so huge off of that. His timing is immense. They knew Sato could take care of it. What else? What more can they do other than they try to push themselves forward here? Of course, though, coming down through smoke, it is going to beat
Sato! Get fucked!
What was going on? Oh my gosh, it's chaotic left on site.
Ooh. This is a play. Bro's feeling it. 15 and 5.
Against the push, the aggression, but
damn.
Nico Machine pushing out towards the spawn. And they don't need Dante. Dante is just smoke in the mirror. Yes, getting the first kills, but if the rest of the team needs to pick up the pull up the boy pants, they will. And
they still couldn't even convert this.
Well, 10-2 for all nights. I'm running out of breath because I feel like I have no choice, no time to really get a sentence out through all the action.
No, I can't root for them. That's the thing. I can't. I want to root for them. I want to root for them, but I can't root for them. Dude, M80 are my boys. TSM, like, those are my boys. I can't. But holy fuck, this is a fun team. This is a really fun team. I mean, this is a true loyalty test right here for me. Like, this is... I'll shut up. Thank you.
He's telling us to shut up, so I guess I will.
Everybody's staying quiet for sure so far, and
he's telling me to shut the fuck.
You're definitely seeing it how all nights, yes, they came through here with a reverse sweep loss against RETA in their regional matchup. And you would think here that maybe they don't look the best here, but if you paid attention to that region, they are so structured going into this game. It comes to show that RETA on a good day, what
Galorys
potential
has to
could
be
they actually bring?
shocked
I mean, we already saw the.
I mean, we heard the interview before the game. Was it who gave that interview? Was it Sato that predicted the 2-0? They basically said that they scrim against them, and he predicted the 2-0. The All Knights player predicted the 2-1. I am flicking the Knights Zippo. It's like my fidget spinner. It doesn't even have like lighter fluid in it. It's my fidget spinner that Knights gave me.
Dante, he's got some quads, he's got some calves, he's got the butt muscles because he's running quick and he's carrying everybody with him so far in all these entries.
Saul Goodman.
That's amazing. Yeah, I honestly, yeah, Dante is definitely like really pulling through. After 30 kills last game, like this guy's just on top of it. And I feel like performance-wise, they're definitely getting a lot of the screen time here for a reason. They've been getting a lot of the first kills, the first entries, etc., making the space for the team regardless of what the situation is. They follow through the plan every single time.
And the crazy part is that he's not even the first
on the
scoreboard right now. 10-2. Being the silent killer for all Knights on the attacking side, on lurks, on smokes. He's all around doing such a great
there's
job
some
on
high
the
potential
side that
up
his
in here,
cast
right?
is going to be
On a 10-2
on the first half. That said, though, it's time for Galorys. They've seen this strat before.
What a setup! God damn, the flood is good.
To play inside
Another dude, both trips are still up.
Oh no, they're not even finding the trips. They're shooting in the right spots, but they can't find it. And that's gonna suck.
Yo,
I mean, maybe not,
what's good?
There, so,
what are you doing over here, bud?
We're
gonna go ahead and slide out.
They have had, I mean, so many strong moments, but right now it just seems like,
Big
yeah,
fight.
they're just getting so much pressure already set
That
into
was
them,
sloppy.
especially now with
That
the
was
flank.
slow.
This is good. This might be the turnaround they need. Finally, the confidence starting to pick itself back up. Light swing. Just doesn't work out the way they planned, but the headshots are there. And Galorys, they're back, baby.
That was unfortunately a mistake coming out here from Adverso. Dante, I don't know if you're going to be able to get these taps. Probably not. Orango was able to save that round here for Galorys, but again, Adverso a little bit too preemptive.
Oh, really? These are same shit?
On the attack
I wonder
side,
who
this
copied
time
who.
A little bit too quick on the flank.
Who
he
is
had the
it?
perfect timing, but he needed his teammates on the other side of the map.
Who copied who? Dante or Spike? Who's the alpha?
The attention
I need to know,
of
actually.
those playing
This
on
is
the
important.
backside of C to support their teammates towards the front, so he could actually get that timing. And unfortunately, here with him dying, that
I need to know
really
which
was a
one
nail
is
in
the
coffin
GOAT.
here to allow Galorys to stay alive in this pistol round and in this matchup. I mean, you're looking at it so far, it almost could have been that same storyline for AK versus RETA, where Galorys wins the first 2 rounds and then AK won 13 rounds in a row. But now they're just feeling that confidence that makes them overpeak and overheat. And now getting punished in the process as Galorys is able to score a nice little first blood in the eco of All Knights.
That's a very valid question.
Come on. Right there in that moment, the TP is settled down. Luck.
There's no getting away, man.
Not feeling too lucky,
There's
Galorys.
no getting away.
They do have to back themselves off. Okay, they won the last round, and at this point, they're owing some respect to
God.
the team, which I highly respect. But the biggest situation here at hand is that they
First,
just
do be
they
walking
let
around
that
these
pickup happen,
corners.
and they might just not let it slide. But regardless, yeah, AK, they've finally met their match right now.
Turret even spotted Sabanto.
It was indeed
allowing here
10-2.
Rude to get the lurk into the garage. Everybody's just going to pinch towards this area. They know that there's at the least one player towards C. There's that lurk kill. Doesn't really matter where Nico Machine's going to be. Yes, he's going to pick up a Spectre. Even if it gets some damage done and a kill, there's still
good,
3
yeah.
other players that are already ready for a trade. Nicely done here for Galorys to stay calm under the pressure of running potentially 0-2 in their 2 first opening games here in Ascension. It also brings back to what I was trying to mention before.
I don't know.
when
Did you guys hear
being
Gemma
able
in
to
the
defeat All
background?
Knights, what
That was
is the
so
potential
funny.
and how high is this competition so far? Of all of the 6 teams currently competing in Ascension,
Something crazy.
gotta say it's gotta be quite high so far. I could potentially see them
Do I like Cypher
turn some
killed on
heads
this
around
map?
moving into partnership for any of these teams.
Yeah. Honestly,
I've always been
everybody
biased
here,
towards like
regardless,
Cypher.
it's almost- it's
Just
like-
because
it's
of
like
how
earlier
you can
played
play
for VCT
off
and
of
everything, but
shit.
you're also
Like
auditioning at
you
the
can
same
fully
time.
play
Like,
off of your
everyone is
setup,
so
you know?
good, and
Like
it's
play
crazy how
absolutely
many
away
players
from.
that-
Ooh, they did the smoke in the wall.
You know, at this point, honestly, you're taking such a step up to really make it happen for their team. Like Galorys right now, even just not giving up just yet. To put themselves in a higher position. They know, okay, 4-10, listen, we've made it to OT before, we can do it again, but now the live
the
stream comes
timing on
through,
this
and it's
is
going to be evil. That
insane,
does
bro.
manage to get a takedown.
The
Galorys
timing
is
on that
back,
is insane.
and they're better than ever.
Exactly, and that's what you're starting to see. It was some labored shots going
What?
into the 2 rounds of
What?
half, and you're starting to see it being much more difficult to fight back in these duels that were so good with in the long-range fights for All Knights in the very beginning. But Orango survives at 1 HP. Now after the plant 1 away from a
Dante
rolling
on
thunder
this
and
flank
has
chat.
full
He's
utility
gonna
to
zoom
delay
past
the
this guy at
bloodbath
long, and he's gonna come
It'll
back
have
and
to come
stun
down to
him.
Dante's aim.
What are we doing, Observer?
Okay, they do push themselves
Woo!
forward. Oh, Dante's insane! Headshot stuck behind. They don't get it, though. Although regardless, I mean, they did manage to get the first
fuck,
2.
he
They've
has
opened
no
up
slide.
the site so beautifully. Dante, is it going to be a 4Q1v1?
Dude.
And it's not. The Zippo clutch coming through from Luck.
You're definitely putting the luck in a name there for Luck, so for sure. What a clean shot that he
What
had
is
on
the
top
team
of the
doing
heaven
though?
Onto,
What is the
I
team
think
doing
that was
though?
Nico Machine on the top of the heaven side. And it looked like it was going to be, it should have been.
Just kidding, the breach aftershock was huge.
Hold for Galorys when it had all of these
Yeah, that
positions. The recon art was perfect, and
Maybe
somehow
he should have
you
dropped
still
and played
swing
together.
through and get the pick and a wall bang into hell, which made them think. Which
Either that or
made them
Dante needed
really
to get
stressed
front
out in those
default
moments there
ASAP
for Galorys into that
for
pulse
the
plant,
high-low.
allowing the Omen on the other end for Galorys to really step up to the plate, allowing Galorys to really continue to fight now.
Hold up, I'm gonna help Ella real quick.
And remember, this is only the 2nd map. So this is a steep uphill battle right now for Galorys to try to not only tie the game, push this into a 3rd map. And if we go to a 3rd map, what is the resiliency that you currently have from Galorys with the amount of suffocating they've been receiving on the front end? of the utility that's being utilized by All Knights. You gotta be gassed out at some point.
That they might be, dude. The passion behind the speech as well. I'm loving it. You can, like, everyone's into this game. It's not only the members, it's the coaches too, the assistant coaches, like everything. And it's so beautiful. I'm not at lane, but I feel like I am, and that's the energy that this game is giving off. It's great. Like, I can hear the screams from my apartment. It's that might be a bit concerning, but I can hear them. And it's honestly it's a great game. This is not what I was expecting at all from both these teams. Galorys, they're really looking to make a difference here. And honestly, 5-10, they're slowly making that work back up.
Yeah, that's an All Knights timeout. Despite them having to lead by 5, they're just trying to figure out how they could activate Dante a little bit more, because just like All Knights have been doing, they did such a great job avoiding Sato at the beginning of these rounds to flood, be quick with Dante's high gear to get these openers. But on the other end, though, now you have the opposite thing happening, right? You have moving forward, Galorys doing the same thing, avoiding Dante to get some fast picks in the very beginning. So Zonic and Basi that you saw at the very beginning of this timeout talking, really almost dictating what they need to do now. They're trying to stop this aggression that's coming out from Galorys. Galorys for their end, well, yeah, they definitely stopped in the very beginning, playing out towards the spawn, up against what they think could be
what
an
they
eagle
yapping
for
about?
All Knights, but All Knights are playing
What
a
were they
crossfire
yapping about,
stack on the
Shah?
C site with stingers. And the Owl Drone was used so early here for the defensive side. See nothing towards this B site. They still have a camera there.
So good.
And it's Dante the one.
So good.
I think if they see Dante here, I think he almost wanted to get himself seen here by the Owl Drone so that they could pivot the opponents over towards the C site. Avoid Dante because he's got the overdrive, and then walk into the crossfire setup. And it still works out to be the end result. All Knights in a perfect position.
That smoke's gonna actually be a really good application of pressure. Sato can't get by regardless. The paranoia,
just wasn't
lurking,
enough
and confusion,
protecting
everything
him.
else, and it just makes the play work.
Dude,
Everything feels so rich now. The TP going over
This
down
is
towards A, the
half-baked.
fast rotation
Oh,
commences.
shit.
Dante, though, is gonna be
30
very,
seconds
very
left.
big expense here. Especially with the
27.
ult coming through.
Will he overheat though? That's
Holy
the biggest
fuck, dude.
question, because
20
that
on the
TP
clock.
from Luxo was actually
Still no
really
smoke.
good.
Oh my god, where is our heaven smoke?
It works out.
Dude,
Why is our spike not going short?
Galorys. Maybe so. I mean, at this point, definitely having to fight, but still stuck behind.
5, 4. Oh my god, dude,
managing
there's
to make
actually
this
time
work,
for
though,
this.
up top.
Spike planted.
1
They
second
threw.
left. They do manage to get the spike planted. 45 health left on Nico Machine. And how is the machine going to work today? Oh my gosh, I thought they were
Wow.
going to die upon fall. But the impact was not enough, and that's okay.
Oh, it was so close too that you saw it from All Knights. Not only the first kill that came out to drop that spike, and really you started seeing Galorys just
not
starting to
really,
run around the site, being
Plexity.
like, "Oh crap, gotta pick up the spike here and try to pick it up."
I was
But that,
exclusively
the
using
recon
HyperX stuff
was
for a while.
perfect coming out from Evil Kick to allow these trades
Since
to
I was
happen and then the
sponsored
spike to
by
come down at the
Honage
right
like
moment.
a long time
You know,
ago.
It was like what, maybe less
I
than a
fucking
second remaining before
love
they
that
could
company, by
get
the
the
way.
plant
Super
down.
cool.
And
They sent me
was
this.
trying to find that
I
timing
think
on
it's
the
called
recon
Stormbreaker.
play
I used this
to
for a
really
bit.
try to
This was
dash
a
across
really
and
good
get that pick
mouse.
and deny that plant. There were
Super
so many parties
lightweight.
watching them that Galorys is able to stay alive to fight. Now
And then
a
right now I'm
change
on this
from All
Pulsar
Knights
mouse.
already
So I
pushing
guess late
forward.
lab.
So that position is now in lockdown. But they have so many players this time around supporting the A side lurk or the A side push that Galorys is going to pivot right into a B side hit. What a shot!
Take that off. We're going to back off just a bit, but the defense, they're preparing. You can see the formation that they're taking place here on the extremities. Right there goes the first. Sato's going to be the one to play the duelist role
I
this
feel
time,
like
but
All
it's
Knights are
taken
kind of
back
allowing this game
immediately.
to
Right
become
there
a
again,
thing.
The headshot makes a tremendous play back into it. Galorys, they said, nah, you're done. All right, there it goes, All Knights. They are slowly letting themselves go.
And the utility is being
do I get
used
nerdy
here
with
to
any
take control
perifs?
of the long side.
I mean,
but
I definitely like try
I'm
out
not too sure about the breach being fully inserted
like a
towards
decent
the
amount of
sewers
stuff.
when they're playing so passively on.
I would say I used to
pretty
do it a
much
little bit more.
2-0-3 setup. And when you're doing that and you're not really waiting for your teams to play the
I mean, let me see. Oh wow, it wasn't a timeout. I thought that was a timeout.
Good on them on Galorys' side to really pivot out and really find these hits.
Dude, well, I mean, only one down though, luckily enough for the attacking side, but for Galorys, that could be very detrimental.
Like, I can tell you a lot about keyboards.
Too much util to play with down to the post plant. They could use Durango there though. They do have the ultimates, maybe keeping the extremities out of the way. It seems like the pings are coming through, so they're planning one in a row here for Nico Machine, and the timing
actually pretty much
could work.
A bunch of ideas that I threw at
Hyperx by tapping onto that spike, and I love like how forward that trip is from Tinjop. You can't really break that trip to come across, and even if they break it, they have so much time to act upon it. A second tap here to try
it became
to
like the most
again,
used fucking mechanical keyboard in all of gaming.
A recon guard in, and this might
obviously
be the full
these days there's like the
recon dart, it gets shot right away, and that's gonna keep all of All Knights inside this A site to get ready to flood back.
3 hit by this.
Oh, they're ready for it too. Who's gonna put it out first, though, is the question. Maybe in Cohesion they could do so, but of course stunned underneath.
Oh my god, dude, that was so nice.
To the max as now they're completely taken away.
That is just too good for All Knights to remain composed.
That was so nice.
The amount of taps that came through. I like the attempt. You saw it from Galorys' side. It was Evil Kick that was trying to get that plant so he could get the Hunter's Fury up as soon as possible. But then
yeah, I've never used the looting, but when I was designing the HyperX Alloy keyboard, which is like just like all of these, like the original prototype one though, HyperX they provided me with like keyboards from literally everywhere. Like I used this is when I was on Echo Fox. For like a full year, I was cycling through like keyboards and giving my thoughts. Like I was using like the DOS keyboards, I was using Ducky ones. I was using fucking all kinds of shit, like Corsair keyboard with the Illumina backing. And I would look at everything, like the concavity of the keys to the FJ dips to the fucking, if I liked, you know, this switch versus that switch, the size of the control key for crouching. Like I was literally like, does it have a plug for like a phone charger? Can the cord unplug for LANs? Because I was a pro player at the time. I'm telling you, like I was all over it back then. Like I had all of those things. Like this was before those things were like all in one item, right? And I basically like found out all of the really good things, and I love that keyboard because yeah, obviously I designed it. It was great.
And that's why you have like the strength.
With that said, I'm not using it right now for the first time in a long time because this company, I mentioned a while back,
when you're looking
they sent me this keyboard.
For the TPs to come across what potentially
Arbiter
could have been here
Studio.
for All
It's a
Knights,
Polar 65
trying
Pro.
to TP across trips.
It's pretty nice.
But then realizing here that they're playing against a heavy composition that's trying to flood back within these sites. That paranoia could be a huge piece of utility, along with the.
I also had at Milk T-boards.
And allow for you to
he built me a custom keyboard when I was on 100 Thieves.
Very nicely done, and a small change coming through. And Sabanto not playing the Astra, but onto the Omen.
See, I guess I'm kind of a keyboard nerd a little bit, but
job in his
not like the real keyboard. Like I'm not a real keyboard nerd.
To the forward position.
I'm a fraud.
Smoke being thrown. This is, again, this is now going to be a contact of Dante towards this long. If there's a drone that comes through, he tries to dash away. A paranoia could be thrown by Sabanto, and Dante, you know, he's going to flat. Or not start at all, just get a double kill.
Man.
That's crazy.
Just, honestly, just don't stand there. I don't feel like that's the only piece of advice. That's the only piece of advice. This is crazy.
What can you do at this point? Almost a win condition after this timeout. That's something that Galorys has been doing is leverage the lockdown, leverage their ultimates to try to get possession of the round.
Ow.
It's only
Man, you better run, sir.
It's so good by All Knights. I'm so impressed.
Dude, the double shock dart because of an unfortunate TP coming through from luck. That just hurts. And overall, like, everyone's just playing so well that it really is though.
He never stays still running
right?
to this
Having
day.
The correct timing, the correct shots. What was that? Never mind. But like everything else after that, before that was great. And
it's
that's
over.
the thing. It's like
it's over.
Did on purpose. The wide swing to break crossdoor placement to get the guaranteed trade. It was nice.
So over, man.
The side eye. And man, they're having a good time too.
This is definitely an all nights. It kind of shows how hard it was for M80 to try to win that series that they had against All Knights yesterday. You have 2 maps that went into overtimes that had to be concluded into overtimes, and that had to come down once again to hero plays when Dante, that we're praising so much, was playing.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous, chat, because after map 1, there was that, like, I think there's some bad blood between these teams, maybe. there's a little bit of shit talking. And I don't know. I feel like if you're like the #1 seed from a region like Galorys and you're 0-2 in this group, fuck, you're pissed right now. So I know there's bad blood, but goddamn, dude, it might not be the time to shit talk. It might not be the time to shit talk after this game.
A defensive anchored plays on your defensive side. So this is so good what I'm currently seeing here from All Knights. Of course, map series point, stop by a technical pause.
This is it. The possible final
really
moment in the series.
What?
Who might be able to take away? Honestly, is the question. Will it be All Knights right down in that match point, or Galorys, who are looking for some sort of retake, some sort of victory? But Dante, he's been in this position before. He's been good with the shots. He might just be able to take away again, dude. The smoke.
Deja vu, man. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over.
See everything, and you are next in the lineup, Durango.
Oh,
is this
bro.
game over? It seems like it is. Game over. It shall be the GG for a quick ending and a beautiful, beautiful
I told
series.
you, this man is
there
the
it
truth.
Goes, the stretch, the talk, and everybody's having a good time.
The Black Light Fall is to finish it there. That was so sick coming in from All Knights overall, and Galorys, unfortunately, here they're gonna feel it right now after coming out of these 2 games 0-2. And I was gonna say this had to be a difficult start coming out here from All Knights, because they had to play against tournament favorites being M80. Then they had to play against the #1 seed of Galorys, who has been unstoppable in their region. And now they're able to come back here to lose in
Leviathan's illegitimate child.
Overtime against M80, and then a convincing win in the 3rd map. And again, you gotta praise Dante, but you also have to praise the amount of utility of the initiators around that. It's almost looking.
I love that it's all love right now.
Maybe that's why All Knights has this logo that looks like Leviathan. It's almost looking at the amount of utility that supports Aspas on the entries, and that's currently what I'm seeing here from All Knights' side to support here Dante on these openings.
Oh my gosh, my camera just died, and
it's a great picture.
No way.
Today, I'm not satisfied. That
There's no way.
Don't stare at me. Don't stare at me. But congratulations.
Yo, that's the creeper stare. What a
okay, great. We're both frozen. It's
bro.
Today.
If someone held that stare on me for like 10 IRL,
you look amazing.
I would
just want to
literally
let
be so anxious.
He can't talk. He's
you would
frozen
literally cause me to sweat.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
I would be looking down at the ground.
I'm super excited. I'm super.
Like, wait, why you stop? Why are you doing that? Stop smiling. Honestly, I'm impressed. They held that shit.
Here like, guys, you're live, by the way. We know, it's fine.
That's a good way to close it out. It's a 2-0 that goes the way of All Knights, and honestly, a team that continues to look great. Yesterday, they look amazing, but they couldn't win against M80. Today, they look amazing, and they win against Galorys.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it right now. I want to see this shit right now. Let's see. This is insane. What happened?
Y aquí las lágrimas de Adverso, un tipo que ha sido demasiado resiliente, brother. Tipo que estuvo en ese momento siendo muy importante. Mira, ¿qué le dice el bro? Diciéndose de todo, pero sí, Adverso, el capitán de este equipo, Adverso, quizás el referente también de All Knights, que vino a pelear, que vino a buscar, que lo intentó. No tengo audio de esto, ¿tienes audio de esto? Sí. Yo no, perdón.
Hermano.
I don't think you can win.
No,
espérense,
calma.
No. Bro, look at this.
Amor.
¿Qué hora? Esto sí no está bien. Esto sí no está bien. Si llega a pasar algo más.
¿Pero por qué me sacan la cámara?
Yo, what the Yeah, that's why, like, I said it last year for challengers, and I always see it for like challengers, right? Like, I love shit talk, right? Like, I was an X-Pro. You will find clips of me everywhere, like, doing it over the years, right? Like, I'm all for it. I'm all for the entertainment factor of it. But after the game, like, that is different. Just because, like, yeah, it's like, that's like what someone sacrificed literally everything for the last X amount of time. You know, like, they're a professional video game player, so they're probably not like at the perfect emotional state to be able to handle that loss like that. Man, it's risky. It's risky to rub in a loss like that. I can say that as someone that fucking did that shit. Like, I'm embarrassed because I've never said this like on stream, but this is a true story. One of the first ESEA lands that ESEA invite lands. This was when it was like me, Semphis, Nothing, Swag, and maybe it could have been Elliot, it could have been like Sobo. But it was Swag's first LAN. He was like 15. He was 15 years old. I had to talk to his parents to get him to go. And during some of our games, I heard the other team. It was like, I think it was like X3O at the time. It was like D-Born. It was like D-Born, Urkanji, Hero Town. I don't remember. But basically, they were like chirping. They were yelling at Swag because Swag was, like I said, 15, and he was really good online. And he was obviously also good on LAN, but, you know, like it was his first LAN ever. He's 15 years old, and he's getting yelled at across the fucking like area from, you know, like I heard D-Born's voice. So when we went to shake hands, this was when I was much younger. I would never do this shit anymore. I grabbed D-Born's hand, like I went to like dap him up, and I grabbed him close and I shoved him into the wall. And I was like, don't you ever fucking talk shit to a fucking underage kid ever again. And I looked him in the face. And like, I was so heated. I was so heated because Brax was so young. I was like looking out for him at that LAN, and we had just lost. So like my emotions were so high, and I know what it's like in those moments. I've been in that seat. I know what it's like to want to throw down after a game. And so, like, that's why last year when I tweeted what I did, some of the CS people were like, oh, he's so soft now. He's a pussy. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, Moses was kind of bagging on me. Like, oh, if they knew what he used to be like. I'm like, dude, I was never someone to yell after a game was over. I would actually always tell my players to never do that. Like, that is so... Like, there's zero sportsmanship in that. But yeah, I've never told anyone that story because I'm super embarrassed by it. Like, I'm not proud of the fact that I was like that emotional in the moment, and that I resorted to like violence in that moment. That was the only time I think I've ever done that, like in a LAN setting. But yeah, I was just super pissed. And then, yeah, I think I have it one other time as well, but. Dude, people were rude. People in Valorant don't understand like what it was like back then, dude. Back then, the shit talking was crazy. It was fucking crazy. And so, like, yeah, dude, it's just different. The ESA trenches is right. Huge window for all nights. Brazil's #1 seed falls to 0-2. Kind of insane, man. 10-0 first bloods. You're right. Fucking hell, man. Dude. I've seen some crazy fights at LAN though. I've seen like Hostile and Cuz kind of go at it. I almost got in a fight with Hostile once. Yeah. Dude. Dad Sean's a little bit more tame than young Sean, let's put it that way. Yeah, his name was literally Hostile. How fucking crazy, actually. And he's the nicest guy ever. It was insane. I think I ran into him at Benihana. I ran into my old school Counter-Strike bully at Benihana. You can't make this shit up. And he was a nice dude. (19-3) first bloods over the dude. Chat, you doubted me. You doubted me. I told you Dante was the truth. There's no way that this is possible every game, though, surely. I mean, it looks like it's possible every game. Like, honestly, like, when I'm watching, I'm like, oh, I bet a lot of that shit is kind of unlucky. Like, low-key, your movement's insane. Like, they got lucky to even kill you here. Like, I feel like he could have done better. Plus 20, 221 damage around, 19-3 first bloods. It's literally LeBron. Betraying M80 for Dante. Wait, are you betraying? I can't betray M80. This was my boy. I cannot. I refuse. Did I hear what? Wait, did I hear what? Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, like right when I started, yeah. Oh, did he dropped it? He dropped the song right now? Really? Oh shit! I'm gonna end right now because I hear my girls are still awake. I'm gonna go talk to them. Okay, we got we got both NA teams tomorrow. TSM 3 days in a row. Galorys is cooked. Yup. They're actually so cooked, man. I don't even think they're playing terrible. I just think everyone is playing really well right now. I would have never guessed, though, the 1 seed from Brazil is the one team that's 0-2 right now. Wow. And they're -4 on rounds. They got the crew formula right now. Brutal. The crew formula. -4 on rounds, 0-2 in series. Fucking hurts. Actually, it hurts so bad. It is the crew formula. That's exactly what crew did last year. Dude, every game was like 13-11. It was the most heartbreaking shit ever. Even at champs, it was like the most crew way to lose last year. Man, it was like they literally would just fucking pick you up one last time just so they could throw you down one last time. They made it to champs. Dude. Crew broke my heart. Those fuckers. So yeah, they can go on a run, exactly.
See a team like M80 show that like real consistency and big map pool, be solid across a whole bunch of matchups. Usually really surprised us. I think now we're starting to realize that that might point to some issues on the RETA side, but you know we saw them also improve a lot today. So there's still, I can't believe it, coming to day 3, there are still a lot of wild cards here. We might just have to see every bloody matchup. We can really get a read on these teams. I mean, we're a lot more evenly matched than we expected coming in. That much we can confirm, especially seeing TSM struggles today. Now, I'm just excited to see more of these LATAM and Brazil teams. You know, I've watched plenty of NA challenges here, but really excited to see this young talent turning up and also doing it on the stage for the first time. It's great to see.
Yeah, trust me, I'm very excited. Especially after today, the expectations for all the teams are up. And even compared to Ascension last year, we don't have one and only clear favorite. We have maybe a couple now. And I would put M80, then All Night, and then it's kind of a nobody's at the bottom. Like everybody's kind of fighting to get that third place to continue to fight in the way that I see it in my head. And it's going to continue to be that way for you guys to make your power rankings as these matches continue to go. This is everything that we have for today, though. Psycho, any last thoughts?
I'm just really excited to see how the rest of this plays out. Like you said, I really don't think that, you know, outside of M80 and AK, they may look like favorites right now, but this is still anybody's tournament. We're only 2 days into a multi-week Ascension tournament. There's lots of Valorant to be played.
I think AK is a favorite at 1-1
ready to
right
watch
now.
it.
We're all very excited. Honestly, this tournament is shaping up to be amazing, very competitive for sure. A lot of different styles, but as we said, this is everything that we have for today. This is everything that we have out the second day. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3. Same time, same place.
Well, someone mentioned like Lev Dante. The problem is he won't be 18 until like, I think we said like June or July or some shit, which is kind of rough. It's a little bit too late, you know? I don't know, unless he can get some kind of exemption or some shit. God damn, they would never do that. All right. That's true. Honestly, it could be a Primy situation. Put him on the bench, bring him in last second. Yup. The Primy situation. Honestly, it's probably worth it. It's just hard to find a good enough player that's willing to accept that. I feel like it could be 17, huh? $18. I guess probably because of the fact that Riot's paying, I would imagine. Ooh, I think you're right about that, Froz. Yeah, I think you're actually right. That would be the strat, actually. Yeah, that's the play, actually. That's the play. They would be like one of the first teams to do something like that. Ooh. Dude, that's really good foresight by Riot. I was wondering what the fuck that meant back then, but this is literally the example. Holy shit. Yeah, that would be a great opportunity to do that. Like scoop him up right now, and you can literally make your money back if you even if like he had a buyout right now from this team, you would make your money back by like loaning him out to like a challenger team next year. So it'd be like a free purchase. I feel like that is such a play. All right. I'm outie for the day. I will be back tomorrow. I got some news tomorrow. And yeah, so we're going to kick off with TSM 2-game. 2-game looked pretty good in their opening series. They destroyed RETA. And then RETA versus M80. I got Valen right now. I think he's still streaming. I picked him like 10 minutes ago, yeah. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace, y'all. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for the new follows. Thanks for the love. Summer 6, thank you for the sub. 14 months. Appreciate you. And PRW, thanks for the 10 months. Dawn, 74. Oh my God, Dawn. There we go. I'm good. We're good. Ciao. That's so crazy. I actually said ciao at the end of a call earlier. I felt so pinky up.